Don't miss the awesome Naruto stories my sister creates. Her last channel was hacked, so to stay in the loop, please subscribe to her new channel. It would mean a lot to her, and you won't regret it. Hello to all lovers of lemon scenes. I invite you all to my boosty so you can watch your favorite Naruto What If stories in complete comfort. A subscription to Naruto Lemon, the first video with a full lemon, is already on my boosty channel. Dare! Sasuke's morning did not start in the best way, because it began with the news that the boy's older brother, Itachi, had gone on a mission. For the boy, this only meant that the training session with his older brother, scheduled for today, was cancelled. However, nothing new. The Uchiha clan is used to this. The boy would enter the Shinobi Academy only in 2 weeks, and there was no hope of training with his father. What to do? That's right, go for a walk right after breakfast. And since quiet walks have been unavailable to Sasuke for the last few weeks, there was only one route, the main mansion of the Uchiha quarter, the library. That's what the boy did, he walked through Central Park towards the library. There was nowhere to rush. Sunny day, warm weather, birds singing, a typical summer morning. Children play on one of the playgrounds in the park, while their parents watch them. Konoha lives its own life. When Sasuke had almost passed the platform, a girl about his age with red hair and blue eyes came into view. As soon as they saw her, the parents began to take their children away, and someone started shouting at the girl. Deciding to ignore it, Sasuke continued on his way. The library greeted the young Uchiha with silence, the smell of books and dust and an atmosphere of calm. As always. The librarian, an overweight, middle-aged woman with glasses, greeted the next visitor with a friendly smile. After greeting the boy, the woman asked what he wanted to read. After naming a few books, Sasuke began to wait. Literally a couple of minutes later the librarian returned, holding all the named books. Having received what he asked for, the boy nodded gratefully and sat down at the far table. Towards evening, Sasuke finished reading the last book and, returning it to the librarian, headed home. This time the choice fell on a winding path through the village's shopping area. From there the boy found himself on the outskirts of a residential area and then followed it to the quarter of his native clan. There is one last turn left, and then in a straight line, and you are already on the territory of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke was about to turn away when he heard someone scream and a child's cry. The boy suddenly jumped up and ran towards the sound. In the dead end between the houses, the same girl with red hair was sitting, holding her right eye with her hand. Scarlet drops of blood flowed from the fingers of the hand pressed to his face. And there were several people standing around the girl who clearly had no intention of helping her. Naruto's POV. The day started well, the sun is shining, the sky is clear, without a single cloud. How great! Jumping out of bed, I quickly had breakfast with ramen, the only dish for which I have enough money, and began to tear apart, there is no other way to put it, the scarlet curls that had become tangled during the night. Having somehow combed my wealth, I began to braid my hair. Old Man 3 once said that my mother's hair was the same shade. But I obviously got my eyes from my father. Again, according to the third, I had never seen my parents. I was simply told that they died during the Kyuubi's attack on the village. But let's not talk about sad things. What a nice day. Putting on an old dress, I looked into a mirror that had cracked a long time ago. From there, a girl of about 7 with a tight scarlet braid down to her waist looked at me. The first thing that caught the eye when looking at me was her hair, with rather fair skin. Of course, she doesn't live up to aristocrats like Uchiha or Hyuga, but still, blue eyes and 6 stripes, I don't presume to say that these are scars, on her cheeks, 3 on each. Having put on my shoes, I opened the door to the entrance, and all my determination came to naught. It's better for me not to appear on the street unless necessary, because for some reason the residents of my native village hate me and call me a demon. The question is, why? Well, yes, I sometimes play pranks, but it started after they started calling me a demon. Well, okay. Let them hate, it won't stop me from enjoying the good weather. I boldly left the apartment, closed the door behind me and walked towards the Central Park. It's been so long since I went for a walk. The sun warms the skin so pleasantly, and the breeze is so pleasant. How great. My mood rose to the level of, it couldn't get any better, so I didn't even notice the hateful looks, almost. So I reached some playground in the park. And immediately the parents began to take their children away. That's unpleasant, Dadabayo. A tall, stocky man with a funny mustache, would even giggle at this, approached me, clearly angry at my appearance. Putting his hands on his hips, he roared. What kind of bijou did you forget here, demon? Go home, there's no point in walking here, you brat. He shouted something else, spraying saliva, but I didn't listen. I felt someone glance at me. A strange, unreadable look. Okay, now let's analyze it. If it were at least a genin, then I would hardly feel anything, although there are such people, yes, it means that it is either a civilian or a child. Although, it's more likely the latter, since ordinary civilians simply hate me. This child, most likely from a shinobi family or clan, their gaze is not as noticeable as that of civilian children. Yes, this is probably someone from a small clan with all sorts of oddities. Some pale boy my age. Before I couldn't imagine an observer, relying only on intuition. Maybe I saw him. A glimpse, through the gaps between the arms and torso of the screaming man? Are you listening to me, monster? A ringing slap brought me out of my thoughts, which is why I fell to the ground and instinctively put my hand to my instantly sore cheek. Hey, Chiho. Call everyone, the demon has come. But this is already bad. Somehow I got up and ran away as fast as I could. I ran for a long time, but the voices behind me only grew stronger. Although, it is natural that a little girl runs slower than adults, even civilians. That's how I knew I shouldn't go out today. And in general, without the need to appear on the street, it is better to sit at home. Having run into some alley, I saw trash cans and a fork. Hide or continue running? I'll try my luck and hide. Maybe it'll take a ride. Without thinking too much, I jumped into the nearest pile of garbage and hid. A crowd of a dozen people ran past. Slowing down at a fork, they separated and ran in different directions. After sitting in my shelter for some more time, I got out as quietly and carefully as possible and walked towards the house. Dadabayo. It's already sunset. How long have I been sitting in the trash heap? Nightmare. And so, when I found myself on the outskirts of a residential area, very close to home, I met these people again. At their head stood the same man with a mustache who had shouted at me on the landing, only now he had some kind of long stick in his hands. Oh no! They noticed me. I suddenly broke into a run, instantly forgetting about fatigue and muscle pain. Again I turned into some alley, but there was a dead end. That's all. And people kept coming. Many had some items. I started backing up towards the wall to what? Merge with her? Get some kind of protection from her? Don't know. Resting my back against the unfortunate old wall, I began to slowly slide down it. Slowly, as if under the influence of some kind of technology, they approached me. I closed my eyes, squeezed, and put my hands on my head in order to somehow protect myself. Hit. The whole body was filled with pain, especially the head, which apparently received the blow. And another blow. And further. At some point I even stopped resisting. I just sat there and took hits. And then, at some point, I saw the tip of the very stick that their leader was holding pointing straight at my face. Just a second, and hellish pain shot through my right eye. Instinctively grabbing the damaged area of my face, I realized with horror that something warm and viscous is flowing down your fingers. And this something is too much for tears. I looked up at the grinning people. No one was going to cut me any slack or let me go. That's all. End. The man with the stick swung again, but there was no blow, as everyone turned around at someone's call. Little thing, why have you forgotten? Someone yelled from the crowd. Did you want to get it too? Come on, get out of here. Over there, the boy, who distracted everyone from my beating, waved his hand somewhere behind him, is the quarter of the Uchiha clan, my native clan. And if you don't stop, then I will be forced to call my brother, or worse, call my father. Just so you understand, my father's name is Uchiha Fugaku. Everyone became visibly tense. Is this Uchiha Fugaku really such a scary person? However, after a couple of minutes the people had already left, and the boy came up to me. End POV Naruto. Sasuke's POV. I really wanted to help this girl. Not in order to receive her father's praise, but to get away from her. These people left and did not approach her again. When I approached her, she pressed herself even harder into the wall and began to shake. We need to calm her down and take her to the hospital. Hey, what's your name? And Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, the girl answered, sobbing. And I am Uchiha Sasuke. Come on, you need to go to the hospital. I gave her my hand. Ignoring her, Naruto stubbornly stood up herself. Staggering, she slowly walked away from the alley. I hurried to catch up with her and, just in case, escort her to the hospital. We walked slowly, and none of us broke the silence. People turned around and whispered. I heard people call her a demon, saw people pointing fingers at her, whispering, looking sideways at her. And Naruto walked with her head down and never taking her hands off her eyes. After some time, we approached the grayish-white hospital building, one of the largest buildings in all of Konoha. Already standing on the threshold, I noticed that Naruto was standing a few steps from the entrance, hesitantly and even with some fear, looking first at me and then at the door. Sighing, I walked up to her and took her free hand. Let's go. They will help you there. The girl looked at me again and shook her head, after which she swayed dangerously. Here you see? And they will help there. Rest and return home. Taking a short breath, the red-haired woman began to walk towards the entrance to the hospital. End POV Sasuke. Even though Naruto diligently avoided going to the hospital, Sasuke was still able to drag her there. But, to the surprise of the Uchiha, the children did not see anything that promised help. The same sidelong glances and whispers that they had seen on the street accompanied them wherever they went. Except that no one has thrown stones yet. The boy somehow brought Naruto, who was already losing consciousness, to the register and asked his friend to help, to which the woman behind the counter grimaced and said that she had a lot of things to do. After a rather long argument, only a minute and a half, but in this situation every second counts, the woman nevertheless agreed to help the red-haired woman, after which she sent Sasuke home and forbade him to come. As she said, because you never know what the demon will do, and Fugaku-sama will take 3 skins off me if something happens to his son. And there was so much hypocrisy in this. When the woman came out from behind the counter, Naruto, even through the veil of pain, felt fear. She didn't want any more beatings. However, when the woman extended her hands, glowing with a soft green light, the girl relaxed. And then she fell asleep. Naruto woke up clearly not at home. And not in a hospital. She recognizes these white ceilings from thousands of other white ceilings. And now it was damp all around, which was unusual for either a hospital or the girl's apartment, and the ceiling was not visible, it was so high. Thin pipes crawled along the gray walls, from which water dripped. There was a dead end behind her, so Naruto decided to go in the only direction available, straight. After some time of walking straight, the girl saw a fork in the road. Presented with a choice, go straight, left or right? The girl wanted to turn left when she was attracted by some light on the right, and then the girl was literally drawn there. A couple of minutes later, the red-haired girl found herself in a large, dimly lit room with a golden cage. Two scarlet eyes appeared behind the bright bars. Then a huge mouth appeared. Come, the voice rumbled. Reflecting off the bare high walls, a single word sounded even louder and more ominous. Naruto, hesitating in place, nevertheless took a step towards the fox. His head lowered so that one eye was directly opposite the girl. And this frightened her even more. Naruto only now realized that her height was comparable only to the pupil of a huge beast. Realizing this, the red-haired girl involuntarily began to shake. No, well, you have to mutilate the child like that. The fox was indignant. What? Compared to the redhead's voice, Naruto's own voice seemed like a mosquito squeak, no more. Baby, you're all beaten up, and you don't even have an eye. How, no? The hand involuntarily reached out to the right eye. But, instead of the usual, albeit unpleasant, feeling of touch, there was nothing. Emptiness. Why, the girl didn't even see her hand, which is why she screamed in fear. Tears involuntarily rolled down from his left eye. Calm down. If you listen to me, the second eye will be restored. I will help, said the fox. Naruto nodded uncertainly. Slipping between the bars, she sat down next to the beast's face, thereby showing that she was ready to listen. It's worth starting with the question of whether you know who your parents are. The red-haired girl slowly shook her head. All she knew about her parents was that they died during the Kyuubi attack 5 years ago. Your mother is Uzumaki Kushina, my previous Jinchuriki. Father. Well, it is generally accepted that this is the Yondaime Hokage and Kushina's husband, Namikaze Minato. However, I am your real father. Naruto sat and silently looked at one point. This is what Old Man Third kept silent. Who are you? Address me first name. The fox grimaced. I am the strongest of the Bijou, Kyuubi no Yoko. Although, for you I am dad. And the name? The Ninetales stared blankly at the listener. You have a name, besides a nickname? Like mine, Naruto. Yes. I have a name. Kurama. Now go, we'll talk later, you have visitors there. The next moment the girl found herself lying and looking at the ceiling. Such a familiar white ceiling, a hospital. Naruto was in the hospital. The whole body responded with pain and unpleasant pulling sensations from being in one position for a long time. The head, torso and arms were compressed in some places by bandages. They pressed especially unpleasantly on the right side of the face. As if through cotton wool, the girl heard someone's distantly familiar voices. 2 male and 1 female. Sometimes an unfamiliar voice was heard, also female. After a couple of minutes of such wiretapping, the red-haired woman began to understand what the voices were saying. That's why I think it's absolutely necessary to take the girl to the Route ANBU. Someone said in a not very pleasant voice. A name popped into my head, Shimura Danzo. Naruto involuntarily grimaced, she definitely didn't like this man. Agree. I can't stand it either. He's completely disgusting. Said a voice in her head, but the daughter of the strongest Bijou did not pay much attention to this, deciding to deal with everything later. Yes, I also think that she would be better off in the Route ANBU. There she will undergo appropriate training, as befits a village weapon. Said a familiar female voice. Utatane Koharu, Naruto remembered. Besides, there they will teach her how to control emotions, which is very important for a Jinchuriki. Jinchuriki, somewhere Naruto has already heard this word, for sure. That's what her father called her mother. I'll have to ask my father later. And then I'll answer. The same voice in my head answered sarcastically. I accept your point of view, said the third voice. He evoked a little more positive emotions than the others and was associated with the phrase, old man third. That's what the Hokage called Naruto. And I'll take the girl to ANBU. But not to Root, but to my personal squad, because I think that this will give the best result. Wow. He just wants you to always be by his side. Or to annoy Danzo. Or both. I combined business with pleasure, so to speak. By the way, she's already woken up. Naruto, how are you feeling? A wrinkled face with a pipe in its mouth appeared in the field of view. On the man's head was a wide red and white hat. Eh? Yes, it seems normal, alive. Well, that means you'll be discharged soon. I came to you for a reason. The Sandaime began vaguely. It's as if he ever came just like that. I came to tell you that immediately after you recover, you will join the ranks of elite fighters, ANBU. There, experienced jounins will take care of your training, and after a while you will begin to carry out missions. What? Naruto even jumped out of indignation, to which Koharu grimaced. Did you forget to ask me? Calm down. Useless. I'll do normal training. Sighed, as the girl had already guessed, Kurama. Well, why are you so worried? The Hokage smiled slightly and puffed on his pipe. This is very prestigious. Few adult, experienced shinobi are given the honor of joining the ranks of ANBU. You will be stronger than your peers, and you will have more chances to become Hokage. A barely noticeable malice slipped into the voice of Konoha's strongest ninja at the last phrase. And, besides, ANBU has a good salary, you can afford much more than now. Hiruzen finished off. Well, I would have said that you need to plow me somewhere. Naruto was indignant. What are you doing? This is rude. Kyubi feigned surprise. A week later, Naruto was released from the hospital. Arriving home, the first thing the girl decided to do was look under the bandages on her face. She took off the bandage, went to the mirror and gasped. The doctors said that the red-haired woman now had no right eye, and in general, there were terrible scars there, according to the doctors and Irionen. In fact, everything was in order with her face, and the eye was still there. Well, the fact that he turned red and his pupils stretched out doesn't bother anyone, right? I promise to help. Besides, your regeneration from me, and from Kushina too, is simply incredible. For humans, of course. So I had to restrain her so that these little people wouldn't suspect anything. During the time spent in the hospital, Naruto became very close friends with Kurama and managed to begin training in Kenjutsu. In honor of this, the fox gave his daughter an artifact blade named Zenmetsu, Total Destruction. True, the Biju kept silent about where he got it from, and the half-intelligent Wakizashi chose to remain silent. True, the girl had only trained in the subconscious so far, but now she planned to bring Zenmetsu into reality and practice at the training grounds. In general, the artifact turned out to be some kind of soul fragment sealed into a weapon. And, I must say, this fragment had a strange character. Sometimes it was sarcastic along with the nine tails, sometimes it showed excessive, and sometimes perverted, care, sometimes it was mischievous. And at first he called his new owner a little weakling and refused to work with her. And when an artifact weapon does not recognize its owner and refuses to work with him, a powerful blade turns into a useless piece of metal. But now the very peace-loving Zenmetsu was vibrating bloodthirstily. A menacing roar was heard in the girl's subconscious at that time, and demanded the death of anyone who even looked askance at its owner. But what surprised Naruto most was the Wakizashi's almost obsession with his appearance and beauty. Although, he really had something to be proud of, a black and yellow hilt, a perfectly sharpened blade and a black sheath decorated with silver snakes. And if you saturate it with your blood, then the power of the weapon became simply prohibitive. And also, as a pleasant bonus to all this splendor, as Zenmetsu himself put it, there was a gradual growth of the weapon along with the owner. So by the age of 15, Naruto promised to have a full-fledged katana. 6 years later, Naruto returned in high spirits, her first S-rank mission, and such a long one at that, a whole year. Had successfully completed a little over a day ago, and now the girl was returning home to write a report on the mission and submit it to the Hokage. In the morning, after taking a shower and changing clothes, the Jinchuriki grabbed the report and mask and galloped across the rooftops towards the residence. Almost running into the door, the red-haired woman suddenly braked and knocked. Having received permission, she opened the door and entered the office. "Hokage-sama," Naruto bowed respectfully. "Ah, Lisa. Already back from a mission? Did you bring the report?" "Yes, Hokage-sama." The girl handed a stack of sheets to Hiruzen. Behind his back, Zenmetsu grumbled something displeased about hypocrisy. "Great." The man muttered, puffing on his pipe and quickly scanning the report. "May I go?" "No. There's news for you. The Genin class graduates in a month. I want you to graduate with them. All the documents are ready, you can start tomorrow. Eat." And Naruto disappeared in a cloud of smoke. I decided to separate them, since the doctors, well, they are doctors in Africa, and the Iranian master Iriajitsu, logical. Sasuke's POV. The day began as usual. I woke up in an unusually empty, I never got used to it after the destruction of the clan, apartment, got ready, quickly had breakfast and headed to the academy. The mood was neutral, which is extremely surprising, because the last 4 years it has been disgusting. So, something will probably happen today. Something good. No good happened. As usual, girls were hanging on me, the class was filled with squealing, and the boys enviously watched as Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino, the peculiar stars of the academy, were trying to demand a date with me, not paying attention to the other guys and trying to humiliate their rival, in my eyes. We are only 12 years old. What the hell kind of dates are they? But, nevertheless, I, keeping a straight face, proceeded to my desk and sat down at it. And immediately the carnage began. Who will sit with Sasuke-kun? And none of these chickens are interested in the fact that I might want to sit with my friends. Or with a girl I like. There are no such girls yet, but still. Finally, Irika-sensei entered the classroom and began to lecture on a new topic. Boring. I want to put my head in my hands and fall asleep. But I must hold on. Even if the Uchiha clan is destroyed, I am still his heir, and I must not lower his honor in the eyes of others. About halfway through class there was a knock on the door. Who is this? Sensei frowned slightly, but allowed him to enter. The door opened and, a girl about our age walked into the classroom. The first thing that catches your eye is her red hair, braided into 2 low, tight ponytails that reached her knees. The elastic bands that hold this wealth are hidden under the curls, which creates the appearance that the hair is holding hair. No matter how funny it may sound. Then his gaze caught on the straps holding the wakizashi sheath on his back. A very handsome wakizashi. He's probably showing off. This thought made me chuckle, another chicken in our chicken coop. Strands hung down on either side of her face, and her forehead and part of her right eye were hidden by side bangs. Her left eye is blue, and her right, it seems brown, it's hard to see from the back desks. She has heterochromia. She just stands there and silently scans the class with her eyes stone-faced. Maybe you could introduce yourself? Sensei asked again, slightly grimacing. My name is Uzumaki Yoko no Naruto. From this day until graduation, I will study with you, after which I will get into one of the genin teams. I don't really like it when people ask questions about my right eye. And so be it, I'm glad to meet you. The girl said without changing her face. But now I remember who she reminded me of. It was she who was beaten 6 years ago. And while I was amazed at my own forgetfulness, Naruto sat down next to Hyuga Hinata and stared into space. Hinata doesn't try to bring her to her senses. Maybe he's shy. This is Hinata. Although, she is very worried about all the people around her. Which means she knows what's wrong with the new girl. With the call, I decided to question the red-haired one. At least she hasn't cast a single glance at me yet, not counting the general one when she looked at her classmates. However, as soon as the lesson ended, girls surrounded me. So, I'll talk to her later. End POV Sasuke. Naruto's POV. Well, old man third stunned me. The question is, why did he do this? Otosan also spreads his paws. The first day of my training began with me oversleeping. And all because yesterday I fell asleep very late. Quickly tearing my hair out and tying it into ponytails, I put on the first thing I could get my hands on, not counting my ANBU uniform, and ran out the door. And I didn't even have breakfast. Already on the way out, I looked at myself in the mirror. Of course, I knew that I needed to stock up on normal clothes for walking around the city, for example, but I didn't even imagine that I would use them outside of missions. That is why I was now wearing a dark gray t-shirt, a black skirt and a light white jacket, which I did not button. On top of all this, I put on my Zenmetsu belt and ran. But in these clothes I began to carry out my last task, an S-rank mission. That was a year ago, but during that time I haven't grown much. I still need to buy some clothes for myself, I have to carry out D-rank missions. But I could return to my direct duties tomorrow, protecting the Hokage and carrying out missions. And I'll have to remember to bring Hinata and Ino along to help me choose clothes. What orderly thoughts you have. Dad laughed. And to meddle in other people's thoughts, by the way, is indecent. I said offendedly. In my thoughts, of course, so that only my father would hear. But I don't even bother. I tried to compare your memories to understand what the third needed. And your thoughts were spinning in the background. Yeah, of course. During such a simple conversation, I didn't even notice how I came to a squat white building with a red roof, the Konoha Ninja Academy. So, the first thing I need to do is go to the teacher's room, settle all the issues and find out in which class I will be studying. I entered the building and realized that I had no idea where to look for the teacher's room. There are no children around, which means lessons have already started. About. Someone's coming. He probably knows where I should go. I came closer. This someone turned out to be a man with white hair and wearing a standard Chunin uniform. Excuse me, do you know where the teacher's room is? Oh, you must be new. It's not good to be late on the first day of training, the stranger jokingly scolded me, but I'll tell you where the right office is. Go over there, until the first turn, and then turn left, there is the nearest office on the right side. Go, otherwise you'll be very late. And left. At first glance, everything is simple. But here, Rikudo, take them, there are already 3 directions, there. And this is only in the indicated direction. Okay, no time to be nervous. I'll go in a straight line and then we'll see. Arriving at one of the doors, I looked inside. After almost 20 minutes, I finally left the teacher's room with all the questions settled and the corners smoothed out and headed to the desired audience. Wow, Grandfather Hokage assigned me to the Elite A class. And here I am standing in front of the right doors. I knocked. They let me in. Putting on my usual mask of absence of emotions, I entered the classroom. Zenmetsu muttered something displeased about a bunch of suckers. I introduced myself traditionally and walked to the seat next to Hinata. End POV Naruto. During Naruto's week at the academy, she managed to become famous as the girl who walks with a sword. For some reason, the red-haired girl's name did not go further than the walls of the classroom. And only Sasuke knew that the sword of Kyuubi's daughter was called wakizashi. Well, maybe Shikamaru is a genius. The reason for the girl's popularity was several factors: her explosive character, sometimes showing through a mask of indifference, the position of the only friend of the heiress of the great clan. Long scarlet ponytails, her right eye with a vertical pupil, and the apogee of the new girl's fame was her categorical refusal to attend classes for girls in favor of classes for boys. In general, the story was quite loud. Naruto refused to attend etiquette and ikebana classes, preferring additional sparring and taijutsu exercises, after which Iruka-sensei forcibly dragged the careless student to classes that she did not like. And the next day I found on my table a professionally composed bouquet, with a soporific composition and an immobilizing fuin that reacts to touch. The next feat of the girl with a sword was that she, unlike all her classmates, fought at full strength. Everyone thought so, and even defeated Uchiha Sasuke, for which she became the enemy of almost the entire female half of the academy. Now the boys watched the girls' fights not only for fun, but also to look at Naruto. Everyone quickly started not caring about Ino and Sakura, which the latter really didn't like. Therefore, during the big lunch break, the pink-haired girl approached the girl with the goal of putting the upstart in her place. The future kunoichi did not even pay attention to the lack of support from her sworn friend Ino. The odd-eyed one was found sitting under a tree on the platform in front of the academy, wiping the blade of her blade with some stinking red solution. "You show off." Sakura pointed a finger at the girl. The person called stopped what she was doing and looked up at her classmate. However, she is not alone. With her scream, Haruno attracted almost everyone nearby. "What?" they asked her indifferently. "Why am I a show-off? You constantly sit here and rub your sword." 1. Nobody does that anymore. Firstly, this is not a sword, but a wakizashi. Secondly, it needs careful care. Thirdly, I'm sitting here alone, because I'm the only one who comes here with this kind of weapon. Here. You're the only one carrying your wakizashi here. Isn't this a show-off? Not wakizashi, but wakizashi. This is not a show-off. This blade is very dear to me, so I always carry it with me. Sakura had already opened her mouth to be indignant about something else, when she felt the touch of cold metal on her neck. And yes. One more word in the direction of my blade, and you won't find it too little, I promise. The pressure increased slightly, and the pink-haired girl felt something warm flow, tickling, down her neck. And the next moment Naruto was again sitting under the tree and rubbing her wakizashi. At this point the break ended, and all the children hurried to their classes. During class, Sakura fainted, and Kurama's daughter volunteered to take the girl to the hospital wing. When the pink-haired girl woke up, she found herself lying on a bed in a white room, and something was poking at her side, creating a very unpleasant sensation. Somehow getting up, the girl saw an object that was bothering her. This item turned out to be a small glass flask with a note. Through the fog in her eyes, the girl still read the note, "Drink." The blade was poisoned. This is the antidote. And for some reason, the pink-haired girl had no doubt about the author of the note. Haruno Sakura's next raid on Naruto happened a week before distribution and release. She was sitting alone that day because Hinata was sick. Ino also left somewhere, so Naruto and Sakura were left alone. The pink-haired girl walked up to her rival's desk and called her. She did not respond, continuing to drill her glassy gaze into the space in front of her. Then Sakura called louder, but again got no result. Angry, the girl pulled her classmate's long red ponytail. The odd-eyed woman shuddered and looked at Haruno with wide eyes. The latter involuntarily recoiled, thin streams of blood flowed down her classmates' pale striped cheeks. Quickly wiping them off with a handkerchief that appeared out of nowhere, Naruto asked. "Did you want something, Sakura?" Deliberately calmly, emphasizing the name with intonation. The green-eyed girl was confused for a second, but quickly pulled herself together. "Do you see that handsome guy over there?" The girl pointed her finger towards where Sasuke was sitting, pretending to be furniture and trying not to shine too much. "You're probably trying to seduce him." "I'm only 12, what are you talking about?" "I don't care about your excuses. You are unworthy of Sasuke-kun. Don't even come near him, whore. And cut your hair." Naruto didn't react at all. So it seemed at first glance. However, after a couple of seconds of perfect silence in the class, everyone clearly felt an eerie, oppressive aura, as if trying to pin everyone to the ground. The famous long scarlet tails took a horizontal position and began to flutter like the tails of some animal. The offended woman's head bent forward slightly so that her long bangs hid her eyes. "What did you say?" "Well, repeat?" Naruto said slowly. It seemed that if anyone took a wrong breath now, he would be killed on the spot. Ino, who had just entered the office and had so far remained unnoticed, quickly assessed the situation and decided not to interfere. Dead silence spread throughout the class. The situation was saved by Yumino Irika, who appeared in the office and began writing something on the board. Realizing that no one was paying attention to him, the man disdainfully threw over his shoulder, "Uzumaki, stop scaring the children. That's all." The oppressive aura evaporated, leaving behind only a memory, and the students seemed to fade away. They fussed, ran around the class, made noise, and finally sat down in their places. After the academy, the red-haired girl hurried home. There she applied a henge to herself. I looked at myself in the mirror to make sure everything was as usual. A girl with slightly tanned skin, dark eyes and light brown hair looked at her from the mirror. Her long bangs hid the girl's right eye. The illusion was dressed in a light sundress with high-waisted straps. The girl had simple ballet shoes on her feet. Grabbing her keys and wallet, the girl ran out. Having run into the cafe, the girl confidently walked to the far table, where two others were already sitting. Naruto's POV. Ino and Hinata were already sitting in the cafe under the henge. Ino was a girl with brown hair and green eyes. Not as bright as Haruno's, fortunately. She was dressed in a sundress similar to mine, only in a lavender shade. Hinata was a girl with an inconspicuous face, black-brown hair and watery gray eyes. It's probably weird that we're meeting at a henge? Not at all. To avoid drawing attention to ourselves, we began communicating under henge so that no one would recognize our real identities. We even came up with names for ourselves: Hinata, Hikari, Ino, Kangi, and I, Yuzui. "So, how are you, Yuzui?" Kangi Ino pulled me out of my thoughts. "Hello to you too." I smiled. "It's okay. Look what I did." I pulled out 3 wicker bracelets from a small wallet. I gave them to the girls and put on my own. When they, the girls, followed my example, I began to explain, "This is my pride, Databeo. They have special Fuin barriers against eavesdropping. That is, those who do not have the same beacon will hear that we are talking about something, but will not be able or will not want to listen." I finished proudly. "Since Otosan taught me Fuinjutsu, how does he know it? I often use it in my life and even make my own seals." "So why did you call us, Naruto?" Hinata Hikari asked quietly. "Oh, exactly. I don't have normal clothes to carry out missions. I wanted you to help me pick them out, Databeo. You've come to the right place, friend," Kangino stated. Less than half an hour later, we left the cafe and headed towards a store with clothes for shinobi. There we scattered in different directions. I ended up going into the fitting room with 6 different outfits. We managed to find out that purple doesn't suit me very well, green is not my color at all, red blends in with my hair, wasn't that obvious, and in blue I look like a corpse. We decided that the clothes should be burgundy, brown, black or orange, these colors suit me best. Next, we began to select a style. It was quite a show. First, I tried on jackets with pants, they were comfortable, and Hinata approved, then I tried on tops with skirts and wraps. Also comfortable, and Ino approved, but we realized that I couldn't wear skirts without shorts or leggings, then I tried to dress him up in leggings and a short kimono. I felt like a clown. They agreed that I don't know how to wear a kimono. Then Ino convinced me to try on a couple of dresses. I was shoved into a fitting room with a pile of clothes of the chosen style. Among them was a dress that completely replicated Sakura's crimson horror, only in a reddish hue. No one had ever heard such florid curses. After that, Hinata suggested a jumpsuit. I didn't mind, but Ino immediately dismissed this idea, saying, "No one wears such old clothes anymore." And just when I was ready to go on missions in ANBU uniform, we found this. A bright orange top made of thick fabric with a black stand-up collar, an equally bright skirt with a black belt and a mesh tank top with shorts is the perfect suit. The shorts are not visible from under the skirt, so it looks, in Ino's opinion, quite decent. After assuring my friends that we still couldn't find a better option, I went to the training ground to train. Because what could be better than a workout? Only training with the best jounin of Konoha. Might Guy, the green beast of Konoha, was already racing his team at the agreed training ground. This was the first time he had taken charge of a team of genin. Kakashi-senpai once said that it was all because of a boy named Rock Lee, who now, by the way, looks like a smaller copy of his sensei, and is the only one on his team who enjoys training with Might Guy. Although, I wouldn't be surprised if this boy is the only one who can even withstand the training of this taijutsu monster in the entire land of fire. Oh, Naruto-chan. Oops. I was noticed. Won't you join our training? The best taijutsu master in Konoha asked enthusiastically. No, Guy-san. I'll just watch. Oh, and Kakashi-senpai asked me to tell you that he was depressed, and for at least the next week not to touch him. What? They handed him the command again. This terrible, amazing man smiled intelligently. Yeah, I shook my legs a little. Sitting on a branch without moving and still having Might Guy in your field of vision is an incredibly difficult task. Only this time the Hokage refused to give him a dossier on future students. What a twist. It's not a shame to run another 20 laps for this. Yes, guys? No, Guy-sensei. For such an event, you can run another 50 laps. Said Guy Jr., that's what I call Lee. You are right, my student. No, these are definitely training monsters. And the remaining two guys groaned painfully. How do you know this wonderful news? A shoulder offered to senpai in time can open his soul, Databayo. Okay. I broke the news, so bye. And, waving my hand goodbye, I galloped off home. And at home I met Mitarashi Anko. Flashback. It is difficult to say what kind of relationship Anko and Kakashi had. They were not friends or acquaintances, rather, something in between. They barely communicated. Anko constantly disappeared in the interrogation room, and Kakashi, on missions. And both were happy with it. But it so happened that the ash-haired woman tested each new partner of the ash-haired woman herself, using her favorite techniques for influencing consciousness that she had learned. Usually, after these checks, the copy ninja's partners were a little more nervous and often shied away from the cute woman with plum-colored hair. Although there were those who refused to be Hatake Kakashi's partner, precisely because of Anko. And the man often changed his partners, someone died, someone became disabled and simply could not continue to carry out missions, someone left, someone received a promotion and also left. This happened this time too. Only after learning the name and address of Kakashi's new partner, Marino's assistant Ibiki decided to visit the test subject's home, through the window. "And I came to see you." Bursting through the open window, the Jonin found herself in the kitchen. The first thing that struck Anko was the incomparable aroma of fresh baked goods, and only then did the woman realize that a girl of about 8 was looking at her. Catching herself, the Jounin tried to be polite. "Girl, do you know where to look for Uzumaki Naruto?" The red-haired girl lowered her eyes to the floor, and then turned away completely. Anko decided that she had somehow offended the girl or had read the name incorrectly. Maybe this Naruto is even from the list of those killed during torture in the interrogation room. Uzumaki Naruto is me. And I like it when people say my full name. Uzumaki Yoko no Naruto. Did you want something? Sit down, now the buns will cool down. Do you prefer green tea or black? So small, the stunned Anko drawled thoughtfully, mechanically plopping down on the stool. Why is it so packed? Kakashi scared, or what? Bruises after training, Naruto pretended that he didn't quite understand. I understand, you're just shy. And nothing happened. The red-haired girl immediately flared up with righteous anger. In the eyes that she raised to prove her determination, one could read sincere indignation. The woman involuntarily froze. Realizing what had so confused the unexpected guest, Naruto became embarrassed and, lowering her head, straightened her bangs with her hand so that they hit her right eye. "Sorry, I didn't mean to shock or scare you." The owner of the apartment turned back to the stove, stirring something in the pan. "This is some kind of cool dojutsu, right? It just doesn't turn off because it's transplanted, right? How about Kakashi?" Anko was literally fired up with the idea of finding out more about her friend's partner. Since she is an ANBU member at such a young age, and even paired with Kakashi, then there are reasons for this. "This is not dojutsu," the girl answered more calmly. "Does Kakashi-senpai have a transplanted dojutsu?" Naruto asked with undisguised curiosity in her eyes, pouring miso soup into bowls. "Oops. I spilled the beans. Well, that means you're Hatake Kakashi's new partner, right? Well, let's get acquainted." End of flashback. "Oh, Naruto, you're early today. What kind of package do you have?" "Cloth. Sorry, I didn't expect to meet you today, so there are no sweets." Naruto spread her hands. "Oh, come on. I brought dango. We haven't seen each other for a year." Marino's assistant Ibiki rushed to hug the red-haired girl. "Actually, we met right after I handed in my report to the Hokage. This was almost a month ago. And since then you come to me almost every evening," Naruto said. "Come on, show yourself to me in this new thing." It seemed that the woman did not pay any attention to her friend's reproach. She had already unpacked the clothes she had bought and was turning them over in her hands, as if it were supposed to be so. Sighing, Kyubi's daughter snatched the suit from the guest's hands and went into the next room. After a couple of minutes, Anko squealed with joy. "It suits you, it suits you. Fits like it was made to order. And take off the mesh, it will be better without it." The Jounin didn't even say a word about the color. She knew that going against the choice of the owner of the apartment was stupid and life-threatening. "I won't take off the net. You know why. And, by the way, about spiritual matters." The owner of plum-colored hair suddenly changed the topic. "However, as always. Here, I brought everything you asked for, little fox." The Jounin handed her friend a narrow jar with a red, opaque liquid inside and patted the recipient on the head. "I asked you not to call me that." Offended, pouted, and Anko laughed. On the day of distribution, all students came early to have time to discuss the latest news with friends and guess who would be on the team with whom. Therefore, a whole crowd gathered around the desk where Shikamaru was sitting. Everyone wanted to receive a prophecy from the young genius. Ino sighed sadly that she wouldn't be on the team with Sasuke, and seemed to have forgotten about it. Sakura, as well as almost all the girls, was hanging on to the already mentioned Sasuke. The brunette himself was pretending to be furniture, and Hinata was quietly talking to Naruto, as always, who was rubbing Zenmetsu with some kind of stinking solution. The heiress of the Hyuga clan did not even seem to notice the pungent odor of the liquid. Naruto was a woman of few words and spoke mostly only to the point. The years of training in ANBU took their toll. Since Naruto did not arrive very early, Hinata told her friend that Shikamaru prophesied that she would be on the same team with Sakura and Sasuke. The Hyuga heiress herself was predicted to collaborate with Inuzuka Kiba and Aburame Shino. Ino's team members weren't even discussed. The buzz in the classroom stopped when Yumino Iruka entered. It seems to have become a tradition. The Chunin talked for a long time about how proud he was of everyone, how good all his students were, and that they would certainly become good ninjas. Then he began to read out the composition and numbers of the teams with the names of the sensei. Team 7, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura. What did you eat, Ino? Pork? The pink-haired Kunoichi jumped up from her seat and stuck her tongue out at her rival. Ahem, Sakura, can I continue? Oh, yes, sorry, the girl became embarrassed and sat down. And Uzumaki Naruto. Mentor, Hatake Kakashi. Team 8, there was no point in listening further. Naruto was once again convinced of the correctness and genius of Shikamaru and confirmed her guesses. After the list of teams was announced, Iruka turned to the now genin. Any questions? Yes. Sakura's hand shot into the air. The team traditionally has 2 boys and a girl. Why is it the other way around in our team? The Chunin looked at the list, checking the composition of the team. You're wrong, Sakura. The team should consist of 2 security officers and support or Irionin. Sasuke and I are enforcers. And you can become a good Irionin. Naruto answered instead of the sensei. Haruno gave her teammate an angry look, but remained silent, just like Iruka. An hour and a half later, only the 7th team remained in the office. Sakura walked back and forth and scolded the unlucky sensei. Sasuke, as usual, pretended to be cold and touchy, and Naruto again polished her adored blade and sometimes smiled at something. Damn, Uzumaki, what are you rubbing this damn sword with that makes it smell so bad? First of all, I have a double surname. Secondly, this is not a sword. I already said that this is a wakizashi. Third, I rub it with unicorn blood. And you can't part with your beloved blade even for a minute? The venom evident in the green-eyed voice could only be missed by the deaf. Zenmetsu and I went through thick and thin together. He is very dear to me. You're definitely crazy if you give names to objects. Many blades are given a name. Mostly artifactual. Sasuke explained knowledgeably. Kakashi-senpai is unlikely to come soon, so I suggest we get something to eat. The red-haired girl decided to change the topic. She took out a small box from the seal on her wrist, opened it and handed it to Sakura, who pointedly turned away. Naruto then shrugged and handed the box to Sasuke. Will you? The brunette hesitated, but pulled out a ball of onigiri from the container. And this told Sakura a lot. The unapproachable and cold Sasuke never accepted other people's food. Why, he didn't eat at all at the academy. And then, almost without hesitation, he took the offered treat from some girl with whom he had only been in class for a month, and during that time they hadn't even exchanged greetings. And this upstart is so disrespectful to the sensei. Call him senpai. How is that even possible? And while Sakura was indignant, Sasuke mentally lamented the fact that he never had the opportunity to talk to Naruto. There was so much to ask her about, so much to discuss. He wanted to stop playing the cold handsome guy, spit on Sakura and go up to this girl who hadn't even said hello to him all month. And Naruto herself listened to how her beloved Otosan was first indignant at the presence of Uchiha on the team, then indignant at Hiruno's behavior and squeals, then calming down the angry Zenmetsu, and then remembering how Naruto's first training in ANBU took place. I remembered how, after the first psychological training, the girl went into the subconscious, lay down next to Kurama and began to cry. The only listener sometimes smiled at the memories. So another hour and a half flew by. And so, the door opened, and none other than Hatake Kakashi appeared in the opening. "Hello, senpai," the red-haired girl smiled cheerfully and waved her hand. The gray-haired man's only visible eye widened in surprise. A medical phenomenon where a person is born with eyes of different colors. Enko knows about Zenmetsu. And he knows that he is quite intelligent and capable of communication, although mainly only with his mistress. Therefore, in order to avoid misunderstandings due to listening to conversations, she calls it spiritual matters. I'll explain a little later, but quotes are needed here. Underscore 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 underscore. The girls' nicknames were invented by association. Hinata means sun, and Hikari means light. Ino comes from the Brainbreaker clan, so her nickname, Kangi, means thought. Well, Naruto means whirlpool, just like Yuzu. "Hello, senpai," the red-haired girl smiled cheerfully and waved her hand. The gray-haired man's only visible eye widened in surprise. "Well, let's go to the roof and get acquainted." Still not fully recovered from the shock, Kakashi evaporated, leaving behind only a cloud of smoke. Sakura opened and closed her mouth like a fish out of water. First from indignation at the sensei's lateness, and then from shock. Sasuke, without changing his face, left the office and walked to the roof. Naruto shrugged at her father's next sarcastic remark, sheathed her wakizashi and disappeared into Shunshin. The pink-haired kunoichi who remained in the classroom sighed heavily and stomped towards the stairs leading to the roof. When the entire 7th team had gathered at the appointed place, the ash-haired jounin, without looking up from a book, said, "Well, first of all, introduce yourself. There is no need to retell your life story. Tell us about what you like and don't like, your dreams, goals. Sensei, maybe you can set an example?" suggested Sakura. At her proposal, the newly minted mentor of the 7th team only sighed as a martyr. "My name is Hatake Kakashi. My life is long, I can only say that I am a jounin. I love a lot of things, I don't like them, perhaps there is none. My dreams and goals are not interesting to you." Naruto chuckled, her senpai is in his repertoire. And in the end we only learned the name. "Thank you, Sakura, for clearing this up." The odd-eyed kunoichi responded sarcastically. The girl had already opened her mouth to respond to her teammate's attack when she noticed the destroying gaze of her beloved Sasuke-kun and fell silent. "My name is Haruno Sakura." Decided that it was stupid to open your mouth in vain, the girl introduced herself. "I love. I like. My goal is to marry one person." After each phrase, the green-eyed girl cast loving glances at the only boy genin on the team and became even more embarrassed. "I don't like this upstart Uzumaki. I have a double surname," hissed the upstart. Her blue eye looked straight into Haruno's eyes, and the red one, without moving, continued to drill into the space in front of her. The rest of the genin flinched, but the mentor just thought, "Naruto? And an upstart? I am surprised. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. There is a lot I don't like and very little that I like. My goal is to take revenge on one person." The brunette introduced himself gloomily. His pink-haired teammate squealed with delight and stared with heart-shaped eyes at the object of her adoration. "Uzumaki Yoko no Naruto. I love ramen, friends, training. I don't like overly self-confident people, those who betray friends, prejudices." Kurama's daughter raised her blue eyes to the sky, involuntarily plunging into not the most pleasant memories of her childhood. The red eye closely examined each member of the team and also slowly rose to the sky. Sakura shuddered. My dreams and purpose, you don't need to know. Now Kakashi chuckled, this is exactly what he expected from his partner. Well, since Naruto is on the team, there is no point in testing for teamwork. Therefore, we will meet tomorrow at 9 at the Hokage residence. Why is it because of her that our first training session won't take place? Sakura got angry, clinging to the first opportunity to lower her imaginary rival in Sasuke's eyes. Is she something special? It's just that I've known Kakashi-senpai a lot longer than you. I know in advance what tricks senpai will prepare, what the purpose of the test is. I can easily share this information with you, and then the verification will lose its meaning. Naruto explained. At this, the pink-haired woman snorted in irritation. No one except Lisa noticed the disappearance of the team mentor. Therefore, waving her hand, the girl disappeared again into Shunshin. The next day, Sasuke and Sakura stood outside the Hokage residence from 9 in the morning. Naruto approached 10, clearly in a good mood, which Sakura decided to spoil. Uzumaki. You're an hour late. Well, Kakashi-senpai hasn't arrived yet. And he's unlikely to come for the next 40 minutes. And I have a double surname. When will you remember? The green-eyed Kunoichi wanted to say something else, but she was again silenced by Sasuke's menacing gaze. Naruto sat down on the bench and stared into space. At some point she turned and said, "And, Sakura, if I don't respond, that doesn't mean you can pull me like that. I kept forgetting to ask you not to do that. I spend a lot of time in my subconscious, and such sudden movements from the world of thoughts to reality can lead to madness and personality destruction. If you need something, then call me and wait. In less than a couple of minutes, I will be ready to interact with the world again. Don't worry, I'll always be myself on the battlefield." Sasuke's POV. And again there was silence. I noticed that people were giving Naruto angry and hateful looks. There were, of course, a couple who were quite friendly, but these were jounins, at a minimum. After another 40 minutes of waiting for the sensei, a woman with purple hair and dressed very openly jumped up to us. She was wearing only a miniskirt, a mesh sweater and a raincoat. After a couple of seconds, it turned out that the woman jumped up not to us, but to Naruto. The owner of purple hair, as if she had overheard the conversation of my teammates, called the red-haired girl by name and began to wait. And a minute later, the person called sharply turned her head towards the woman and, as if nothing had happened, answered, "Yes, Anko, hello. Did you want something?" In general, I am amazed at the logic of this Uzumaki. I don't remember the second part of the surname. She called Irika sensei, she calls her mentor, senpai, and she just calls this woman by her first name, as an equal. I guess there is some logic here. Or Naruto simply has a different relationship with these people than we do. And the woman, named Anko, meanwhile very loudly and actively boasted that, this blonde bastard, what's his name? Oh, Mizuki, exactly, sent to her disposal. And then Anko called Naruto to look at the interrogation and the new, Ibi-san, technique, calling her little fox. The girl pointedly turned away. The conversation is developing somehow strangely. Mizuki-sensei, Mizuki is not the most common name in Konoha, so I don't even doubt it, was sent to the care of a certain Anko. Let's start analyzing this. Mizuki-sensei was accused, and later arrested, for treason. This means that now he must be either in prison or in the interrogation dungeons. The arrest took place only a couple of days ago, therefore, he most likely has not yet been released from the interrogation room. So this Anko is Marino Ibiki's assistant. Anko called Naruto Little Fox. There must also be reasons for this. Those stripes on his cheeks definitely make Naruto resemble some kind of animal. Although, a cat is more suitable for comparison. And the antennae are present, and the pupil is vertical, everything is like a cat's. However, the nickname is Little Fox. Stop. A red eye with a vertical pupil, these strange whisker stripes on her cheeks, a strange nickname, and even this second part of her surname, Yokono. I finally remembered the second part of her surname. And this red eye sometimes moves on its own to yourself. And I remembered that when Sakura offended her then, in class, Naruto's hair moved, and this creepy Ki appeared. And, if you remember, her gait is very strange. All people walk with their feet heel to toe. There are some shinobi who place their entire foot on the ground at once. And this red-haired girl puts her toe first and only then the rest of her foot. It's as if she's used to walking on her fingers, but she remembers that people don't do that. Just like a beast. And, if this is really the same Naruto that I helped 6.5 years ago, then I remember for sure that that girl lost her eye, just the right one. This is not forgotten. And all this makes me think that its inhabitants do not just hate it. She's most likely a Jinchuriki. Although. Not most likely, but definitely. And all this makes me think that its inhabitants do not just hate it. She's most likely a Jinchuriki. Although. Not most likely, but definitely. And all this makes me think that its inhabitants do not just hate it. She's most likely a Jinchuriki. Although. Not most likely, but definitely. And they hate all Jinchuriki, so someone told me, and consider them demons, thinking that they are the incarnations of Biju. Hence the hatred of civilians, and the contempt on the part of Irika Senisha. Only the deaf man had not heard the story of how the Nine-Tails killed his parents, and her dislike of prejudice, and this furtive look when the situation changed. And while I was thinking hard, the sensei approached. Finally. He said something in defense about the old woman he was taking across the road. Naruto just chuckled at this, and Haruno began to yell at Kakashi-sensei that he was so unpunctual. Enko hastened to retreat. Already on the way to the residence, the pink-haired girl asked a question. Why did this woman call you Little Fox? Will my guesses be confirmed? The mentor also looks at Naru with interest. Why was he so attracted to the question about the nickname? There were reasons. The interrogated simply skillfully avoided answering after almost 10 seconds of silence. Sensei chuckled and buried his face in the book again. He definitely knows the reason. The mission was expectedly easy. A regular D-rank mission to weed the garden. Sakura was upset. Obviously, this naive one believed that right after the academy we would be given super cool missions. Kakashi-sensei did not react at all, but simply stood in the shade and continued reading the book. Naruto, filled with enthusiasm, cheerfully almost fluttered around the garden with a hoe. I made every effort not to change my face. After the mission, Haruno said something about, the red-haired bitch is trying to seduce Sasuke-kun again, and that I'm very cool. Sorry, what? I won't say another word about the fact that we are 12 years old. The next day we caught the daimyo's wife's cat. It was scary. Naruto disappeared somewhere immediately after the start of the mission. But with her appearance the task ended. This girl began to walk around the village with some kind of grass in her hands and yell at the whole village, Tora! Tora! To be honest, I thought that was it, the mission was a failure. But no. This dark gray monster, which scratched everyone, and the sensei in particular, crawled out of hiding and jumped straight into her hands. I will repeat my question. Sorry, what? And then, scratching the cat behind the ear, Naru went to the residence. And there the true hell began. We should start with the fact that the daimyo's wife, Madame Shirjimi, is a very emotional woman. And noisy. And she knows Naruto. But first things first. When this scary, important woman saw her little charm, pretty jewel, Tarachuka, she rushed to hug and kiss the cat in tears. And then Naruto, addressing her as Naru-chan. It's strange, to be honest. Because then she asked when Naruto-chan would visit her and her husband again. Will visit again. Apparently this Uzumaki Yoko no Naruto thing is not as simple as it seems. And, as far as I understand, the Hokage and Sensei clearly know what this is about, because the third only smiled knowingly. And our mentor sighed heavily and cast a sympathetic glance at the picture. A screaming woman with a ton of makeup on her face is trying to strangle a child. This went on for almost a month, until Haruno told the Hokage that she was tired of carrying out meaningless missions. And then the third decided to give us a C-rank mission. The purpose of the mission is to guide the architect to the land of waves. When the customer entered the office, Sakura grimaced at the smell of fumes that accompanied this man. Naruto stood with a stone face. Is this really a ninja? They look a bit weak. Especially this one with red hair. Are you sure she won't faint if something happens? There was silence. The tails of my offended teammate twitched barely noticeably. She herself turned to face the offender and smiled. Well, how she smiled, she stretched the left side of her mouth in the semblance of a smile, more like a mockery, and her left eye squinted. The same thing happened to the right side of the face, only almost imperceptibly. Probably, if it weren't for the Sharingan, which even when disabled gives an advantage, I would not have noticed this. Oh, you shouldn't evaluate a shinobi only by external data. Appearances can be deceiving. She almost sang. The customer even seems to have sobered up. Well, at least he turned pale and swallowed nervously. Well, meet me at the main gate in 2 hours. Kakashi-sensei apparently decided to defuse the situation, after which he disappeared. End POV Sasuke. Sakura's POV. Hooray! Our first mission outside the walls of Konoha. Of course, you just need to accompany some grandfather to his house, but still, you will have to cover a considerable distance. Although the country of waves borders the country of fire, Konoha is located almost in the very center of the latter. And Hino-kuni is the largest country in area out of all the Great Five, that's right. So, we'll have to walk at a leisurely pace for at least a week. And 2 hours to get ready. Well, just hurt yourself. Subtract about 40 minutes for the road to the house and gate, we get less than an hour and a half. Arriving home, I began to frantically pack my things. I put in a lot of laundry, I chose only the most beautiful ones. What if Sasuke-kun still notices me? I packed a few spare kunai and a couple of extra shuriken. C-rank missions are usually not designed for extreme danger, but it still wouldn't hurt to be on the safe side. I also took a small first aid kit, a couple of tablets with anti-diarrhea tablets, bandages, disinfectants, toothache ointment and cough syrup. How thrifty I am. Sasuke-kun will surely praise me. This upstart Uzumaki probably won't even think of taking toothpaste with her. And in general, I will show myself, I will show how much better I am than this red-haired fool. Although, according to external data, she is a serious competitor, rare red hair, and even so long, fair skin, regular faces, thin waist, breasts are present, less than that of the same Ino, but still, yes, she is not tall, she is almost half a head shorter than Sasuke-kun. So, why am I praising her appearance? I also look good, I have pink hair down to the middle of my back. If there was a whole clan of red-haired people, and you can still find them all over the world, then pink is an extremely rare hair color. I also have eyes of a beautiful emerald green hue, and both eyes are normal, human, and not like this Uzumaki. One eye is actually some kind of animal, and my skin is whiter than hers, and I dress with taste, and I treat sensei with respect, and my face is clean, without moles or scars. And this Uzumaki has as many as 6 stripes on her cheeks. But this last name is Uzumaki and her red hair. Although, wait, what am I talking about? She herself says that she has a double surname, which means she is at least a half-breed, and has not been trained in clan techniques. And besides, she didn't go to the academy. I wonder why. Stupid question. She probably failed the entrance test and only became a genin because her parents paid for her. But I heard that Uzumaki is an orphan. Am I really going to trust all sorts of rumors and gossip? Sakura. Sakura. The mother shouts through the door. Well, what else does she need? I hasten to voice the question. You've been sitting there for an hour and a half and not reacting to anything. Come on out and explain yourself. An hour and a half? Nightmare, I'll be late, and then Sasuke-kun will get angry. He'll probably be angry. I grabbed a bag with things, jumped out of the room and shouted something to my mother about a C-rank mission, after which I ran at full speed towards the main gate. Having come running, I caught my breath and looked at the clock, minute to minute. Woohoo! Sasuke-kun is already here too. And Kakashi-sensei is already catching up. Even Naruto can be seen on the horizon. Just as I thought. This idiot is coming empty-handed. Where is this old customer? End POV Sakura. When the customer approached, everyone set off. The man constantly drank sake from a dirty and cloudy bottle. And when the liquid in the container ran out, I threw it away and got a new one. When the blood alcohol level reached a certain level, the man began to talk incessantly. It was impossible to hear anything interesting from his monologue, but the old man's voice at that moment was very loud, which Naruto clearly did not like. Firstly, it could attract bandits, robbers and other lovers of illegal money extraction, and secondly, it greatly irritated sensitive girl ears. Therefore, after a couple of minutes of such talk, the girl created 4 clones and sent 2 forward and 2 back. The copies scattered in 4 different directions and formed seals unknown to Sakura, after which a small pebble appeared in the hands of each. And what is it? The green-eyed Kunoichi, unable to stand it, asked in bewilderment. Soundproof Fuin barrier. The creator of the clones holding the barrier calmly explained. So that no one can hear Tazuna-san's chatter. This way we won't attract the attention of any robbers. The girl explained. How do you know that the customer's name is Tazuna? During his monologue, at the very beginning, Tazuna-san said his name. Then silence reigned again, broken only by the drunken chatter of the old customer. So another 3 hours of travel passed. After this, Sakura began to pester Sasuke. At first it was unobtrusive, rather quiet and timid. But then, apparently deciding that this still wouldn't interrupt Tazuna's screams, she became bolder and hung herself on her idol with all her might. At some point the old man fell silent. And it happened so unexpectedly that everyone, even the clones with the stones, involuntarily slowed down. And you kids, what can you do besides shinobi techniques? The customer suddenly asked and stared expectantly at Sasuke, apparently believing that he was the most capable. The brunette just chuckled and turned away, continuing on his way. Sakura hesitated, became embarrassed and, turning away, also continued walking. The architect then stared at Naruto. She thoughtfully raised her gaze to the sky, now hidden by dense forest vegetation, and slowly said. Well, I can sing a little. Well, sing. Tazuna demanded rather than asked. The odd-eyed woman cleared her throat and began. Again 4.0. Counting every step towards the goal, we walk with you. We know nothing, nothing again. Beyond that, we sometimes don't see the past when we look back. Nothing, we don't understand anything. We feel stuffy, we feel stuffy, we feel so stuffy. Your temples are pounding from the heat, you need to take a step. Having rummaged through our memory, we do not find many things. You and me are just silhouettes. And we persistently pretend that. The heart no longer stores anything. But through laughter, we are most sad about this. Sounds of footsteps. The reason why we don't dream is that we don't notice anything, we don't notice anyone. The hands of the clock cannot be stopped, the days fly faster than words. We are losing seconds, minutes of years. Fight, fight, fight so that memory, the ghostly enemy, knows everything is in our hands. Having rummaged through our memory, we do not find many things. You and I are just silhouettes. And we stubbornly pretend that the heart no longer stores anything. But through the laughter, we are most sad about this. Again, spinning, the foliage dances a waltz around. We lose patience. We quietly disappear. Like grass. Everything that is worth keeping in the heart will help us live our lives. And then, through the years, that image is bright. We cannot change the past days. And all those who taught us to live forever, forever, are just silhouettes. We are growing up day by day. And the soul is full of fire again. Let sometimes. You and I are just silhouettes. And we stubbornly pretend that the heart no longer stores anything. But through the laughter, we are most sad about this. Again, the leaves are waltzing around. But my fate is right in everything. Naruto fell silent. Everyone was surprised, even Kakashi, who was sure that he knew his partner well enough. Sakura exuded an ominous aura. How is it that this upstart Uzumaki can sing, and so well too? No, the performance was very far from ideal, but the inexperienced ear of the pink-haired girl did not distinguish the difference between the singers from TV and the red-haired teammate. But let's be honest, Sakura had a bear in her ear, so she couldn't differentiate between professional performance and profane performance from Naruto. Tazuna was simply silent in shock. He thought that shinobi didn't know or love anything except their favorite training. Sasuke was torn between admiration for this strange girl, in his opinion, and complete contempt for her show-off. Sasuke was sure that Naruto was trying to stand out. But why? And the song itself, they don't put so much emotion into an ordinary song. The girl used gestures and facial expressions, and even her gaze changed. Although the content of the song performed was also quite strange, as if the red-haired girl was trying to convey something to the others. For the first time in 4 years, Sasuke became interested. On the 5th day of the journey, Sakura was tired of wondering how the Uzumaki, who set off on the journey empty-handed, kept a bottle of water in her hands from time to time. The girl just wanted to be in the house and sleep. No, of course, they stopped at hotels in cities if possible along the way, but it was always late in the evening, and early in the morning the whole team hit the road again. Everyone else was quite cheerful in the morning. Sasuke, Kakashi and, it seems, even Naruto, were accustomed to this state of affairs, and Tazuna is a peasant. His whole life was spent in this mode. The rainy season in the Land of Fire ended almost a month ago, so the heat was notable. And what surprised Naruto was the presence of a puddle in this weather. Glancing at Kakashi, the girl realized that her senpai had also noticed some inconsistency. The odd-eyed Kunoichi also noticed that Sasuke was barely noticeably nervous and cast glances at this very puddle, while Sakura and Tazuna remained calm. Apparently they didn't care. Naruto looked questioningly at the ash-haired jounin. He shook his head, answering the unasked question. When the suspicious puddle was left a little behind, 2 men jumped out of it, connected by a chain attached to their gloves. Both had respiratory masks on their faces. With a wild cry, they rushed towards Kakashi, wrapped him in a chain, pulled it, and the shinobi's body shattered into pieces. The frightened Sakura squealed and shook. Sasuke pulled out a kunai and prepared to repel the attack, and Naruto stood still and digested the information received from the dispersed clones. Deciding that there were no serious opponents left, the demon brothers rushed to the customer, continuing to shout. When the gloves almost reached the old man's face, the chain wound around the blade of a wakizashi that appeared out of nowhere. A moment, and all that was left of the metal connecting structure was a memory. A girl with red eyes blocked the attacker's path. Her lips stretched into a predatory grin, revealing elongated fangs. The two tails took a horizontal position and were now darting about like the two tails of an angry beast. Sasuke, who activated his Sharingan, realized with horror that an eerie fire chakra was flowing through the chakra circulation system of his red-haired teammate, and an eerie ki was spreading around her. The boy also noted that chakra also flowed along the sword. At the moment the chain disappeared, its speed increased, and then the aggressive dark blue substance again turned into a viscous resin, barely rolling through the thin tubes of the circulation system. The brunette slowly turned his gaze to the side where Sakura stood, clutching a kunai with trembling hands. The girl tried to protect the customer, although it was clear that she was very scared. And while Sasuke and Sakura stood near the customer, both took defensive combat stances, but both were full of mistakes even in this simple position. Naruto tied up the would-be attackers, touched her left wrist, and a small scroll appeared in her hand. In less than a quarter of a minute, the two men disappeared. The girl applied the scroll to the same wrist, after which it disappeared too. Where did they go? Asked Sakura, still not recovered from the death of her sensei. I sealed them in a special scroll. These are Nukanins. You can get a decent amount for their heads. The girl explained, turning around. The pink-haired girl shuddered, her left eye turned from red to blue, the pupil was rounded, clear and thick stripes on her cheeks again turned into the usual thin lines on the red-haired girl's cheeks, and her fangs were hidden under her upper lip. Naruto herself turned away and shouted somewhere deep into the forest, "Senpai, maybe stop hiding already, Dadabayo?" At the same moment, Hatake Kakashi came out unharmed from the direction the girl was looking at. The man shook himself demonstratively and said, sealing a sealing scroll in a spatial pocket, commendable, Naruto, commendable. Kakashi-sensei? The green-eyed Kunoichi was quietly surprised. But they killed you? Well, I exposed myself to the attack and at the last moment left the line of attack, replacing my body with a log. The ash-haired man made a smile with his eye and pointed with his thumb behind his back, where his corpse should have been. But he wasn't there. I wanted to see what you would do. And I was also wondering who exactly these guys were hunting for. So, Tazuna-san, I think you should explain yourself. The customer became noticeably nervous. Well, you see, the land of waves is a very poor country. The shipowner Gato seized power there, simply buying all the ports in the country. Buying a port in an island country means buying a line of communication with the mainland. Thus, by purchasing all the ports, Gato gained absolute control over our entire country. Our country simply did not have enough money for a higher-ranking mission. But if you deliberately lowered the rank of the mission, then we have every right to refuse to carry out the mission. Naruto frowned. Tazuna paled noticeably. One way or another, why is this Gato hunting you? You do not understand? I'm building a bridge that will connect the main island to the mainland. This will effectively destroy Gato's power. Naturally, he is trying to eliminate me. And, yes, you can indeed refuse the mission. It is your right. And then my little 10-year-old grandson will ask, where is Grandpa? And I won't be there. He will cry because he will be left alone with his mother, my daughter. And she too will cry, cursing the Konoha shinobi. One more curse is one less, Kurama's daughter said carefree, for which she received a murderous look from Sakura and a warning look from Kakashi. Sasuke chose to ignore his teammate's statement. But, if we are talking about Nuke-nin, the minimum rank of which is Chunin, then the mission is of B, or even A, rank. And 3 genin and 1 jounin, who is not necessarily strong, are unlikely to carry out such a dangerous mission, the odd-eyed woman said thoughtfully. Kakashi ignored such a blatant statement about the dubiousness of his level of strength, since he understood that his partner was simply playing on the customer's nerves. I have an idea. Let's vote, Databeo. Sasuke? Are you for or against? HN. To abandon a mission would be to disgrace the village. Besides, sooner or later we will have to face difficulties. And this was the longest phrase said by the brunette. Well, if Sasuke-kun agrees to continue, then I don't mind, the pink-haired girl stammered, looking down at the ground. Kakashi-senpai? Emma, how problematic everything is, sighed the only jounin on the team, looking up at the sky. So be it. Let's continue the mission. For you, it's not half as tragic as for the guys from the Nara clan. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails chuckled. The delighted old man walked briskly along the road. Everyone followed the customer. Naruto placed the seals, creating clones, and also walked forward. The clones scattered again, forming a rectangle, made seals and continued the procession with the stones. So the team reached the coast in the evening. The thin and old boatman refused to transport Tazuna and the shinobi until nightfall, as he was afraid that Gato would kill him. Only after midnight the old man took a rotten wooden motorboat and began to ferry his clients. On oars. Sakura fell into a drop, while the boatman, using a motorboat, rows with oars. Naruto couldn't help but slap her forehead. Kakashi just sighed heavily and began to explain. The man weaved a complex theory about the impact of noise on the environment. He did not forget to mention attracting Gato's people with noise, and scaring away the fish, and explaining some experiments with sound and water, so the pink-haired girl hung for a long time, digesting the information. The fact that the girl had come to her senses was evidenced by her question. Uzumaki. Why don't you wear a protector? And your clothes are quite bright. Well, I'm not used to wearing a protector, besides, I have other identification marks. And the color of the clothes. I just liked it, Databeo. Naruto shrugged. And again there was silence. By dawn, the team and the customer reached the opposite shore. Having received payment for his services, the man turned the boat around and, turning on the engine, sailed back. The question arises, why was he so careful if he set him up anyway? The same Sakura asked sourly. Yes, he's just a redneck, Databeo. I decided to save money on buying gasoline, which is probably expensive here. The red-haired girl said confidently. They walked on in silence. Firstly, after a sleepless night, everyone simply did not have the strength to carry on a conversation. Sakura and Tazuna fell asleep while walking. Sasuke no longer looked so collected, even his face lost its gloominess, acquiring fatigue instead. Secondly, Naruto, sensing someone else's chakra, dispelled the clones holding the soundproof barrier, and explained this by saying that the sounds outside were muffled by the same barrier. Kakashi, on the other hand, was immersed in his thoughts. Lately his partner had been constantly using her favorite parasitic word and was generous with the barrier. And not just any kind, but soundproof. For what? Previously, if a girl used barriers, they were ordinary chakra-concealing ones, sometimes with the illusion of empty space added to them. And in general, for some reason Lisa did not like to use Fuinjutsu. And the form of these barriers has always been different. The same shadow clones unsealed the barrier scrolls and unfolded them, thus, enclosing all the defendants in a rectangle of scrolls with Fuin seals. So the girl was training. And I trained a lot. The copy man's thoughts were interrupted by a sharp cry from the red-haired woman. Get down! Get down! And everyone, obeying Naruto's unexpected and loud cry, fell to the ground, while the girl herself knocked down the customer, again taking Zenmetsu out of its sheath. Where the customer's head had been just a second ago, something huge flew past and pierced the tree. This something turned out to be a huge sword, on which a tall, tanned man with a crossed-out Kirigakure protector, shifted to one side, landed. Through the bandages hiding the lower half of his face, the man said in a deep voice. Hand over the bridge builder. And you will leave alive. And if not? Naruto smiled predatorily at the left half of his face. Wow, what are such individuals doing in the company of a couple of genin? Have you decided to take the kids on an excursion? He grinned. Who is this? A shaking Sakura said. She, like Sasuke, was affected by the powerful ki emitted by the man. Only Sasuke almost hid his fear, and his real emotions were revealed only by small, barely noticeable tremors of his body. Nuke from Kirigakure no Sato, Momochi Zabuza, said Kakashi. And I know you too. The Nuke chuckled, copy ninja, world-famous Sharingan Kakashi. And his maniac partner, Shinku Kitsune. I finally found out, Dadabayo. Naruto exclaimed rather cheerfully. Her situation was more entertaining than truly frightening or unnerving. Momochi Zabuza is very strong. So I'll have to use this. Position 3, quickly. The only Jonin from the escort lifted his eye protector, revealing his Sharingan to the world. His partner rolled her eyes. How could two genin, who had just left the academy, know the ANBU formation positions? However, the girl took a defensive position and ordered her teammates to guard the customer. Sakura wanted to be indignant at the command of the upstart, but the murderous look of two red eyes with a vertical pupil convinced the pink-haired one not to do this. Standing on three sides of Tazuna, the children held out their weapons, protecting themselves and the old man. Nuke made a couple of seals, named some technique, and everything was shrouded in fog. This didn't bother Naruto one bit. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, and Sakura and the bridge builder peered in vain into the whitish veil. A grinding sound of metal was heard very close by as Naruto parried the first blow. Sakura, shuddering, turned her head and almost missed a blow aimed at her. A grinding sound was also heard from the other side. Sasuke was also defending himself. In front, the green-eyed girl heard snatches of names of techniques, short phrases, and the same clang of metal. The girl, not remembering herself, mechanically reflected the blows inflicted by an almost invisible enemy. A muffled groan was heard from the side where Sasuke stood, but the green-eyed Kunoichi hardly noticed it. Sakura shuddered again. This time not from surprise, but from the feeling of a murderous ki, even more terrible than Momochi Zabuza's. Although Sakura was not a good sensor and almost did not feel other people's chakra, the girl clearly sensed the source of the ominous ki and the incomprehensible, fear-inspiring chakra. If the green-eyed girl tried to describe that energy, she would say that it was demon chakra. But the fog began to disappear. On the lake, located not far from the path, the battle was in full swing. The opponents stood opposite each other and made identical seals with incredible speed. Both slowed down for a second, feeling a surge of chakra, and squinted their eyes towards the source. The genin and Tazuna did the same. What they saw shocked everyone except Kakashi. It was familiar to him. Naruto stood slouched and growled. Her whites turned red and merged with the iris, her lips turned black, her fangs and nails lengthened, two fox tails appeared that nervously darted from side to side, and long red ears with a black inner side that spread to her face. Now, from her eyes to the very tips of her ears, the girl had dark stripes that even ran through her hair. Tazuna, Sasuke and Sakura involuntarily recoiled from the enraged daughter of the Kyuubi. Deciding to take advantage of the shock and the enemy's hesitation that arose from it, Kakashi sharply attacked the Nuke with a kunai. However, he reacted in time and, having folded the seals, said only, "Water prison." And so, the Jounin was imprisoned inside the water sphere, and Naruto, still growling, rushed towards Zabuza, who was holding his hand inside the prison, on all fours. Now the girl resembled more of an animal than a person, quickly moving her clawed limbs, growling deep in her throat and waving her two bright red tails. Naruto, wrapped in a layer of demonic chakra, did not incinerate everyone with her gaze. When there were less than 10 meters left to the lake and the target standing on it, a water clone blocked her way. However, a second later he was destroyed by being slashed diagonally. was seen that the red-haired girl's ability to think had completely switched off. All that was left of her high-class taijutsu was a powerful backhand blow. The water clone dissipated, dousing the fox with water, to which she hissed, but moved on. A couple more moments, and the nookun inside was ripped open by thick, strong claws. Due to the sharp pain, the man lost control of the prison with the prisoner inside and fell. The water, no longer contained by the chakra, returned to the lake, causing a powerful wave that washed away the nookun. The tree that the man hit hard with his back volunteered to be a rescuer and catch the man's body. Naruto herself caught the exhausted sensei, carried her to the shore and turned to finish off Zabuza, but her gaze came across a senbon sticking out of the man's neck. In the clearing next to the body, a boy appeared in a short green kimono and an oinen mask, a member of the special department of Kirigakure Anbu. "Thanks for the help. I'll pick it up," said the unknown person and, lifting the man's body with one hand, quickly made seals with the other hand, and then disappeared. "One-armed?" That's all Naruto asked, having already returned to her human form. He was lucky with Tenketsu, however. "Okay, now it would be nice to take Tazuna-san to his house, right guys?" But instead of answering, the girl was met only by 3 pairs of warily looking eyes. The red-haired woman wilted a little. "I apologize for being too emotional and I promise that none of you will suffer at my hands." The girl bowed low. And, after a slight pause, she asked, "Sasuke, how are you? Were you wounded?" "Nothing serious. Just a scratch. Can we continue on our way, Kakashi-sensei?" The boy turned to where Naruto had dumped the jounin, but the brunette was deeply disappointed. Their sensei was unconscious. "I'll carry him," said the odd-eyed woman and, picking up her mentor, threw him on her shoulder. "Can we continue on our way? Or do you want to take a break?" Kakashi lay with his eyes closed. He had long since woken up, but continued to lie there, feeling terrible weakness throughout his body and terrible pain in the area of his left eye. As always after using the Sharingan, there was a source of chakra nearby. Such a familiar source of red-blue chakra. Naturally, she knew that her senpai had long since come to his senses, but she did not prevent him from resting, because she understood that the ash-haired man was not very well now. Naruto has always been perceptive and sensitive to other people's emotions. Despite the fact that the girl went through a lot for her 12 years, she remained herself. Almost. She still continued to sympathize with everyone. But now, after so much ANBU training, she had learned to ignore it. She was stubborn, persistent, smiled often and, strangely for an ANBU, had a rather hot-tempered personality. Lately, the girl had been maintaining her external equanimity quite well, and in battle, her face generally did not change. But it always looked like a mask on her lively and expressive face, while her first mentor and partner, Uchiha Itachi, always looked calm, and it seemed natural. Kakashi remembered how the fox became his partner. She was only 8 then. After the massacre in the Uchiha clan, the first person to recognize her as Uzumaki Yoko no Naruto was declared a nooknin, and he left the village. The girl knew that this was an order, but, it was clear, everyone could see how hard it was for her. And after that, she and 10 other people from Root were sent to clear the territory. Why, one wonders, was Naruto sent there? However, after this very clean-up mission, for almost 2 months the mischievous grin on the left half of her face did not leave the face of the odd-eyed girl. And that was the creepiest thing. Naruto was always emotional. She smiled, curled her lips, frowned, rolled her eyes, winced. And all this was done only by the left side of the face, while the right almost did not move. And the red eye often moved on its own. And when the man saw a girl sitting in the hall, looking blankly at the wall in front of her, something literally screamed inside that this was wrong, that it shouldn't be like this. A child should not experience such feelings and emotions. Even though Kakashi was an orphan, and rumors followed him for a long time, people cast glances at him, but he always had positive moments in his life, sparring with Guy, Obito's antics, even this crush on the part of Rin and most of the other girls from Academy. And then, distribution into teams, completing missions, kind and strong Minato-sensei, training with him. Yes, Hatake Kakashi's life was definitely not bad, apart from some sad moments. But the life of his sensei's daughter was simply disgusting, contempt and hatred from the residents. The girl was even beaten a couple of times, and this is only while the copy man is on duty, constant loneliness and living in a small apartment on the outskirts of a residential area. Yes, it definitely shouldn't have been that way. Then the man asked the Hokage to make the fox his partner. The old man was very surprised then. Why did the always gloomy and unsociable dog suddenly ask for a partner? And not just anyone, but an 8-year-old girl who had not even gone on a mission yet, and who was taken into the detachment, as they say, for show. But then, apparently remembering whose daughter Lisa was, he grinned and, puffing on his pipe, signed the permit. Hatake said so to the girl, "I asked Hokage-sama to make you my partner, because your father was my teacher." As it turned out later, Naruto already knew about her parents, but this knowledge was a secret. And usually children in such situations do everything to more closely resemble the right person. But not Naruto. The girl turned out to be an excellent strategist and understood theory quite well, knew how to analyze and draw conclusions, but as soon as it came to practice, almost all of this was lost, and the girl began to act with incredible persistence. And then a pretty good plan and a well-developed strategy turned into, "Now I'll get into the thick of it, and then it depends on the situation." The ash-haired man had always known that Naruto was a Jinchuriki. But, nevertheless, the man was very surprised when, during one of the training sessions, the girl quickly made seals and shouted, "Biju tail technique," after which her tails began to act as powerful, fully controlled tails. And this was another difference between the girl and the fourth, she was a Jinchuriki. The fox showed her, with all her appearance, every action, which was strikingly different from the character of Namake's Minato. Naruto was also a master of Fuinjutsu. Of course, she was far from being a real Uzumaki master, but she already knew how to burn seals with chakra, was good at creating barriers and composing her own seals. The biggest breakthrough in Fuinjutsu for the girl was drawing up a seal to change her appearance. It was a weak seal which could create the illusion of an object changing color. The red-haired girl wore a henge fuin, that's what she called it, almost constantly to hide the Anbu seal. Naruto also became friends with Anko. "Senpai, open your eyes. Once you smile, it means you already feel normal." "Hello to you too, Naruto," the ash-haired man obediently opened his eyes. Now the man was able to assess the situation. The jonin was lying on a futon in some unfamiliar room, furnished very sparsely, but the most important items were here. "Did you still use this?" the man asked. Yes. Sorry, I couldn't control my emotions. I smelled blood from Sasuke and Sakura and I couldn't resist." The odd-eyed woman answered quietly, lowering her head. "Yes? And how did the guys react to this?" Kakashi was really worried about his partner. He knew that the topic of Jinchuriki and Biju was a sore subject for her. "They reacted, correctly," Naruto answered sadly. The copier sat up on the futon with interest and leaned forward a little. "Shinobi should be wary of any deviations from the norm. And such deviations from the norm. How did they not try to kill me at all? And Tazuna-san, he is an ordinary person, among whom it is customary to call people like me demons. Sasuke, Sakura, Tsunami-san, stop standing at the door." Kyubi's daughter said the last sentence much louder, turning her head towards the door behind the red-haired girl. The wooden door immediately creaked, and a woman of about 30 entered the room, and Sakura literally burst into her, after which Sasuke imposingly entered the room. The pink-haired girl immediately happily babbled something about the awakening of her sensei, the brunette chuckled and smiled slightly, thereby expressing some positive emotions. Tsunami became concerned about the health of the man who had just come to his senses and kicked everyone out, leaving her to change the bandages on his body. They would have said, "Would have done it myself." Naruto snorted, annoyed by this behavior of the mistress of the house, but, nevertheless, she walked out the door, closing it tightly behind her, and dragged her teammate somewhere. "How long did I sleep?" "A little less than a day," Tsunami said, changing the rag on her head and wetting it in cold water. You know, the kids, and Oto-san, were noticeably nervous, being next to a girl with different eyes, Naruto, it seems. Oto-san even called her a demon, but I think it was because he was drunk, and she herself dragged you on her, laid you down, even used some kind of equipment, and didn't leave for a second. I was worried, poor thing. The woman shared. She sighed at the last sentence. Naruto, without wasting any time, settled into a chair and asked her not to touch her if nothing important happened. "Hi, Dad. And we are in the land of waves. We were promised a C-rank mission, but in the end it's an A-rank mission." Naruto raised her eyes to the ceiling with a martyr's look and sat down under the warm side of the bijou. "Yeah, good, what do you have there?" "Morning?" The fox stretched and yawned, showing a mouth full of huge snow-white teeth. "And what? Are you chickening out? What fun." The daughter of the Nine Tails himself, the legendary Shinku Kitsune, was afraid of the mission. Disgraceful. Kyubi was playfully offended. And I wasn't afraid of anything. At least not downgrading. The bijou even stopped yawning at the last sentence. He shrank to the size of a man and stared at his daughter with curiosity. "We met this, from the swordsman of the mist." "No, we didn't find out whose blade was stronger, but one of the clones wounded Sasuke. And I lost control, almost taking the form of a bijou." "The form of a bijou?" "Finally. I did it." "And how do you feel?" "All the tenketsu hurt, as if I was carrying weights with them." "Here. And yet. Sasuke is the one who is the Uchiha?" The odd-eyed girl nodded, causing her tails to sway funny. "Horror. And why worry so much about him? They're all disgusting. So I don't know what." The girl answered gloomily. "But what scares me is that I fell into an uncontrollable rage. I could have harmed one of the guys or the customer. Besides, how will they take it? I don't think that Sasuke and Sakura will dance with joy that they have a Jinchuriki on their team, much less a half-bijou. In addition, Senpai immediately said that he began to work with me only because my father is Namikaze Minato. What will happen when he finds out that the Yondaime and I are not even related?" Naruto asked his father excitedly. "But you got excited about your relatives. You are, in a way, unique. You have the blood of the fourth, and Kushina, and mine. The result of an incredibly complex technique and an equally complex operation performed by Senju Tsunade. So, you could say you have two fathers." The odd-eyed woman sat in culture shock, looking at the fox with round eyes. "No, what did you think? Bijou is a bunch of chakra. And how can we reproduce? By budding? Well, this drunkard somehow proposed such a miracle of medicine as artificial fertilization of an egg with an embryo created by mixing two DNA samples." There was deathly silence for almost a minute. "Listen, Oto-san. You still haven't said where you got your information on Fuinjutsu." The girl, loaded with knowledge, said slowly. "So there, in the depths of the cage, is Yuzushio's entire library. Well, it's kind of like your memories, but they've been sealed and blocked. Well, before her death, Kushina downloaded all her knowledge about Fuinjutsu into you, that is, almost the entire library of Yuzushio, and put a block on the memories that appeared so that your brain wouldn't explode. Therefore, all these treasures appeared in your subconscious in the form of books and scrolls. Although, something tells me that these are books and scrolls, dragged from one subconscious to another. But, one way or another, some incident happened, because of which this entire library moved to my cage. It became a bit crowded, but not so boring. I promise I will find the toad hermit and open your cage. Naruto said passionately, who seemed to have heard only the last sentence. The fox grinned. Yeah, I kind of have enough control over half of your face. He did not say that he did not need constant retellings of situations, because he himself sees and hears everything. Both understood this perfectly well, but both also understood that Naruto simply needed to vent to someone from time to time. Oto-san, and you promised me a new technique. The girl informed her father in a capricious tone. Oh, right. And I was so hoping that you forgot. The fox put his paw on his nose, showing how much he hoped. And then, sighing, he pulled the scroll out of the darkness. So, here is the meaning of the technique, the explanations, the necessary seals. You'll figure it out yourself. Now shoo, I want to sleep. The bijou yawned demonstratively again and laid his head on his paws. Opening her eyes in the real world, Naruto immediately came across a boy of about 8 years old, dressed in green overalls and a light yellow blouse. If it weren't for the white Panama hat, the boy would have looked very much like a slightly suntanned Sasuke, the same black hair, onyx eyes and sullen appearance. You shouldn't have come here. You better leave or you'll die. That's all the boy said, after which he headed upstairs, paying absolutely no attention to his bright scarlet right eye with an elongated pupil. Inari. Kakashi Tsunami, who had just left the room, reprimanded the boy in annoyance. Forgive him, he didn't mean to offend you, he just. I understand everything, Tsunami-san. Naruto smiled, as always, with the left half of her face, while the right half frowned and curled her lips. On her lap, the red-haired girl found the same scroll that her father had given her for training. Having picked it up, the girl walked briskly towards the forest, promising that she would return by sunset. Finding herself in a small clearing, the odd-eyed woman quickly put up a protective illusory barrier and opened the scroll. The girl had a view of 2 meters of pure knowledge, written down in the small, tight handwriting of a 9-tailed bijou. Several seals were listed at the end. Deciding that it was better not to waste time on studying information, Kyubi's daughter began to read. Reverse Summoning Technique was the title at the beginning. Remembering that she had already heard about something similar, the girl continued reading. The scroll indicated all the main pros and cons of the technology, examples of its unsuccessful use, an explanation of calculations and an approximate calculation of the world. Taking a deep breath, the odd-eyed one bit her finger, made the necessary seals and put her hand to the ground. The girl's entire body was covered in a cloud, and after a couple of moments the clearing became empty. Naruto found herself in a forest. Although, it would be more correct to call this place a forest park. Among the trees there was a winding path paved with light yellow stone. And there were foxes walking around. Red, smoky gray, white, with black and white spots on the skin. And all of different sizes. There were those who barely reached the size of an ordinary fox, and there were those who reached 2 meters in height. And no one paid attention to the red-haired girl who appeared in the middle of the park, only some cast sidelong glances at her. But no one approached. And then from behind, somewhere above the left ear, a woman's voice was heard. May I ask who you are and what you are doing in the Himitsu settlement? Naruto turned around sharply and immediately buried herself somewhere in the fox's chest. A large but otherwise ordinary red fox with a white chest and black paws. Her head rose a good 10 centimeters above the top of the odd-eyed girl's head. Taking a step back to examine the face of her unexpected interlocutor, the girl made a lot of efforts not to smile. On the fox's nose sat rectangular glasses with a turquoise frame and on a chain of the same color. Uzumaki Yoko no Naruto. I performed the reverse summoning technique and ended up here. Well, Naruto-san, I suggest you follow me to identify your identity. By the way, my name is Buku, and I am the royal librarian. Buku said proudly, but rather joyfully, starting to walk in some direction. Naruto hurried to catch up with her companion. Do you have a monarchical form of government here? The girl was a little surprised. Well, yes, but not really. The royal palace is rather just a fancy name for the fox boss's house. Buku eagerly began to explain. The fox boss rules here, as I said, but he hasn't been around for several hundred years. So now Wanryoko-sama is in charge of everything, and his family lives in the palace. What? This shabby rug? Kurama was sincerely indignant in his subconscious. The rules became stricter, much stricter, but at the same time, Kitsune Baki and ordinary foxes were able to unite and become friends against the backdrop of a common problem. And finally, regular readers appeared in the library. Buku-san, sorry to interrupt, but I have a couple of questions. And who is this? Fox boss? And who are Baki Kitsune? Oh, fox boss, the fox rolled her eyes, clearly remembering something very pleasant. The greatest fox of all times and peoples known to us. Fox boss is the nine-tailed bijou, Kyubi no Yoko. Kurama? Naruto asked confusedly. She was used to calling him Oto-san, or at least, Kurama. And here is such an official word, Kyubi no Yoko. And how much pathos? What? Buku suddenly braked and looked intently at her companion. Who are you that boss-sama told you his name? Well, actually, I'm his daughter, and a Jinchuriki, Dedabeo. The red-haired woman shrugged. So who are Baki Kitsune? Oh yes, Baki Kitsune is a special race of foxes, as they themselves consider, the highest race of foxes. They are similar to people, but to a greater or lesser extent they still exhibit fox-like features, eyes, paws, ears, tails. And they all make up the nobility. There is not a single Baki Kitsune who is an ordinary citizen. But this only became so under the reign of Wanryoko-sama. Previously, the races, although they were at enmity, were mixed, not like now. The fox lowered her head, even her ears drooped. But, nevertheless, we have already approached the library, and I can make sure that you, Naruto-san, did not lie and gave your real name and one of your parents. But this is secret information. The red-haired girl was indignant. Not a single official document even mentions my relationship with. You are not right. The fox interrupted the girl, adjusting her glasses. Naruto just now noticed that the librarian's paw was very similar to a human palm. Foxes are the guardians of all the secrets of the human world. And we don't need human documents to prove something or be sure of something. If there is any secret, no matter who has it, Buku narrated, opening the large carved door leading to the spacious villa, it will definitely end up in Himitsu and become part of the royal library. Therefore, we can say that the library stores all the knowledge of all worlds, and we, foxes, recognize and protect them. The inside of the building was, as expected, filled with shelves of books. Several floors, divided into huge halls, were decorated very skillfully. Various frescoes adorned the ceilings. These frescoes were separated by stucco patterns that descended from the ceilings to the walls. And the building was kept from collapsing by huge Corinthian columns made of light gray, almost white, marble. The ceiling above the main hall was incredibly high and domed in shape. The golden red light of the setting sun poured from the windows, illuminating the dust flying in the air. While Naruto looked around and batted her eyes in admiration, listening to her father, pleased and proud of this construction, talk about the history of the construction of the building and how such a huge main hall was needed especially for it, but is now too small, Buku walked behind the librarian's desk, located to the left of the door, and disappeared into the utility room, claws clicking on the wooden parquet. And the floor here is lined everywhere with a special type of wood that does not burn. Even this Uchiha Amaterasu can't burn this tree, and you won't believe how expensive and rare it is in Himitsu," Kyubi said in a rather cheerful tone. Behind his back, Zenmetsu grumbled dissatisfiedly about the hotbed of ticks, because he did not feel the chakra of summoned animals and preferred not to touch on this topic. About 10 minutes later, Baku appeared again, smiling widely and joyfully. "Congratulations on your return, Naruto Haim. Crimson Fox. Congratulations on your return, Naruto Haim." Baku smiled happily and muttered something dreamily. Baku-san," the red-haired girl began hesitantly. "Yes, darling?" The fox stopped running around the main hall and stared at the girl with burning eyes. Naruto was silent in shock. "Oh, I apologize for my impoliteness. Did you want something, Naruto Haim?" Yes. I wanted to sign the summoning contract, if the foxes don't mind." "Of course, we don't mind. It's an honor to serve Haim-sama herself. Besides, now, if you are also Boss-sama's Jinchuriki, then this radically changes things. Now Wanryoku-sama will have to leave the reign. By the way, could you show us Boss-sama?" "Us?" Naruto didn't understand. There was no one here in the library except her and the fox, and the nearest source of chakra was almost a kilometer north of them. I didn't feel any of Naruto's gazes. Well, of course. Everyone will want to see Boss-sama. Besides, Wanryoku-sama, although cruel, is still not a fool. It is unlikely that he will believe that Boss-sama has returned just after hearing about it. Well, don't worry, the seal here is weak, almost doesn't work. Just wish. Yes now." Naruto closed her eyes, focusing on her desire to see her father. After a couple of seconds, the girl felt the usual coolness of her subconscious and her father's mocking gaze. Then, returning from the subconscious, the red-haired girl decided to change tactics. The girl focused on the desire to show her father Baku. The seal on my stomach echoed with dull pain. The Kyubi's daughter opened her eyes only after hearing the librarian's squeal of delight. The fox happily ran around the bijou, who had shrunk to the size of a large horse. Kurama sat proudly and waved his tails. The front door creaked quietly, letting into the library a girl about the same age as Naruto. The librarian immediately slowed down and stopped expressing any emotions. The Ninetales stood on his paws and wiggled his ears warily, and his daughter stared at the guest with some curiosity in her eyes, nevertheless reaching for the hilt of her blade. "Baku-san, Oh, maybe I'm at the wrong time, I'll go." "It's okay, Ashi-chan. Have you come to return what you read?" The fox looked sternly at the girl through her glasses. Yes, here, the history of humanity, the secrets of the great villages and mythology in people's lives. Thanks for the books, Baku-san, they are wonderful." The girl handed the librarian 2 thick books and 5 scrolls with multicolored seals and hieroglyphs: fire, wind, water, earth, and lightning. Now, making sure of the safety of the unexpected guest, Naruto examined her appearance. She was a short girl with rather dark skin and bright orange hair, gathered in a thick and heavy long ponytail that reached the middle of the girl's back. The young reader's eyes were grayish-green with a vertical pupil. Ashi was dressed in a short white dress with high waist straps. The thin girl looked at Kyubi and his daughter with curiosity. "My name is Ashi, nice to meet you." The girl smiled and bowed ceremoniously. "I'm Uzumaki Yoko no Naruto, it's nice to meet you too." Naruto didn't bow and just nodded her head. "Kyubi." The fox, having introduced himself, sat down on the floor again, looking at how funny the girl's face stretched. "And Naruto-san, you are from the human world, right?" Ashi asked, still nervously looking towards the bijou. "Where did you get that from?" The red-haired girl asked, surprised. "Well, you are clearly not an ordinary fox, and all Baki Kitsune belong to the nobility. Among them, it is customary to name your title. If he is not there, then they usually introduce themselves as the son or daughter of someone. You didn't say your title either. The odd-eyed woman said stubbornly. Fine. Let's meet again. Baki Kitsune nodded. My name is Ashi, and I am the daughter of Wanryoku, the lord of the Himitsu settlement. Uzumaki Yoko no Naruto, daughter of Kyubi no Yoko, the fox boss. The girl chuckled. She was definitely amused by the situation. In the scroll describing the technique it was written that many who tried to sign the summoning contract were eaten or simply killed, and here she was the master of the situation. And in general, why didn't you name your title right away, if that's the custom here? Ah, well, everyone in Himitsu knows me, and, completely embarrassed, the girl lowered her head and began fiddling with the hem of her skirt with her hands, as if this was much more interesting than communication. Naruto concluded that this Ashi was either not very smart or too gullible. You want to sign the summoning contract, right Naruto-hime? I think it's worth talking to Oto-san about this. I had to agree with the girl's statement. True, Baku did not go, explaining that she was not supposed to leave her workplace without an important reason. The royal palace in which the lord of the Himitsu settlement currently resided was an incredibly huge structure with various towers and cone-shaped tiled roofs of a gray-green hue. The man he was looking for was in the throne room. True, instead of the usual throne, there was a huge pillow on which a tall, dark man sat proudly, clearly not a weakling, since his figure was quite impressive. His face was crossed by two pinkish claw scars. The man was dressed in a white robe, fastened with a large gold brooch on his right shoulder. Dark red, almost brown, hair was tied into a tight, low ponytail. A red tail peeked out from behind the lord. Ashi, have you brought the trash fox into the house again? And I've never seen this girl, who else is she? The man said in a deep voice. How dare you talk to me and my daughter like that, you pathetic rug? Kyubi flared up. If the Bijou had long been accustomed to hatred and contempt for himself, he wanted to protect Naruto from this so that the girl would no longer have to deal with it. Bow to the floor, mongrel. How dare you take my place? For greater persuasiveness, the fox released his ki, literally crushing Wanryoku and his daughter to the ground. Keikyubi-sama? Baki Kitsune almost squeaked in a suddenly shrunken voice. He is. And, you know what? Residents are unhappy. You completely destroyed my politics, separated the races and took over my home. Nonentity. You must be punished. The fox began to grow until it reached such a size that the huge hall became too small for the huge body of the Bijou. Kyubi opened his mouth, showing the offender snow-white fangs capable of chewing almost any material, causing Wanryoku to shake even more. Ashi did not move, knowing full well what was about to happen. The girl simply watched everything from the side. At some point, an unnatural, incorrect scientific interest awoke in her, causing the redhead's eyes to sparkle with interest. Kyubi, without much ceremony, closed his jaws on the man's body. The Bijou's head fell back and his throat contracted, swallowing the eaten body. The fox licked his lips contentedly. Okay, it's all over now. The criminal was executed, they had dinner, returned home, everything was in trouble. The day will not be wasted. Kyubi stated, shrinking and sitting down in his place. Now we can sign the contract. A substantial-sized scroll appeared at the fox boss's paws. Grabbing it, Kurama handed it to his daughter and began to explain. Unfold it, so, bite your finger, yeah, now write your name in blood, and leave your fingerprints, well, that's all. Well done. And now, to the world of people. A girl appeared in the clearing, where a second ago it had been empty. Raising her head and covering her eyes with her hand like a visor, the red-haired girl began to look for the sun. Having found it, Naruto opened her eyes in surprise. The sun had already half set below the horizon. Having picked up the scroll with explanations and the scroll with the signed contract that appeared, the odd-eyed woman ran towards the customer's family's house, sealing both scrolls in the dimensional pocket on her wrist as she went. When Naruto arrived at the house, everyone was just sitting down to dinner, even Kakashi came down to do it. Walking into the kitchen and sitting down in an empty seat, the girl preferred to pretend that everything was as it should be, but Sakura categorically disagreed with this. "Uzumaki, where have you been all day?" the girl asked in a raised voice. "I have a double surname, you idiot. But I already said that I trained." "Still, you have a hole in your head. Or memory lapses. I think you should contact the Irionin upon your return to the village." Kyubi's daughter calmly answered. "How was your training?" Kakashi asked with sincere curiosity in his only visible eye. "Very fruitful." The odd-eyed one nodded at something. "I think I'll show you later, senpai." The man smiled at this under his mask and was already mentally preparing to copy some technique, because his partner usually does not talk about her achievements in Fuinjutsu, which means that she mastered or honed some technique, therefore, it can be copied. Naruto, right?" asked the bridge builder, looking at the one mentioned. She nodded. "Is what that criminal said true? He couldn't be wrong, could he? People like him know that a mistake can cost your life. I don't think Momochi Zabuza will make empty assumptions." Naruto answered vaguely, hoping that the customer would have enough brains not to develop this topic. "And I heard about this Shinku Kitsune. I was just in Otakuku when I heard about it. The hotel where I stayed had a bar instead of the first floor. I, of course, spent the evening there. Sitting next to me were two shinobi, already pretty tipsy. They were talking about some kitsune. I didn't even pay much attention then, but now." Flashback. Tazuna was about to leave for his room when two shinobi sat down next to him, actively discussing something. They were clearly drunk and hardly understood that it was not worth talking about such things outside the village. One of them, smiling drunkenly, looked conspiratorially at his comrade and in a sly, insinuating tone, as far as was possible in his condition, asked, "Do you remember that little one that some bijou was taken into the ANBU? The dog took her as his partner a couple of years ago." The interlocutor of the shinobi gossip shook his head in disbelief. "This one, which seals all its defeated opponents, no? Well, damn it, it's the same one, everyone knows her, who also uses her hair in battle, either a Kekiigenkai or something else, don't you remember? Well, of course, this one, which has such a terrible CI, and chakra of two colors, well, this one, which the whole village still calls a demon." The face of the silent one lit up with understanding. "So, this little thing, damn it, disappeared a year ago." His interlocutor nodded again. "And for a reason. She was given an S-rank mission." A man of about 40, who had been silent until then, at first did not react in any way, but then his eyes widened and he let out something like a shocked exclamation, clasping his hands. "Yeah, and, what's most interesting? She did it. This little girl screwed up several international-level Nukanins. Yeah, they gave a total of 1.5 million for their heads. I heard that she brought them and showed them personally to the daimyo of each country. My friend, who is our daimyo's personal guard, said that at first she was not allowed into the palace, but she knocked out the guards with her ki and went to the daimyo. She pulled Nukanin's head by the hair. He was gray-haired, although the boy was only 20. And he was dark-haired, I already remember that myself, yeah. And she, shaking the head of the dead man in the air, began to demand payment twice as high as what was promised, yes. And I heard that she built half of the Hokage's ANBU squad. They almost lick her feet at her first order. My friend, who is our daimyo's personal guard, said that at first she was not allowed into the palace, but she knocked out the guards with her ki and went to the daimyo. She pulled Nukanin's head by the hair. He was gray-haired, although the boy was only 20. And he was dark-haired, I already remember that myself, yeah. And she, shaking the head of the dead man in the air, began to demand payment twice as high as what was promised, yes. And I heard that she built half of the Hokage's ANBU squad. They almost lick her feet at her first order. My friend, who is our daimyo's personal guard, said that at first she was not allowed into the palace, but she knocked out the guards with her ki and went to the daimyo. She pulled Nukanen's head by the hair. He was gray-haired, although the boy was only 20. And he was dark-haired, I already remember that myself, yeah. And she, shaking the head of the dead man in the air, began to demand payment twice as high as what was promised, yes. And I heard that she built half of the Hokage's ANBU squad. They almost lick her feet at her first order. And I heard that she built half of the Hokage's ANBU squad. They almost lick her feet at her first order. And I heard that she built half of the Hokage's ANBU squad. They almost lick her feet at her first order. Oh, well, you're driving me, the interlocutor said slurringly, and I heard that she eats everyone she considers strong enough, a kind of compliment, and the corpses after her remain terribly disfigured, and they also say that she stole several powerful Sharingans after massacre in the Uchiha clan, although, they say, Raven himself tried. Oh, by the way, I heard that she communicated with Raven. Yeah, and no wonder, I heard they were partners. By the way, I remembered her name. Shinku Kitsune. End of flashback. Naruto was shaking, the rumors that she had run from for so long, the memories that she was diligently trying to forget, everything overtook her again. She sat, looking into emptiness with wide eyes, and tried to calm down. It seemed that everything froze, waiting for the reaction of the main character of the retold rumors. Kakashi was also silent. He understood that it was too difficult for a 12-year-old girl to calm down after fresh wounds had opened her up. Zenmetsu was ready to saw up the excessively talkative and stupid grandfather and feed him pieces to the dogs, although everyone saw only the powerful vibration of the blade, and Kurama rushed in his subconscious from wall to wall. It was literally collapsing, and only the cage remained intact, only the bars were shaking. In a panic, the Biju tried to shout to his daughter. Naruto. Naruto. Calm down please. Enough. Now you're going to destroy everything here. Breathe. It's okay, calm down. Following her father's advice, the girl took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly and said in an almost calm voice. Almost every word in the dialogue you retold, Tazuna-san, is a lie. Or an embellished truth, which, in fact, is also a lie. My hair does sometimes move in battle due to excess chakra and its too fast movement through the circulation system, but using it, yes, it is indeed possible, but it is too chakra intensive. I haven't tied a single nuke of international level. There are only a few of them, and they are all too strong for me. I would never threaten the daimyo and demand money from him. He is a good old man, kind. Plays shogi great. And his wife is also good, also kind. Emotional truth, but also hospitable and cheerful. It makes no sense to deny that I actually have several caught criminals on my record. But, there were only 4 of them in total, and none of them were brunette. I've never eaten human flesh. And the meat of criminals too. Pork, yes, chicken, yes, I've tried fish, but never human meat. Building a detachment of ANBU Hokage is the same as pushing a child's shovel onto a rock with the faces of the Hokage, stupid, naive and dangerous. Although, yes, I do know some members of the squad. Stealing Sharingans is also useless for me, since I am completely zero in genjutsu. In addition, stealing them for the purpose of transplanting oneself would be noticeable. Transplanted dojutsu cannot be deactivated. It would be problematic for me to sell them on the black market. Besides, my blade simply does not allow me to touch all sorts of, as he considers, nasties, like eyeballs, and then she fell silent, realizing that she had said too much. Several questioning glances instantly turned to Naruto. Well, Zenmetsu is not an ordinary wakizashi. Tazuna-san, remember when we were attacked by two nuke-nin? Then their chain disappeared. So this is, in its own way, a special ability of my blade, the complete destruction of the enemy. Of course, I have complete control over this ability. Zenmetsu is half sentient because he is insane for the other half. He is very caring, so I never had anything to do with the black market, did not engage in cannibalism, and did not join any section's S-rank mission. The number and rank of missions completed is not disclosed unless the shinobi became a nuke-nin, so it should not be discussed. Therefore, I never had anything to do with the black market, did not engage in cannibalism, and did not join any section's S-rank mission. The number and rank of missions completed is not disclosed unless the shinobi became a nuke-nin, so it should not be discussed. Therefore, I never had anything to do with the black market, did not engage in cannibalism, and did not join any section's S-rank mission. The number and rank of missions completed is not disclosed unless the shinobi became a nuke-nin, so it should not be discussed. Sighing again, Naruto seemed to calm down and began to finish her dinner. Everyone else followed her example and tried to pretend that nothing had just happened, but there was a certain tension in the air. The red-haired girl frowned slightly. Sasuke realized that he didn't know much about his teammate, and that he was a little jealous of her. Sakura understood that she was much weaker than this Naruto, but stubbornly convinced herself that the girl was lying, trying to please Sasuke. Kakashi was already wondering what he would say to his partner, who sometimes cannot resist saying too much. The bridge builder's family was silent in shock. They couldn't imagine that a 12-year-old girl could be like this. Well, I think it would be appropriate to announce that tomorrow I will start training you guys. Kakashi made a smile eye. Sakura happily sparkled her eyes, hoping to learn some interesting and powerful technique. Sasuke chuckled with satisfaction, Naruto refrained from commenting, and Tsunami was sincerely indignant. But, Kakashi-san, you are in a deplorable state. I'm actually surprised how you can sit here with us now. You can't be so negligent about your health. Tsunami-san, it's just exhaustion and overexertion. In a couple of days I'll be good as new. And Naruto always has crutches for this case. Is it true? The man turned to his partner, continuing to smile sweetly with his eyes. The girl even thought she heard his thoughts, just say or do something wrong, and I'll beat you. So she decided not to risk it. Of course have. The girl nodded and, muttering something dissatisfied under her breath, unsealed a pair of crutches from her pocket on her wrist. But Tsunami-san is right, senpai. You should take care of yourself. Who cares how many techniques you know? The boy in the Panama hat asked gloomily. Inari, the entire 7th team remembered. Gato will still come with his henchmen and kill you if you don't leave. There is no need to pretend to be heroes. They don't exist anyway. Tazuna's grandson finished, prophesying. Naruto's blue eye stared at the plate again, and his right eye frowned and glared angrily at Inari. The others chose not to react, only Tsunami pulled her son back. You're wrong. Heroes exist. And it is not at all necessary that a hero is someone who always comes out of any trouble alive. To be a hero means to defend to the last what is dear to you. This means much more than being kind and strong. Heroes are those who are ready to sacrifice their lives for the sake of their principles, for the sake of loved ones, for the sake of their motherland. Understand? Naruto asked as calmly as possible. You do not understand anything. The boy shouted and, crying, ran away. I'm sorry. Kyubi's daughter stood up, and thank you for dinner. The girl said, leaving for the room assigned to the genins. Having entered the desired room, the odd-eyed woman lay down on the only untouched futon and went into her subconscious. But, instead of the usual corridors and pipes, the red-haired girl was greeted by an absolutely white space without a floor or ceiling, only here and there lay in heaps the fragments of grey walls and pipes, from which water was still dripping. Somewhere ahead, to the side, a huge cage with the QB inside continued to stand out as a bright golden spot. Somewhere behind him, right next to the golden bars, stood a whole library. The bijou himself lay with his head on his crossed paws, and seemed to be sleeping. But as soon as Naruto approached his father, his scarlet eyes opened and stared at the girl. "Sorry, Oto-san. I destroyed everything here." She bowed her head guiltily. "Everything is fine. It is not your fault. Besides, you can change everything here as you wish." The fox again shrunk to the size of a horse and lay down next to his daughter. "Is it true? And you were silent? Kami, I could improve your living conditions so much." Naruto was indignant. The girl closed her eyes and imagined a clearing instead of emptiness. A quiet, beautiful clearing. When the red-haired girl looked around again, she saw exactly what she had imagined, only the cage with the bijou and the library remained in place. No matter how much the odd-eyed woman tried, her father's prison did not want to disappear. Then Naru, having thought about it, decided that if the bars cannot be removed, then they can be changed. The floor and roof of the cage disappeared at the first request of the mistress of the subconscious. Therefore, after a couple of seconds, Kyubi was sitting in the middle of a clearing, beyond which a dense forest began. Streams of sweat rolled from the girl's forehead, but she smiled. "Of course, I couldn't remove the cage completely, but I was able to expand it," said the woman with different eyes. "Nothing, this is only possible with the key that the hermit has." Kurama reassured, "But now I feel very comfortable here. And, besides, you are the first in my memory who was able to change a cell." "Oto-san. I was thinking, if you are the fox boss, then I can summon you, right?" Yes, you're right. It's possible. Only I will appear in a reduced size." "Why?" "Well, just imagine how much chakra is needed to summon such a colossus like me. Plus, if I appear in my true size, it will cause panic among people, and I myself will destroy the area where you are to all the tailed ones. Well, the press won't allow it. So, one way or another, you will be able to appear in this world, right? So you can absorb people's souls and bodies, right?" "Well, I haven't thought about it, but in theory, yes." The fox scratched his chin, realizing that his daughter was a genius. The bijou himself would never have thought of such a thing. "Great. That means you won't sit here and starve anymore." Naruto clapped her hands happily. "But, damn, I just started thinking about it. When I sleep, I have no control over my body, and the tails usually appear." "And? What is the problem? You didn't worry about this before." "Previously. I was alone at night with Sakura, who sleeps without her hind legs, and now I will be in the same room with Kakashi-senpai, who, it seems, is not surprised by anything, and Sasuke, who is an Uchiha with an awakened Sharingan, and who don't understand." The fox was about to calm his daughter down, but she began to disappear because she heard the call in reality. "Umaki. Uzumaki, bijou damn you!" Sakura called. Seeing that they were ready to listen to her, the girl immediately got down to business. "Why are you scaring me like that? Then you start to leak, then you smile, crazy." "Oh, sorry. How much time?" 10 p.m. Everyone goes to bed because Kakashi-sensei promised training. Sasuke's POV. Since the very morning I did not stop the thought process. At night I could not sleep, and I saw something. Yes, exactly, something. I simply could not call it anything else. What did I see there? I saw Naruto sleeping. No, the girl quite normally lay on the futon, turning her back to everyone. And behind my red-haired teammate, 9 fluffy red tails fluttered. On the girl's head there were 2 long ears with a black inner side. Of course, I realized a long time ago that Naruto is a Jinchuriki, but it's still creepy. The bijou inside could give the odd-eyed one strength, unprecedented power, capable of killing even the sensei. Why, with the power of the bijou, Naruto could have destroyed the entire village long ago. But she still hasn't done it. So, maybe she is not a demon, and the people of Konoha are mistaken? Yes, I don't argue, she's strong, quick-tempered, and that right eye of hers, but she's also kind, cheerful, patient, does not boast of her abilities, although I myself would probably mix everyone up with dirt, if I had at least the same blade. She has probably also gone through a lot, remember even that same beating 6 years ago. I think that Uzumaki Yoko no Naruto is definitely better than many of the other girls from our class. Probably only Hinata can compete with her, she doesn't hang on to me either. But, in my opinion, Naruto is better, she doesn't have a dojutsu, I don't know why, but it's a plus, and she's more beautiful. Naru can also sing, only Hinata, she doesn't hang on to me either. But, in my opinion, Naruto is better, she doesn't have a dojutsu, I don't know why, but it's a plus, and she's more beautiful. Naru can also sing, only Hinata, she doesn't hang on to me either. But, in my opinion, Naruto is better, she doesn't have a dojutsu, I don't know why, but it's a plus, and she's more beautiful. Naru can also sing. Hirono said that in the morning I was even more mysterious and brutal than usual. I preferred to pretend that I didn't hear her, however, as usual. Sensei, almost completely wrapped in bandages by the customer's caring daughter, could barely move, using crutches that Naru had taken out yesterday from, as I understood, a spatial pocket on his wrist. How did she place it? I'll have to ask. Kakashi-sensei led us to a small clearing where we could still detect the remnants of someone's chakra. I noticed how the mentor glanced sideways at Naruto. I did that too. I don't know why, but I did it. Hirono, following my gaze, began to burn a hole in the odd-eyed one. And yet, why does Naruto not like Hirono so much? First of all, I would like to know your skills, said the sensei. The pink-haired girl's hand instantly shot into the air. Senpai, wait. The odd-eyed one made some kind of seal, and 4 of her clones appeared. Moreover, they are hardly illusory. They scattered in 4 different directions and cordoned off the clearing with scrolls that appeared from nowhere. They also folded a couple of seals and rested their hands on the edges of the scrolls placed on the ground. The middle of these scrolls was distributed along the perimeter of the clearing. So much chakra came out of their palms that it was visible. And Naruto's chakra is darker than other people's. However, her blade's chakra is even darker. That's it, now you can. I know perfectly well and can apply all the material from the Ninja Academy. Hirono stated proudly. And what is there to be proud of? And I have good chakra control, she added, looking triumphantly at Naruto. She just chuckled, folding her arms over her chest. Sensei stared at me, apparently expecting to receive characteristics. I know several Kado techniques, basic techniques of the academy, I know advanced theoretical material, I know how to use the first stage Sharingan. Well, that's wonderful. Then let's start training. The mentor made an eye smile. Hey! Why didn't Uzumaki tell about her abilities? The green-eyed girl screamed, obviously expecting her rival to say that she couldn't do anything. Naru herself angrily hissed, I have a double surname, but said out loud. It's a long list. In such a mocking tone. We have a lot of time, don't we, Sasuke-kun? She threw a loving glance at me. I just chuckled. Like, it's none of my business, figure it out yourself. Well, okay. And I'll list it. But not all. I have a good command of wakizashi, understand and improve in fuinjutsu, and master the techniques of katan, raitan, suitan and futon. From Kato I know the great jet of flame, breath of the dragon, demonic embrace, and several others. From Raitun I know Chidori, curse of the sky, panther claw, and a couple more similar ones. From Suetun I know the techniques water dragon, great wall of water, water bullets, and several more. From Futon, I have access to techniques such as vacuum explosion, wind blade, and heaven's kiss. My non-elemental techniques, well, the typical Kawarimi, flying thunder god technique, Rasengan, Odama Rasengan, Rasen Shuriken, shadow cloning, not to be confused with the illusory one, Henge. I have good chakra control and is pretty good at taijutsu. There was silence. Sensei didn't even seem surprised that a 12-year-old girl has such a wealth of techniques. But Haruno was not going to give up and lower in Sasuke-kun's eyes. You're probably lying. Half of these techniques most likely simply do not exist. Take the same Chidori, Rasengan, Odama Rasengan, Rasen Shuriken, Flying Thunder God technique, Kiss of Heaven, Demonic Embrace, the last three are generally strangely named. You probably just came up with them. And there are no Fuinjutsu masters left in the world. Here. And this shows that you have a good enough memory to remember my last name. Naru rejoiced. In general, Chidori is a technique that Kakashi-senpai invented. Don't offend senpai. Rasengan, Odama Rasengan, Rasen Shuriken, and Flying Thunder God technique are techniques that my father invented. Most of the elemental techniques were shown to me by Kakashi-senpai and another senpai. Fuinjutsu masters are Uzumaki. And you never bothered to mention the second part of my last name. I am Uzumaki Yoko no Naruto. And so you don't have any questions, I mastered shadow cloning when I was 7 or 8 years old. The catch is that for a person with a normal chakra reserve it is quite difficult to create at least one such clone. And you're kind of special, right? The pink-haired girl narrowed her eyes. Well, just so you know, the Uzumaki clan had an improved genome, increased recovery speed and a large reserve of chakra. Prove that at least one of these techniques is real. Haruno demanded. Is she kidding me? However, Naruto easily agreed. Why not? Rasengan. And chakra began to accumulate in her right hand. There was so much of it that you could easily see it spinning at incredible speed in your hand. And then the technique slipped from the creator's fingers and crashed into a tree, the tree exploded. Then the odd-eyed one began to make seals with incredible speed. Chidori. A chirping sound characteristic of lightning was heard. Only now, it seemed that hundreds, no, thousands of lightning bolts were striking somewhere very nearby. A sphere of lightning formed around the same right hand. Naru crouched down, slamming her hand with the technique into the stone. There was a decent-sized hole left in it with scorched edges. Well, I already showed you Fuinjutsu. Well, there, the barriers that I set up, the pocket on my wrist, so she set this up for herself? I'll have to ask them to install it for me too. Well. Let's start training, Kakashi-sensei said. Oh, wow, I thought he fell asleep there. Sakura, Sasuke, can you walk on vertical surfaces using chakra? We both shook our heads. Well, then I will show and explain. You need to concentrate your chakra in your legs. A certain amount, and constantly apply it to the feet. If you pour in a little more, the surface will collapse and you will fall off. If you pour in a little less, you'll just lose your temper. I will show you now. And, helping himself with crutches, the sensei headed to the nearest tree. He rested his crutches on it, pulled himself up on them and put his feet on the trunk. After that, just as slowly as he reached the tree, he began to walk up it, and then went down. It's better to climb up by running, it's easier that way. The mentor finished off us. Half an hour later, Haruno was able to climb to the top of the pine tree at a leisurely stroll, where she sat down, dangling her legs. This is what I understand, control. Although, with its volume, it simply had to be perfect. And I couldn't even run to get at least to the middle of the tree. Sad disappointment. And Naruto sat down next to the sensei, talking about something. She frowned, tensely either explaining or proving something. Kakashi-sensei was probably scolding her for showing off. Although these are such powerful techniques, I think it's worth asking my mentor to teach me at least Chidori. And at some point, something came into Haruno's head again, and she shouted, without getting off the branch. "Hey, Uzumaki, why aren't you training? Do you think she showed a couple of some techniques, and everything is cooler than boiled eggs? Come on, plow with us. I have a double last name, and I know you remember." However, Naruto deliberately slowly walked up to one of the trees and just as slowly reached the top, after which she descended. This is control. The first time. Yes, she is some kind of chakra monster. How, I ask, how did she do it? With such and such a volume of chakra, she can use a bunch of different techniques, almost without thinking about the costs. Oh, Sasuke, if only you knew how wrong you are. Well, since we have everything settled, then I think I can take Naruto to a separate training session. The sensei smiled with his eyes and took the mentioned one in an unknown direction. End POV Sasuke. Kakashi's POV. Flashback. When I was given the next genin team, I was not surprised. It's been 5 years since they've been giving it, that's how it is. But all these teams are not what I'm ready to work with, let's put it that way. All these children were ready to carry out any of my orders, not caring about their friends and comrades. And what I value most is teamwork. Therefore, I was not surprised when I received another trio of genin in my care. But I was surprised when they refused to provide me with folders with the personal files of my students, saying only, "You'll see. All." And then they finished off with the fact that it was impossible to refuse them. I left the Hokage residence in a more than lousy mood. Not only would I have to leave my ANBU service, I would also have to deal with a bunch of uncouth kids who hardly knew even one elemental technique. And Naruto was sent on vacation. It's also unpleasant. And what to do? I became attached to this girl. She's weird, to be honest. Either he is silent almost all the time, or he chatters incessantly about something. Either he is a model of not giving a damn, or he clings to every detail. In battle she is always cruel, merciless, I admit, a little sadistic, although she often acts on emotions, but in life she is always cheerful, kind, afraid of offending a fly, so insightful and smart. She always had a highly developed intuition. Naruto could feel someone's gaze on her and, after analyzing the sensations, draw conclusions. Although, the latter is rather a plus for intelligence. Well, this time she didn't really explain anything to me, because the phrase, "Order of the Hokage," has never been an explanation for me. Oh, remember the sun, here is a ray. At the exit from the residence, Fox was waiting for me. I was always amazed at her ability to work as a psychologist at the right time. And at these moments I willingly played the client of this same psychologist. So after 20 minutes of sitting in the cafe, my partner learned about all my new misfortunes, including the delay in the release of Jiraiya Sannin's new book. Nodding understandingly and saying some words of consolation, Naruto promised to convey this to Guy. And thanks for that. At least he won't touch me. When I saw my team, I was happy at first. Naruto was sent to the academy, and now we will continue to see each other and complete missions. On top of everything, the missions will be simple, no higher than C rank, so this can be considered a vacation. Beauty. But it all started too well. While meeting the team, I realized that nothing of what I had managed to imagine would happen. Firstly, in addition to Naruto, the little Avenger Uchiha Sasuke was on the team. And, I believe, he was going to take revenge on his own brother. Secondly, the third member of the team turned out to be a clanless girl, obsessed only with Sasuke-kun and, most likely, devoting little time to training. This can be seen in her physique, well-groomed thin hands with delicate skin and gait. For comparison, Naruto is much thinner, but her muscles are pumped up, her hands have rough skin and often have a couple of calluses, and the gait, well, I don't even know how to explain it. For those who train a lot, it is different. This clanless one, Haruno Sakura, also called Lisa an upstart. Naruto? And an upstart? I am surprised. It's reassuring to know that this little Avenger either doesn't really like noise or arguing, or he likes Naruto. In the case of the latter, I would gloat. Kami, and again Neru's eyes move separately. Of course, I'm already used to it, but it's still creepy. Over the next month, the guys carried out D-rank missions. Naruto walked around happy and content. Indeed, why shouldn't she be happy? There is money in the account, the missions are easy, live and be happy. Haruno Sakura walked around with such a face as if she had lost the meaning of life, and was clearly dissatisfied with the missions. She also constantly yelled at Lisa, was indignant that doing this low-level nonsense was useless, and, as if all this was not enough, she constantly hung herself on Uchiha Sasuke. The last owner of the Sharingan himself, not counting me, of course, walked gloomily, but did not show dissatisfaction, joy or other emotions regarding catching cats, weeding gardens and similar activities. One day Haruno was indignant that they were plowing, and I, you see, was resting. I wanted to say, baby, I've already plowed so many fields that you won't plow in 10 years, even if that's all you do around the clock. But instead, with an air of offended innocence, I pointedly looked up from the book and declared, "You're wrong, Sakura. I don't rest, but indulge in memories. Bitter and terrible memories." And, giving himself more seriousness, he added, "If you are confident in your nerves, I can show you. Just not to laugh." Wow, he didn't laugh. Sakura stands pale and frightened, and Naruto is giggling somewhere on the side. As a result, the guys returned to weeding the garden, and I really indulged in memories. This was a year and a half ago, before Lisa went on her first S-rank mission. We then went to the Land of Lightning. Naruto was gloomy from the very beginning of the mission and inserted her databao every word. I was still very surprised then. It seemed like an A-rank mission had already been carried out, and Lisa herself had already managed to complete one of these, but for some reason the girl was worried and nervous. She constantly hovered in the clouds and rubbed her wakizashi until the last, and every time I look at him, I imagine the faces of the elders when Naruto refused to take the standard blade offered by the village, showing hers. And it smelled terrible. After application, of course, the smell of this nasty thing disappears, but still, where did she get the recipe for this thing? Calls it blood of the unicorn. It should be assumed that this is the name of the poison. But then why lubricate a blade with the ability to completely destroy the enemy with poison? So, something from my memories threw me somewhere into philosophy. The essence of the mission was to take some scroll to the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. The mission is generally safe, but received such a high rank due to its importance. So I just didn't understand my partner's worries. But in vain. When we gave the scroll personally to the daimyo, we were literally forced to spend the night in the palace. And they even decided to entertain. Since we were accommodated in adjacent rooms, we could perfectly hear what was happening behind the wall. About 7 women ran up to Naruto, who began to squeeze her and say how hard it must be for her. They talked so much nonsense. But about the same number of women literally burst into me, although, more likely, girls who were trying to either seduce me or find out something. But I didn't buy it. With a martyr's look, I looked up from the book and asked what brought them to me. And then he beautifully and unobtrusively dismissed everyone, "Get out, I'm tired." The beauties resisted, but only until the moment when someone's frightened squeal, roar, and the sound of some heavy object falling came from the adjacent room. Then all the squeezers ran out of the door into Neru's room, wildly screaming something about a demon. Behind them, the demon himself appeared on the threshold of his room. She stood hunched over and growling, her fangs lengthened, her other eye turned red, and the stripes on her cheeks became thicker and more distinct. And immediately even my guests fled. Naruto, saying between roars, "I'll kill everyone," slowly moved towards the women huddled in the far corner. Ahem. "Lisa, this is my room," I said sternly, trying to restrain the outbursts of joy and tenderness in myself. I was saved from a horde of unknown women. I'm almost happy. "Oh, senpai, sorry. I couldn't resist." The red-haired girl immediately took on a more human form and turned to me, smiling innocently. "But you can't fool me." Her gaze contained resentment, anger and melancholy. "Well, it happens to everyone. Go to your room and rest. The journey was long," I said in a deliberately calm voice. "Oh yes, scaring people is sacred. And you should have seen the faces of the girls and women sent. I very much doubt that they came on their own, when they listened to our conversation." Naruto went into her room, and I looked around at the huddled group of women with a menacing gaze. "Now take the trouble to explain yourself." We had to provide a good rest for the G guests. One particularly brave one stammered. "And? What scared you all so much?" She's a demon," the same woman said, emboldened. "She is plump, with a red face and a wide nose, dressed in something resembling a faded gray sundress. She was definitely going to Naruto. But you are in vain. Lisa is my partner, friend and just a good person. Who are you all to judge her?" I asked sternly. Oh, this statement about the demon almost drove me crazy. Firstly, they insulted my partner, and I, driven by the principles of teamwork, was equally insulted. Secondly, Naruto is a really good person and I grew attached to her. But people don't do that. Why, you saw, this girl behaves like an animal. The woman's exclamation was supported by an approving roar. The fox is hot-tempered, yes. And I believe you struck a nerve with her, because she is a very peace-loving person. We are both tired after a long journey, so we will be extremely grateful if you all get out of here." The whole company of guests sidled up to the door and disappeared behind it. I tiredly plopped down on the bed. I wonder how Naruto is doing. She's probably sitting there sulking that she was called a demon again. Poor child, even in a foreign country they continue to label her with this label that she so hates. Demon. And 20 minutes later Lisa came out. I removed the beacons and listening devices from them. Something is wrong here. And she left. And in the morning we woke up in a dungeon. Amazing. Senpai, what's going on? My partner crawled up to me. I don't know, Naruto, I don't know. Any ideas? We're in a dungeon, which means we were caught at night and locked up. There are few barriers along the perimeter. Of course, they won't save me from me, but it won't be possible to put up a normal barrier without Uzumaki. There is a window near the ceiling, through which you can see the roots of a tree. We're underground. I guess something happened and we will be notified about it later. Although, you can, of course, try to escape. At such moments I would not even be able to mention that she is only 10. Let's wait and see. If there is a threat to our lives, we will run away. Naruto nodded and sat down against the wall, staring into space. All clear. I don't know how long we sat there. By my calculations, at least 3 hours. All this time passed in silence. Oh, I would like such schizophrenia, a blade that talks in your head and a Biju who knows a lot of interesting stories. The fox even once said that if one of them screams loudly enough, those nearby will also hear. And then, finally, the door opened. A powerful tall figure appeared in the opening. Follow me. And no tricks. We stood up and silently followed him. Uncle, where are we going? Naruto asked. If she turns on the fool, then she will ask insignificant questions, but she will pull out the information cleanly. To the daimyo. Well, we were with him. Do you need anything else? Yes. You will be interrogated. And then, probably, they will be executed. Oh. What did we do, Databayo? Don't know. The man frowned even more. Answer politely and don't be rude. You won't be able to escape. The palace is literally crammed with shinobi. Uncle, are you a shinobi too? Yes. Are you a strong shinobi? And she looks so trustingly, her eyes wide open. A good actor died in Naruto. And the accompanying person is silent, decides, does not know what to say. Finally, he answered. Yes. Wow, that's great. Do you know Kenjutsu? And I just now noticed that they didn't even bother to take our weapons off. This, of course, is great, but it's still a shame. They decided that even in full uniform, which we didn't take off for the night, we wouldn't be able to get out. Yes. Cool. And here in Konoha you won't find any Kenjutsu masters during the day, they've all been sorted into special squads. And they are all so secretive and proud. The fox grimaced dramatically. Just don't giggle. You can show off a couple of cool moves, right? What's the point? You will still be executed. So what? But I will see some cool Kenjutsu techniques. So it's no longer a pity to die. The escort stopped and took out a katana. Is he serious? Did you buy it? And this strange man showed several blows and, apparently deciding to intimidate Nara, delivered a roundhouse kick. He probably didn't immediately understand what prevented him from completing the blow. And Naruto, holding her wakizashi in front of her, looked at the man with delight. It's great. The man chuckled, turned around and walked on. Silence. Long silence. And then, out of the blue, Lisa asked a question that even confused me. Uncle, do you have a family? Yes. Wife and daughter. This is cool. He threw a bewildered glance at the red-haired girl over his shoulder, and she smiled sadly. It's very nice when someone is waiting for you at home. When there is a family. When there is somewhere to return and someone to live for. But she's right. It's great. Naruto even once mentioned that she would really like a family. Small or big, but happy, where she would be accepted with all her shortcomings. I seem to remember less and less that my partner is not only the fox of the famous Shinku Kitsune, but also a 10-year-old orphan. Yes, they are not waiting for me. My daughter has grown up and doesn't remember me, and my wife never loved me. They got married according to convenience. He seemed to be boiling. If only I didn't start pouring out my soul, otherwise I won't be able to stand it. Then why don't you leave them? A completely logical question. But only for the clanless. In the clan they wouldn't even think about asking such a question. You can't, honor, duty, and all that, but if you leave the village, they'll declare you a nuke-nin, and then everything will be lost. We came. And again we came to the throne room of the daimyo. A huge hall, everything is so pompous, it's almost sickening. And on the throne at the end of the hall sits a carcass. It's a carcass, there's no other way to call it. If the first time I didn't pay much attention to his appearance, now I felt disgusted. How is this possible? Yes, even Naruto, who eats like crazy, walks thin. And the guys from the Akimichi clan, even those will seem thin next to the daimyo of the Land of Lightning. Our escort, by the way, grimaced. And the daimyo, with a smart and extremely proud look, waved his hand and said. So. Criminals, what can you say in your defense? Criminals? Suddenly. Sorry? What exactly are we accused of? Naruto asked. The daimyo grimaced, then turned slightly pale, and then, in a tone as if he had done the greatest favor, said. "You killed a citizen of my country." "Whoa? Well, bring me the blind man who said that. I want to look him in the eye." Naruto was indignant. Sometimes she doesn't know how to restrain herself at all. And the daimyo turned even more pale and muttered something. "I have every right to refuse you. Therefore, I'll ask a few questions so as not to take up my time. Who did we kill?" Naruto interrupted Carcass. "My nephew. You killed my nephew, Shirbua." The head of the country of lightning patiently explained, making a face. "Allah, you offended me greatly, but I'm kind and will pretend that nothing happened." "But, Daimyo-sama," I said. "This is impossible. Mr. Shirbua died 5 years ago. We simply couldn't kill him, since I don't do assassination missions out of principle, and my partner is not even 12. I believe that you are trying to slander us." Naruto understood this too, but I carefully did not let her get a word in, as this would destroy all the diplomacy of the mission. Well, what's left of this diplomacy? The fox just glowed with kindness and willingness to negotiate. "No, really." The scarlet chakra of the bijou began to cover my partner's body. The tails fluttered, the lips spread into a sweet smile. Drawing the wakizashi from its sheath on her back, she almost chanted. "Dear Tasha-sama, I am not very good at diplomacy. And Zenmetsu isn't very good either." "Really, honey?" The girl lovingly stroked the blade. "But Zenmetsu just loves trying new blood." "Well, we won't deprive him of such a small joy as the absolute destruction of the daimyo of the land of lightning that he so hates, will we?" The murderous CI literally crushed everyone to the ground. Except for me, of course, I'm used to it. And our escort also just got nervous. Somehow, Tasha-sama croaked something resembling an apology. And then everything stopped. The Kyuubi's chakra was sucked back in and the Ki disappeared. And then, saying, "Well, we'll go," she grabbed me by the sleeve of my uniform and dragged me to the exit. On the way out, the same escort caught up with us and asked to come with us. Naruto glared at him and agreed. I didn't object. And the man's name, by the way, was Nintai. End of flashback. And so, we are sitting in a clearing, our crutches are lying somewhere to the side, and in the next clearing Sasuke and Sakura are training. I dragged Naruto to a separate training session. As usual, we started silently, abruptly, without even getting into our starting positions, and exchanged a series of blows. We jumped back, looking into each other's eyes. And at the same time we begin to fold the seals. Different. I decided to make fun of him and hit him with the Doton technique, the only element that Naruto does not master. She started with Suetun. And so, a stone golem and a water dragon collided. Both techniques dissipated, splashing us both with water and covering us with small stones. Nara shook herself funny, completely imitating some animal. The throwing iron was used. Here Lisa has a slight advantage. If I need to take shurikens and kunai out of my pouch, then she needs the bag on her hip just for show. Almost her entire arsenal of throwing weapons is stored in a dimensional pocket on her right wrist. Such throwings were interrupted by a wall of air. No, Naruto wasn't tired. She was tired. I already know. The next moment I am attacked from behind with a sword. I barely managed to leave as a replacement. This unicorn blood of hers is killer stuff. After sparring, of course, I always get an antidote if they manage to cut me, but during sparring it's terribly annoying. And when I tried to scorch her with Katon, the girl gracefully dodged and, having made the seals, said, "Futon, air press." Something new. And while I was admiring the technique and marveling at its appearance, it almost reached me, and I barely managed to dodge. Where my carcass was a second ago, there was a dent of considerable depth. Cruel. At the last moment, I managed to get away from the line of attack of a huge amount of throwing iron. And when does Naruto have time to make clones? Damn Uzumaki blood. I wish I could. And while I indulged in melancholy on the topic, how great it is to have Uzumaki as predecessors, I sadly folded the seals for another Doton technique. Oh yes, Naruto is getting angry and starting to act more and more based on emotions. Again the seals end. Bijou tail technique. No. The most terrible technology. The lengthened manageable hair reached out towards me. I began to dodge as best I could. But they got me. Oh, no. This is too cruel. The tips of these bloody scarlet tails rose in front of me, as if teasing and showing an instrument of torture. And then, as if in slow motion, they reached out to me, and began to tickle. I bravely endured for almost half a minute. Could not resist. He chuckled and then laughed. Although no, I didn't laugh. I laughed. I won, senpai. The girl screamed joyfully, lowering me to the ground. But stop giving in. This is dishonest and offensive. Naruto pointedly turned away. I sighed and patted her on the shoulder. Like, don't be upset. Then they grab me by the hand and throw me to the ground. And nothing more. She looks at me, silently asking a question. I grinned under my mask, nodded and jumped on the spot, taking a vertical position and immediately snatching a kunai. A hail of blows rained down on me, still without words, which I so far successfully repelled. Then, without saying a word, we jumped away from each other. Several seals, and a powerful jet of flame flew at my opponent, which she repulsed with a stream of air, directing the flame, enhanced by the wind, into my face. Oh, what a nuisance. I quickly dodged by throwing a kunai with an explosion seal. And he's flying at me again. Now, trouble. I also had to protect my legs from the explosion. My life is a tin. I dodge again, only this time from her technique. Air blade technique. Hurt. And hidden in the gusts of wind were several kunai. It hurts too. And then she disappeared. And she appeared behind me, striking quickly with her blade. I barely had time to react. A 12-year-old girl is fighting with me almost on an equal footing. Either to be proud of my partner, or to be upset that she can do this, but I can't. We fought like this for another 20 minutes, destroying the clearing and covering it with more and more craters. We were interrupted by a surprised exclamation. This is wow. We stopped fighting, the kunai whistled past my ear and slammed into the ground somewhere behind me. Turning our heads towards the sparring violator, we saw Haruno Sakura, on whose face surprise, delight, and some notes of fear were mixed. Uchiha Sasuke stood nearby, looking at this with such a face, as if he wanted to say something like, again, these children did not share a shoulder blade. At least that's how I deciphered his look. Naruto visibly tensed. And have you seen much? Everything starts with the phrase, this is dishonest and offensive. The brunette answered with a chuckle. How do you both know such techniques? Senpai copied several techniques and explained them to me. Some of them were taught to me by other friends. I mastered some techniques from scrolls left by my parents. I don't know about senpai. I just chuckled. The scrolls left behind by parents is an invaluable treasure trove of information stored in Naruto's subconscious. She herself once mentioned this. Although, there is not much information there on ninjutsu, and almost no information on genjutsu at all. Naruto told me this too. And while I was thinking, two pairs of curious eyes stared at me. What a trifle, I wonder where to dial a technician. Here comes the shish. Don't know. Just somehow. I shrugged, as if convincing everyone of the veracity of my words. So, okay, if you're both here, that means you've already mastered tree walking? Well done. Now let's go to the customer's house. Well, then I'll go ahead. See you. Naru stated and galloped off through the trees. Oh, those habits of hers. And I, picking up my crutches, hobbled after her. The remaining 2 genin stood there, but then also walked towards Tazuna-san's house. Upon returning, I immediately sent the kids upstairs to shower. From the backyard I heard a fragment of a phrase said in a raised tone, after which an angry Naruto literally flew into the house. What could have made her so angry? And there, in the backyard, the customer's grandson is sitting, courageously trying not to cry. So what's going on? I went out into the backyard and sat down next to the boy. He looked at me strangely and then turned away. Had a fight with Naruto? The boy nodded his head. Because of which? I said that fighting is useless and there are no heroes, and she got angry and yelled at me. It's strange that she didn't kill her. However, Inari does not need to know about this. Instead of voicing my thoughts, I sighed heavily. You know, I can understand why Naruto was so angry. I raised my eyes to the sky. The boy stared at me blankly. Interestingly, she's an orphan. Her parents died defending their native village. Since childhood, Naruto has undergone brutal training that sometimes even adults cannot withstand. And she never gave up. She always went to victory. She was used to thinking that it was better to die on the battlefield in agony than to live like a coward. For Naruto, your words are, disgusting and unacceptable, let's say. Well, okay, I still need to take a shower, so bye. And left. Okay, now I have to find Naruto and talk to her before she kills anyone. The necessary source of chakra was on the roof. When I got there, I saw the fox sitting with her back to me and looking at the sunset. I decided not to approach Naru for now, to look at her further actions. Senpai, stop standing behind me. Did you want something? Lisa is clearly not in the mood. Are you so offended? Emma. Insightful as always. I smiled. I'm sure she felt it. Yes, I wanted to know why Tazuna-san's grandson offended you so much. I sat down next to him. He said that there are no heroes, that fighting is useless. How could he even say that? Doesn't he understand? Naruto, you yourself must understand that not everyone shares your views. Besides, this is just a civilian child, the ideals of a shinobi are alien to him. The boy is only 8 years old. Even in clans where children grow up quickly, this is a very young age. Don't compare others to yourself. There are practically no geniuses like you. And, without allowing his partner to say a word, he left. Not into the sunset, really, but in the same direction. This day was very tiring. And it will be necessary, after all, to find out why Lisa and her friends meet only near Henge. Yes, we must not forget. Now, I'll actually take a shower and go down to dinner. And the dinner took place in such an atmosphere, as if the queen of drama, Haruno Sakura, the boy from the prophecy to save the world, Uchiha Sasuke, the legendary killer which is true, Uzumaki Yoko no Naruto, gathered around the table, grandson of the Sandaime Hokage, Inari, 2 random people and myself. They ate in silence. But the ki emitted by the fox made up for the lack of sounds. Creepy. And where does the child have such a terrible aura? At the end of dinner, I informed the genin that we were resuming the mission and outlined the duty schedule. Those who are not on duty are training. Is everything fair and correct? Even at dinner, I noticed that Uchiha Sasuke was casting glances at Kitsune. At first they were gloomy. Then with a certain amount of interest, and by the end of dinner they were completely apprehensive. Why such mood swings, child? Is there something I don't know? End POV Kakashi. Sasuke's POV. Another week passed in duty and training. Today Naruto is training, and Hiruno, Kakashi-sensei, and I are guarding the bridge builder. Honestly, I'm ready to hang myself from this smell of fumes emanating from the customer, but, as if this were not enough, Hiruno Sakura began to try even more actively to woo me. It's already starting to irritate me. Well, at least after that training session between Naruto and Kakashi-sensei, this idiot stopped clinging to and yelling at the second girl on the team for every reason. This makes me happy. Even after what we saw, Naruto does not become arrogant and continues to communicate normally with us. Well, if you can call her greetings into the void in the morning and Hiruno's angry glances in response normal. Sensei is generally taciturn and is constantly reading some kind of book. Hiruno tried for a long time to stop her mentor from reading constantly, but there was no result. Well, that's right. And speaking of fame, when did Naruto become a famous ninja? Shinku Kitsune, many people in Konoha talk about her. They are proud. Like, look, such a child is already an S-class shinobi. And Naruto is treated with contempt. Question, why? Because she's a Jinchuriki? Strange. Hypocrisy? Perhaps. Okay, I got distracted. We'll be waking up soon, so there's no point in falling asleep again. I turned on my side and came across a peacefully sleeping Naruto. When she sleeps, her face becomes so peaceful, and the ears and tails that appear make her image somehow mystical, mysterious, so. I was taken to the wrong step. Revenge on your brother, you have to think about revenge, huh? I don't trust myself anymore. But I still have to become stronger. And today Hiruno, sensei and I are on duty. It's cold on the bridge. Very. The humid wind chills to the bones. To warm up, the sensei advised to circulate chakra throughout the body. This, of course, helps, but then everything hurts. Naruto doesn't seem to feel any such discomfort at all. After duty she returns cheerful and cheerful. After Naruto's first duty, the customer generally tried to stay away from her. To the question, what happened? Instead of Tazuna, Kakashi-sensei answered us, saying with a smile that the red-haired girl was carrying blocks, trying to help the builders. I saw these blocks. One of these weighs 200 to 300 kilograms. Although, I was more amazed that Naruto dragged the sensei on her shoulder for a good 10 kilometers. Yes, and today, as I mentioned earlier, Hiruno, Kakashi-sensei and I are on duty. The pink-haired one is of no use at all. She just runs after me with her tail and looks around. No, of course, a little precaution wouldn't hurt, but a shinobi must be able to sense chakra. Even ordinary people have it, so bandits can be easily sensed when they approach. In addition, if you cannot see the enemy, you can almost always feel the chakra. It's especially cold on the bridge today. And there are no workers. Strange, in my opinion. And the wind is colder. The customer got nervous. And for good reason. The bridge was shrouded in fog, after which I felt rather than heard the approach of a person. 2 people. This is not good, oh, this is not good. I was right. Nothing good followed the fog. Hiruno, well done, immediately came to the customer's defense. At least it's of some use. A vaguely familiar voice talked to the sensei about something, after which a guy in a mask attacked me. This is the same guy who took the corpse of that nuke Nin that Naruto killed. Or did you fail? So, now it doesn't matter, because a guy in a mask attacked me with enviable persistence. Damn, he's strong. Senbons flew at me, which I fought off in half. The guy was actively pushing me away from the customer and Hiruno, and at the same time from the sensei, who was fighting with someone. Within a couple of seconds, huge mirrors appeared around me. Senbons flew from all sides. Many have already dug into my body. Hurt. Somewhere between the mirrors a scarlet head of hair flashed. Naruto. She can break the mirrors outside, and then. Distracted, at the last moment I noticed a line of Senbon flying right into my face. Less than a second later, Naruto appeared in front of me. The girl screamed briefly, catching all the needles. "Well, why are you up, you Sharingan idiot?" she growled. And I seemed to freeze and finally guessed to turn on the dojutsu. The entire world around us instantly transformed. The next moment I was already blocking Nara from the Senbon. End POV Sasuke. As if in slow motion, Naruto saw her teammate's falling body. And this stirred something in the girl's mind. The crushing, terrible CI literally flattened all the mirrors, and the guy barely had time to jump out of his equipment. Two red tails appeared from behind again, black stripes ran from the eyes through the hair, intertwining with clots of orange-red energy and forming two long red ears with a black inner side. The whites and irises merged into a solid scarlet color, and the fangs and nails became noticeably longer. The battle has reached a stalemate. Falling to the ground, the girl pushed off, rising into the air in a long jump. Naruto landed right on top of the masked boy, breaking the last of the dense energy that enveloped the fox's body. With a deep growl, the red-haired woman raised her clawed hand to strike. With a whistle characteristic of such speed, the claws sank into the ground a few centimeters from the boy's neck. "You're Haku, right? The weapon Momochi Zabuza boasts about? I'll tell you what, Haku. Take your dear Zabuza and get out of here." The girl growled. "If you want to save your lives, then it's better to leave. A whole crowd of bandits and not particularly dangerous Nukanins are already coming here. If we don't kill you, then they certainly will. In your condition, it is foolish to try to repel an attack. What if we join your village?" said Haku. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this, grinning slightly, but still took on her human form. "Then, let's see." A small rectangular design was immediately stuck on the guy's forehead, which immediately disappeared. The last of the Yuki clan froze and stopped breathing. The red-haired girl rushed at great speed towards the battle between Kakashi and Momochi Zabuza. They also stuck a piece of paper with a design on the Nukanin. The man staggered, then fell to the ground and stopped showing signs of life. Kakashi looked at his partner in confusion. She smiled slyly with the left half of her lips and pointed towards the customer's native village. From there you could already hear the stomping of feet and quite loud conversations. "It's going to be awesome," Naruto said terribly, licking her lips predatorily. Suddenly she bit her finger, made seals and slammed her palm onto the ground. Summoning technique. A huge cloud of smoke appeared and a rather loud bang was heard. When the smoke disappeared, the 6-meter-tall figure of Fox Boss appeared to everyone. The fox swung all his tails furiously, enjoying his first appearance on the street in 12 years. "And what? Are you suggesting that I eat this garbage? However, you have a low opinion of me. Although, it will do for the first time. Then I won't even put such disgusting stuff in my mouth. We understand that," Naruto remarked sarcastically, smiling again, this time with her lips stretched in both directions. A whole crowd of Nukanins and bandits appeared on the bridge, in front of whom a short, fat man with a plastered arm walked proudly. Laughing disgustingly, he said loudly, "Ha, I knew that you two were just useless trash, incapable of even killing 3 kids. Kill them all," he shouted to the crowd. The fox coughed tactfully into his fist, drawing attention to himself. "What kind of asshole is this? Kill him. How gross, Databayo." Naruto giggled, sitting cross-legged on Kyubi's head. "Shall we kill them, boss-sama?" the girl said with obvious mockery, focusing on addressing her father. Sasuke, who had come to his senses, looked at this picture with obvious bewilderment. Sakura, who had been standing next to the bridge builder with a kunai at the ready all this time. Did not know what to say at all. Kakashi was wondering when his partner managed to master the call, and from whom she shook this equipment, and the customer himself had been in the astral plane for a long time. Licking his lips predatorily, the Biju opened his mouth and, without chewing, swallowed several thugs. Then he opened his mouth again and repeated the procedure. Immobilized by fear and oppressive CI, Gato's minions did not even move from their place, watching as they, one after another, were devoured by a 6-meter fox with 9 tails, paws, hands, and blood-scarlet eyes with a vertical pupil. On his head sat a red-haired girl, with a certain crazy sparkle in her eyes, watching the scene of the execution of the bandits who had seized power in the country. Naruto even noted to herself at one point that she didn't care at all how excruciatingly painful it was to be digested alive in her father's huge stomach. There was simply an understanding that these were criminals and that they must be punished for their actions. It was even a little curious how this execution took place, because Naruto saw it only once, and then, briefly, everything happened so quickly that the girl did not even have time to understand what had happened. And Asha's eyes then sparkled with madness and unhealthy interest. I probably have the same crazy eyes now. A detached thought appeared somewhere in the back of my mind, but remained there. When the Bijou wanted to swallow the last remaining enemy on the bridge, Gato, a voice was heard from behind him. Can I kill him? Naruto and his father turned around in surprise. Momochi Zabuza rose from the ground. His body shook slightly, and a piece of paper with a seal appeared halfway on his hand. The red-haired woman was quite surprised by this phenomenon. No one had yet been able to resist the effect of the seal. The leaf appeared completely and slowly fell to the ground, peeling off. Certainly. Why not? Naruto jumped off the Kyuubi's head and shrugged. Hold it. And a kunai flew towards the nuke nin with its blade backwards. It was all over quickly. A couple of moments, and the shipowner's head rolls along the unfinished bridge, and his body, still twitching, falls to his knees and falls on his side. Having come to their senses after a dull sound was heard from the fall of the body, Sasuke and Sakura silently understood that if Naruto wanted, she would smear them both against the wall. How did it not dawn on them during sparring? The Bijou shrunk to the size of a fist and was soon sitting on his daughter's head. Kakashi, noticeably shabby, swayed, standing still. Sasuke remembered that he was about to suffer chakra depletion, so he hastily deactivated his Sharingan. Sakura continued to hold a stand next to the customer. Tazuna himself was staring at the 9-tailed fox, and Naruto made a seal of concentration with his right hand, after which the leaf on Haku's forehead appeared and flew off. What was that? The guy asked incomprehensibly. Fuin seal of simulated death. Immobilizes and makes breathing, chakra flow and pulse invisible to others. And I think this is a wonderful reason to drag Momochi Zabuza to Konoha. And Haku-kun wanted to join. At this phrase, the demon of the mist sharply turned his head towards his charge. He lowered his head in shame. I just wanted to. So, well, you both can chat a little later, but now Sasuke, Sakura and Kakashi-senpai and I need to complete the mission. Naruto said cheerfully. After another week, the bridge was completed. 3 genin, jounin, nuke nin and a boy in an oinin mask walked along the bridge, which would soon save the home country of its creators. POV Sakura. Finally home. The mission was so long. Wow, I'm already looking forward to a warm bath and clean clothes. And the sunny weather of our native Konoha too. It would be nice to go to a cafe later and have a hearty meal, although no, you can't. I'm on a diet. In the meantime, don't drool over the future blessings ahead of time and return to the present moment. To be honest, this Momochi Zabuza, who has been with us since that battle on the bridge, scares me. And this rail behind his back is creepy. And he walks around in only his pants, a damn exhibitionist. And this Haku actually looks like a girl. And the most offensive thing is that when Uzumaki said that he was more feminine than me, Sensei just chuckled and didn't say a word in my defense. Besides, Sasuke-kun doesn't look in my direction at all, but he constantly glances at this red-haired idiot. By the way, about her. How does she know so many techniques? Horror. And this fox with 9 tails. He has a terrible CI. She is similar to Ki with this odd-eyed one, but much scarier. The fox also has red eyes with a vertical pupil, paws in structure resemble a human palm, long ears with a black inner side. He looks like Uzumaki at the moment when we were just going to the land of waves, and when she got angry. Or was it Uzumaki who looked like this fox? 9 tails, terrible ki, and even that transformation, the picture finally became complete. This fox is none other than Kyubi no Yoko, and this Uzumaki Yoko no, yes, I remember her last name, Naruto is his Jinchuriki. We were once told about this at the academy. There are 9 bijou that are distributed among the hidden villages. These bijou are sealed into people called Jinchuriki and blah blah blah. But, something doesn't add up. If the bijou is sealed, then how did she summon him? And why did she insert part of Kyubi's nickname into her last name? Sakura? Have you really learned to think? Ek, you're warped, Uzumaki said cheerfully, throwing her hands behind her head. You should learn this process yourself first. I growled angrily. By the way, sensei, why, when Uzumaki, the mentioned one, gave me a scary look, Yoko no decided to take 2 nukenin to Konoha, did you object? Because it's useless. Without looking up from the book, the mentor said. Besides, it became her habit. From each mission he drags everyone who is not particularly busy. Ah, Naruto, why did you decide to take the nukenin Kiri and his student to Konoha? They are interesting. The girl smiled even wider. Damn, that smile of hers is scary. All this time she barely moved the right side of her face, whatever. The right half of her face lived a separate life. And now he actively uses it. And there are foxes nearby, another argument in support of my theory. I'll have to discuss this with Sasuke-kun. Okay. Fox, why do we need these 2 in the village? Yuki Haku is the last carrier of the ice genome. In addition, he has a unique Kirakuki-eye with extended tenketsu, which allows the boy to create techniques with one hand. And Momochi Zabuza is a very strong shinobi, one of the legendary 7 swordsmen of the mist, the owner of artifact weapons, and just a good person. And what kind of performance was that? I did not understand. Uzumaki Yoko no Naruto is a 12-year-old genin of Konoha, who for the last 4 years has been closely communicating with Mitarashi Anko, Might Guy, and a couple of other interesting and extraordinary personalities. Shinku Kitsune, or Fox, is a Konoha shinobi with rich combat experience, ready to give his life for his native village. I prefer to separate them. Uzumaki explained to me. Uchiha, Databeo, why are you walking around so sour, ruining the landscape for us? We should be happy, let's go home. Sasuke-kun doesn't have to flash a 32-teeth smile like you. He had to grow up early and go through a lot, I began, unable to withstand such a brazen attack on the brunette's pride and personal space. Growing up early is when, on your 8th birthday, instead of your kind mother, an almost unknown woman wakes you up at 10 o'clock in the morning, breaking the window and throwing a kunai at you at 5:30 in the morning. Said Kyubi, I still adhere to this version, who was walking with us and now reached 1.5 meters at the withers. Come on, she later apologized, bought new bed linen and paid for the restoration of the broken window. The red-haired girl objected. She simply had to buy a new window, and this idiot only paid for the linen after she couldn't wash it. Anko is not an idiot. Uzumaki Yokono was indignant. She's just energetic and doesn't always think about what she's doing. Of course, she tore your side open. But after half an hour he was already whole. What? How is this even possible? Where does she get such regeneration from? This is impossible, simply impossible. Of course, everything heals on you, almost like a bijou. The fox somehow even proudly retorted. What is he proud of? What do you mean, almost? The odd-eyed woman was indignant. Nightmare. Consider it a compliment, but here she is still finding fault. It's good that I'm more modest than her. That's what it means. Even the psychopath Ichibi has stronger and faster regeneration. The fox said with a smart look. They seem to have already forgotten that they are walking surrounded by people, that there are two Nukni nearby who can take advantage of the knowledge they have acquired. Idiots, in a word. Is there something I don't know? Sensei asked menacingly. Finally, otherwise I thought that besides his book, the mentor sees and does not notice anything. Did Anko do something again? Oh, yes, 4 years ago Anko wished me a happy birthday. Kunai in the side. Finished for the odd-eyed fox. I didn't listen anymore. I had no strength. And yet, who is this Anko? That, it seems, was the name of the woman who approached Uzumaki on the day we were given the first mission. Yes, so noisy, cheerful, and she also called Uzumaki Little Fox. Yes, she also boasted that Mizuki-sensei was sent to her care. From this we can conclude that Anko works in the interrogation room. Somewhere halfway through the journey to Konoha, Momochi Zabuza mentioned that he had previously met the red-haired woman who was then playing the role of Shinku Kitsune. Both he and this Haku treated the Uzumaki with respect. Well, just think, some strong ninja. Look, Kakashi-sensei, according to them, is also famous, but they don't treat him that way. What's the matter? And at the next stop, when everyone had already eaten, she sat down again and began to rub her blade with some stinking muck. Everyone is getting ready for bed, and she is rubbing the blade. Nightmare, how is this possible? Or is it, figure it out for yourself, I have nothing to do with it. Even Sasuke-kun helped and set up a tent, and she sat on the ground and stupidly rubbed her damn wakizashi. Hey, Uzumaki, why the hell are you sitting? I have a double surname. They growled back at me. I'm on duty. Of all of us, I am the most sensitive censor. If someone is even 40 meters away from us, I will immediately notice it. And if I try, I can determine the intentions of this person. So, please, try not to sound discontent here, I already have enough of your pink love and intense thoughts. Have pity on my poor head. Yes, she's kidding me. Okay, so what kind of nasty thing are you smearing on the blade of this blade? She said, blood of the unicorn. She answered calmly. She froze for a second, shook her head, turned to the fox lying next to her, and said, Do you feel it? The fox nodded, stood up and headed somewhere. And Uzumaki returned to rubbing the blade. Stop lying. Unicorns are a children's fairy tale. I flared up. Well, maybe you should stop clinging to this stupid lie. You, stupid girl, don't understand. Momochi Zabuza said to me irritably. Blood of the unicorn is one of the most powerful poisons, giving a person a slow and painful death. Under the influence of this poison, a person cannot even lie, he cannot even think about lying. A person simply slowly rots from the inside, and the brain atrophies. If the antidote is not administered within a week, then the person is doomed, at best, to exist in a state of vegetable, at worst, he will die within a couple of weeks, completely rotting from the inside. And only a few people in the whole world know how to make an antidote. The man snorted, clearly remembering something not very pleasant. Well, I already apologized. Uzumaki immediately jumped up. So, what else don't I know? And the antidote was manufactured and used for its intended purpose on time, she added more quietly. So, everyone goes to bed, and we stay and watch. And all of us, except for the fox, who had recently returned and was licking his lips satiatedly, were driven into the tent to sleep. Already falling asleep, I heard a fragment of a phrase, and how do we say this? Hell, I don't even know when I stopped being surprised by all sorts of strange things, like the talking fox with 9 tails. But, if I want to draw Sasuke-kun's attention to myself, then maybe I should grow my hair even longer? Should I start tying them into some kind of hairstyle? Or maybe Sasuke-kun likes this Uzumaki because she behaves so defiantly. Maybe I should too. Or something like that. Start wearing something like a jumpsuit, master some kind of weapon, or was Sasuke-kun interested in the great fame of this Uzumaki, who is the Shinku Kitsune? I wonder if I become someone as famous, will we be able to be together? I can already imagine a pseudonym, Kaimamir no Sakura, or Hai no Hana. Yes, and our children will be so cute, black-haired and green-eyed, and there will be a baby daughter with pink hair and black eyes. Yes, it will be so. End POV Sakura. As the team walked through the gates of Konoha, they were stopped by guards. The inseparable Kotetsu and Izumo were very embarrassed by the presence of a Nuke-nin and an unknown boy. Stop! Kamizuki Izumo called out to them. Who is this with you? They want to join Konoha. Kakashi answered for everyone, still not looking up from his book. The fox is also with us, he is from the world of summoning. Clear. Come on in. Izumo replied. Oh, welcome back, little fox. Kotetsu appeared from behind Izumo. Hello to you too, Katsumi. The girl smiled in greeting and waved her hand. And now, to the report to the Hokage, and to Ichiraku. Forward. Naruto smiled even wider and, raising her hand militantly, as if pointing the way, she walked briskly. And the girl, it seemed, was not at all embarrassed by the fact that the right side of her face hardly smiled, and the townspeople passing by cast evil glances at her. Everyone could only follow the overly energetic daughter of Kyubi, and Sakura, Sasuke, Haku and Zabuza also had to wonder, where did the girl who had not slept all night get so much energy? Sakura immediately voiced the question, hoping to receive in response her teammate's red face, a shyly lowered gaze and a quiet admission that she overslept her duty. But instead, the odd-eyed woman lifted the mesh on her stomach, after which a small rectangular leaf appeared above her navel, on which a complex oval pattern was depicted. This is Fuin, which maintains the vigorous state of the body. Its only disadvantage is that the longer you use it, the more you will want to sleep later, and in general the recovery of the body will take longer. The odd-eyed woman said as she walked, quickly lowering the fabric into place. Well, here is the residence. Pa Ashley. The report on the Hokage's mission was also provided by Naruto, since the team's mentor, Hatake Kakashi, was in a very thoughtful state. His partner, although she was quite an energetic and bright personality, today even for herself was too noisy, smiling and lively. Surely something happened to her and she's trying to hide it. But from whom? It's a no-brainer that she doesn't usually behave like that. The ash-haired man thought while the fox bargained with the Sandame and assured that at least the two strangers deserved the title of Chunin. The girl rarely argued with the Hokage. But even when she did this, she always made every effort not to change her face. It was a kind of tradition. As Naruto herself once explained, Utatana Koharu, as an argument in favor of the girl becoming a member of the ANBU squad in a dispute with the Hokage, said that there the Jinchuriki could learn to control emotions. True, the conversation then was about the root and, in fact, the deprivation of emotions, but still it greatly hurt the pride of the young partner of the copy ninja. And now Lisa, in a raised voice, argued that Momochi Zabuza and Yuki Haku would greatly help the village, as a shinobi village. With her hands resting on the table of the head of Konoha. The girl, almost without blinking, looked into the eyes of the strongest ninja of her native village and brought forward more and more arguments in favor of joining the two Nuke-nin to Konohagakure. Kakashi was brought out of his thoughts by the crunch of wood. Kyubi's daughter could not stand it and hit the table with her fist, putting a considerable amount of chakra into the blow. The strong oak could not stand such an attitude towards itself and, making a final creak, broke, after which it fell to the floor in a pile of fragments, raising a cloud of dust and shavings into the air. "Oh, that's it." Cheerfully, but already a little confused, she looked at the wreckage of the table. "Okay." The Sandame tiredly massaged his temples. "I'm ready to sign an amnesty for these two and give Konoha protectors along with Chunin vests, but we'll see. I can't put them in different apartments, housing is already tight. It will be necessary to send a hawk with a notification to Kirigakure. From there, most likely, a demand will come to return Momochi Zabuza as one of the 7 swordsmen, and they will probably also want to return Yuki Haku, as the last representative of his clan. They seem to have everything with that return to normal. Oh, and you gave me a job, Naruto." The old man tiredly rubbed his forehead. He. The red-haired woman smiled slyly with the left half of her face, while the right half distorted into something reminiscent of an evil grin, as if the right side was glad that it was able to burden the third Hokage with extra work. "What a sadist you are, Oto-san. I'm great, aren't I? What a great one." Behind the odd-eyed woman, Zenmetsu grumbled contentedly, maintaining the joy of his mistress. Oh, yes, all 3, Wakazashi, Kyubi, and his daughter, did not like the old Hokage. And, if Naruto limited herself to jokes and rare practical jokes, then the Bijou and the Blade wanted a terrible death for the strongest shinobi of Konoha. Sakura, as always, asked why their sensei did not take part in the argument, if he had not even read his favorite book, to which she received a vague answer in the best traditions of philosophers and geniuses whom no one understands. The third sent the new Konoha shinobi to fill out documents, and Naruto, only left alone with her comrades, gloomily and somewhat embarrassedly asked for a personal conversation. Intrigued, Kakashi immediately agreed. Sasuke thought for a moment, but also did not refuse. Sakura, hoping to spend more time with her idol, also decided to agree. Then Naruto turned around and, throwing over her shoulder, "Follow me," quickly walked away from the center of Konoha, towards one of the abandoned training grounds on the outskirts. After exchanging glances, her 3 comrades followed. Finding herself at training ground number 35, Naruto suddenly braked, made a seal, and 4 shadow clones scattered around the perimeter, made seals, and sat on the ground, holding small pebbles in their hands. A bluish glow of chakra appeared around the stones. The fox, now comparable in size to a large dog, began to grow, reaching 2 meters at the withers. He exchanged glances with Naruto and both nodded to each other. "Sit down," said the odd-eyed one. "The conversation will be long. So, I decided to tell you this because we are one team, and there should not be such secrets between us. And after the mission in the Land of Waves, I realized that sooner or later the truth would emerge, no matter how carefully I hid it. Please, try not to interrupt and listen to the end. I'm not asking for understanding, but, just listen, okay?" Sasuke simply nodded. Sakura also nodded reluctantly. Kakashi was in a stupor. His partner, who proudly declared any differences she had from the normal ones, was now cowering and trying to say something. He had never seen Naruto like this. Therefore, he also nodded, not knowing what else to do. The odd-eyed one, stroking the fox between its long ears, finally gathered its strength. "So, let's start with this, that my parents died during the Kyubi's attack on Konoha 12 years ago. Their names are Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato. Better known as Bloody Habanero and Kiyori Senkyo, the Yondaime Hokage. But this is not all the information. More precisely, this is all the information known to people, excluding Senju Tsunade. It was she who carried out the most complex operation that connected the DNA of Kyubi no Yoko, the 4th and his wife. Thus, I am the daughter of all 3. Also, Kyubi has been sealed in me since birth, although he is now next to us. The last phrase seemed to make everyone freeze. Connecting the DNA of the Kyubi no Yoko, the fourth and his wife. Thus, I am the daughter of all three. Also, Kyubi has been sealed in me since birth, although he is now next to us. The last phrase seemed to make everyone freeze. Connecting the DNA of the Kyubi no Yoko, the fourth and his wife. Thus, I am the daughter of all three. Also, Kyubi has been sealed in me since birth, although he is now next to us. The last phrase seemed to make everyone freeze. And where is he? Sakura timidly asked, having lost all her passion and desire to humiliate Naruto in Sasuke's eyes. Here. The fox yawned. Kyubi is me. And I confirm everything my daughter said. And why should we believe that this little fox is the greatest bijou, and you are the daughter of the fourth, his wife, and even the Kyubi into the bargain? The brunette asked skeptically. I knew Naruto's parents. Namikaze Minato was my mentor. I believe that with the Kyubi, Naruto will explain herself. Kakashi responded coldly. This icy tone sent shivers down Lisa's spine. Okay, so be it. I'll show myself to you, said the bijou, standing up. He moved away from the four seated ninjas and began to increase in size. Naruto kept turning pale and tenser. When the Kyubi reached 23 meters at the withers, Naruto swayed. The fox caught it and slightly decreased in size. Alive? The red-haired girl said distantly. And everyone was immediately pressed by a terrible ki, similar to Naruto's ki, but even stronger and more noticeable. Do you believe it now? The fox asked displeasedly. So, let's assume it's true. Sakura said carefully and slowly. But why did you tell us all this? I have slightly different genetics than people. The same 9 tails and ears, for example. Do you have tails? Well, yes, actually, there is. I have already shown tails, although only 2, and the ears have also appeared. Of course, things haven't gone further than 2 tails yet, but mainly because I have poor control over the remaining 7. But at night, when I don't control my body, they appear. And how do you know about this? Sakura asked with skepticism. Oto-san told me. Naruto shrugged. Yes, but you didn't just tell us about this? The pink-haired girl repeated her question. Yeah. I, like all bijou, am capable of creating a bijou bomb. Or change your body, bringing its structure closer to that of a fox. I have 2 centers of chakra, human and tailed chakra. Are there, more, human, or what, changes? Well, I'm a very good sensor, I have more developed senses and intuition, regeneration is increased, my chakra volume is large even for an Uzumaki, I learn techniques much faster and easier than people, well, stripes on my cheeks. And an inhuman appetite. Kyubi finished cheerfully. My appetite is normal, Naruto muttered, embarrassed by this fact. There was silence. There were no more questions, everyone was digesting the information received. Sakura began to be overcome by fear, panic fear. She had been mocking this creature for more than a month, insulting her without hesitation and even calling Naruto names at the academy. Yes, Kyubi's daughter could have finished her off a long time ago and not bothered. But no, Sakura is still alive and well, not counting the moment when Naruto scratched her with a poisoned blade. Maybe she is needed for something? This thought made the pink-haired girl feel cold inside, so the girl immediately pushed the thought away. Maybe this Naruto isn't so bad after all? After all this time the red-haired girl behaved quite adequately towards the team, albeit a little strange and creepy. Sasuke was scared at first, such a strong creature as Uzumaki Yoko no Naruto was next to him all this time. The brunette remembered that his older brother had once mentioned that the bijou bomb was an incredibly powerful technique with which Kyubi destroyed half of Konoha. And if Naruto can create such a technique, then what is stopping her from destroying the village as revenge for pain and loneliness? Maybe something personal? The genin began to understand why the residents were so afraid of her. When you have such a huge force next to you, which can kill you at any moment, and which has already killed many people, then living next to such a person becomes really scary. Apparently, his emotions were reflected on his face, because the red-haired woman visibly sank, and the fox, lying with his head on his daughter's lap, glared at each one in turn. But then the brunette remembered how the girls sincerely laughed and diligently completed missions, how after each of these missions she dragged the whole team to the ramen shop and giggled when Sakura tried to excuse herself with a diet, how the girl was clearly worried after Zabuza's attack in the forest, and how she rushed to protect him, Sasuke, from Senbon's on bridge. But, as if in contrast to these memories, others came, how Naruto's eyes sparkled madly when Kyuubi ate the thugs on the bridge, how she defeated the sensei during sparring. While she and Sakura were mastering tree walking, this girl was using incredible techniques. As if in contrast to these memories, others came, how Naruto's eyes sparkled madly when Kyuubi ate the thugs on the bridge, how she defeated the sensei during sparring. While she and Sakura were mastering tree walking, this girl was using incredible techniques. As if in contrast to these memories, others came, how Naruto's eyes sparkled madly when Kyuubi ate the thugs on the bridge, how she defeated the sensei during sparring. While she and Sakura were mastering tree walking, this girl was using incredible techniques. Kakashi was torn. This, it seems, is still the same Naruto, Fox, Shinku Kitsune, whom the man knew for 4 years, but now, when the truth about her origin was revealed, it turned out that all this time the Jounin was sitting on a barrel with explosive seals. But it explained why his partner was developing so quickly. This explained such a terrifying CI that came from the little girl. That explained everything. And if not everything, then a lot, a lot. And now, the man watched, as always calmly or defiantly, watching Naruto cower like a frightened kitten. Naruto, feeling the tension of her comrades, became more and more convinced of her stupidity and the failure of the idea of telling about her parents. The girl involuntarily shrank, experiencing the full weight of the thoughts of each of the 3 initiates. For almost 5 minutes there was absolute silence at the training ground. The red-haired girl mechanically stroked her father's head, looking into the emptiness in front of her. And so, the ringing string of silence burst, and the mentor of the 7th team spoke. "One way or another, you are still my partner, Shinku Kitsune, and your origin does not matter," he said. "Hn. You have not yet shown any aggression towards us. We must assume that you do not intend to harm us," said Sasuke. Sakura, mentally amazed at her idol's ability to build logical chains, realized that they were waiting for an answer from her too. "Well, if we take into account the fact that you had a huge number of opportunities to kill each of us and remain above suspicion, and the fact that you entrusted us with this information, then I can assume that you are not interested in our death." Naruto noted that when the pink-haired girl's consciousness is not clouded by Sasuke, she thinks quite sensibly and is able to draw conclusions. "Besides, if you are on the same team with us, it will make us almost invincible, hehe. Thank you for accepting." The odd-eyed one smiled. This time with the whole face at once. "By the way, since we have solved this extraordinary question, can I ask one more? Why do the left and right halves of your face seem to live their own lives? And sometimes like a normal face?" Sakura asked. "Oh, well, it's simple. 6 years ago, there was an incident that severely damaged the right side of my face. She, of course, recovered, as you can see. But the famous Uzumaki regeneration would not be enough for such damage, so my body used the Bija chakra. This caused the eye to turn red after recovery. And after I met Oto-san, I wondered about the comfort of his stay, so I decided that my father could have a connection with the outside world through me. That is, the right side of my face is completely under the control of the Kyuubi, not counting those moments when it is outside my subconscious. the girl explained. There was silence. At some point, Kurama's daughter twitched and shook her head. Then she closed her eyes, sat there for a couple of seconds, after which she abruptly stood up, thereby making the remaining three flinch, and headed away from the training ground, saying that she needed to go. Naruto's POV. The signal barrier around the apartment noticed some movement nearby, so it immediately sent an alert to its creator. I really didn't like it. If these are members of the ANBU route, then we urgently need to hide all the scrolls and remove the barriers so that nothing is suspected. I've already been caught using a chakra-depleting barrier and a seal of vigor, and then I barely managed to avoid a showdown. Danzo, a paranoid old man, clings to every little thing, every opportunity to declare that Otosan is subjugating me, and therefore he needs to take me to the root. Nasty old man. It's a pity that I can't yet determine who disturbed the signal barrier. Its capabilities depend on my sensor capabilities, and for now they are based on my word of honor and the Biju chakra, which you absolutely cannot put into the barrier, unless, of course, you value the invisibility of the barrier. Besides, if someone notices the imprint of the Kyuubi's chakra, they don't distinguish my red chakra from Otosan's chakra. I'm already convinced of that, then it will be bad, very bad. Even at the training ground, I cancelled Otosan's summons, so he returned to my subconscious. I reached my house along the roofs, removed the protective barrier with the illusion of a closed window, both the protection and the apartment are always ventilated, and crawled inside. She deactivated 3 protective barriers, hid all the scrolls, stuffed the ANBU clothes into the closet just in case, turned the bed around as if she had just slept, and, sleepily rubbing her eyes, stomped to open the door to check for the presence of the guys from the route and in general, find out who disturbed my precious peace. When I opened the door, I fell into a natural stupor. Of course, I know and remember that the apartments next to my home are the most unsaleable, and that they usually house everyone who has joined the village, but to be so close to me. Haku walked along the staircase, looking around curiously. The door of the apartment opposite me was open. Apparently this is where the new Konoha shinobi were settled. As soon as I appeared in the doorway, the guy slowed down and looked at me. Hello, Naruto-san. Looks like we're neighbors now. The brown-haired man smiled. That would be something to be happy about. Hello. And call me by name. I don't like all this shuffling. Zenmetsu grumbled that you need to have respect while you have it. That's it. Either he chatters about hypocrisy without stopping, or about respect. In response to these thoughts, I received a mental blow from my wakizashi and a statement that sincere respect and hypocrisy are 2 different things. Okay, Naruto. Nintai-san was looking for you, saying that you promised him sparring. Oh, exactly. That was almost 2 months ago. I'll have to find Nintai-san and train with him. Yeah, I remember. Have you settled in yet? How do you like Konoha? Did it live up to expectations? Where is Zabuza-san? Yes, we are already settled, thank you for your concern. We liked it in Konoha, the people are friendly, especially the old man in the ramen shop. It's sunny here. Yes, at least I, definitely like it in Konoha. And Zabuza-san is resting now. Okay, now that you've settled in, come and see me, I need to talk. I demanded and, without waiting for the guy to realize what was said and start asking questions, I turned around and went into my apartment. And don't forget to close the door behind you. As I expected, Haku followed me into the apartment and slammed the door behind him. Without waiting for him to appear, I put the kettle on and placed sealing scrolls with the inscriptions, cookies, sweets, and pies, on the table, activated the signal barrier and the barrier against eavesdropping. Sit down. The conversation will be long. Haku obediently sat down on a chair, and I sat down opposite him. We should start with the fact that Konoha, although it seems to everyone as an ideal village where everyone is happy with each other, still has its shadow side. So be careful with the Hokage and the elders. The locals, although accustomed to being around shinobi, are still just as superstitious and timid, so don't show much in their techniques, especially Kekei Genkai. You can, of course, use some weak and harmless techniques in front of everyone. The locals are very conservative, so try to prove yourself better. It is not necessary to run around and help everyone you meet throughout the village. There are training grounds here for training more or less powerful techniques, which is logical, but don't show off there either, since you're not local, and you will be closely monitored. No, of course, you have the right to train any techniques at the training grounds, but if you don't want to end up in the root, it's better to follow my advice. What else? Conflicts. If you happen to have an argument with someone, and it comes to a fight, it's better to go to a quiet corner or some alley and fight as much as you want. Or turn everything into tomfoolery and a joke, civilians love that. About acquaintances among shinobi. Communicate with whoever you want, but don't show off in front of them too much. Local chunin often suffer from star fever, and genin, well, they are genin, there is nothing to take from them. Although among shinobi of both ranks there are quite good guys. Well, I think you're unlikely to communicate with jounins for now. Questions? If you don't want to end up in the root, you better follow my advice. What else? Conflicts. If you happen to have an argument with someone, and it comes to a fight, it's better to go to a quiet corner or some alley and fight as much as you want. Or turn everything into tomfoolery and a joke, civilians love that. About acquaintances among shinobi. Communicate with whoever you want, but don't show off in front of them too much. Local chunin often suffer from star fever, and genin, well, they are genin, there is nothing to take from them. Although among shinobi of both ranks there are quite good guys. Well, I think you're unlikely to communicate with jounins for now. Questions? If you don't want to end up in the root, you better follow my advice. What else? Conflicts. If you happen to have an argument with someone, and it comes to a fight, it's better to go to a quiet corner or some alley and fight as much as you want. Or turn everything into tomfoolery and a joke, civilians love that. About acquaintances among shinobi. Communicate with whoever you want, but don't show off in front of them too much. Local chunin often suffer from star fever, and genin, well, they are genin, there is nothing to take from them. Although among shinobi of both ranks there are quite good guys. Well, I think you're unlikely to communicate with jounins for now. Questions? Civilians love it. About acquaintances among shinobi. Communicate with whoever you want, but don't show off in front of them too much. Local chunin often suffer from star fever, and genin, well, they are genin, there is nothing to take from them. Although among shinobi of both ranks there are quite good guys. Well, I think you're unlikely to communicate with jounins for now. Questions? Civilians love it. About acquaintances among shinobi. Communicate with whoever you want, but don't show off in front of them too much. Local chunin often suffer from star fever. And genin, well, they are genin, there is nothing to take from them. Although among shinobi of both ranks there are quite good guys. Well, I think you're unlikely to communicate with jounins for now. Questions? What is root? The root is an organization created by an elder named Shimura Danzo. You may have seen him. This old man walks around all wrapped up and with a cane. To be honest, I wouldn't wish my enemy to get into the root. They're brutal training, let's say so. So, were you given Konoha cards? Yes. The brown-haired man nodded, confirming his words. Finally, the kettle boiled. I made tea and put the cups on the table. I love guests, what can I do? Not all of them, of course, only some, but nonetheless. Yes, but he doesn't trust Haku. He glances warily at the cup. Unable to bear it, I laughed. No, this is really stupid. Why should I, one wonders, save two nuke Nin, put so much effort and nerves into convincing old man third to write an amnesty, give such a complete briefing, and then kill? Yes, if I wanted, I would have nailed him on the bridge. Apparently, the same thoughts visited the bright head of the last owner of the ice genome, so the guy still began to drink his tea. I demonstratively printed out the candy from the scroll with the appropriate inscription, and then offered the treat to the guest. He hesitated, but still took the cookie. That's a smart girl, Databeo. We talked for a long time. There were many topics, but they all remained neutral, not affecting the war, the matter of shinobi, hidden villages and other things related, oddly enough, to us. Yes, the guy already looks like a good shinobi. This is clear even from the topics for discussion that he chooses. Over the long 6.5 years of communicating with adult shinobi, I involuntarily began to notice that only beginners and some fans of their craft, of which there are almost none in Konoha, and even those who are interested in a certain area, such as Might Gai Taijutsu, discuss in their free time missions, techniques, etc. Experienced people usually distract themselves from all this as much as possible, preferring to discuss insignificant things. And me too. And Haku, apparently, too. This makes me happy. Around 7 o'clock Haku left, and I was left alone in the apartment. Having removed the barrier against eavesdropping, I trudged into the bathroom. The effect of the fuin on my stomach was almost over, so I was getting more and more sleepy. I hope Sasuke and Sakura didn't notice the scars, the Shinigami seal, although the seal itself is almost invisible, but still. I hope it's just paranoia. End POV Naruto. Sasuke's POV. When Naruto pulled up the mesh, I almost suffocated. Either with indignation, or with anticipation. Still, Naruto, even though he is still a child, is already a kunoichi. She must understand that it is indecent to lift up her clothes just like that. But at the same time, damn, the hormones surged. And Naruto is such a spontaneous person. For her there was probably nothing supernatural in this. But the guy who was walking with us, Haku, blushed. Hee. But not me. Hope. A second before the seal appeared, I could see a huge number of thin pinkish scars and what seemed to be some kind of pattern. But perhaps it was my imagination. Then, when we finally arrived at the Hokage's residence, the odd-eyed woman began to actively argue that Nuke Nin and the guy with him should be taken to Konoha. And she achieved it. Now in our village there is one more Chuana and one more Jounin. And how she achieved this? If every time she met with the Sandame, Nara behaved emphatically politely, then in the office, proving that she was right, it was as if she had broken loose. She screamed, and waved her arms, and constantly changed her face, and then she rested her hands on the unfortunate Hokage table and already quietly she brought forward more and more arguments in favor of an amnesty for the Nuke Nin. Oh, Kami, don't let me ever argue with Uzumaki Yoko no Naruto. As a result, the argument ended with my teammate hitting the table, breaking it into splinters. Horror. But the worst thing began when Naruto decided to talk. At first she hesitated for a long time. Then, from afar, she began to explain why she decided to tell us some information. It was a rather long monologue, compared to the short and often abrupt remarks that Naru usually used to explain herself. And, if everything she said was not a lie, then I became scared. Yes, to my shame, I was really scared. I was afraid that Naruto, having such power, would kill me. Stupid, unworthy of an Uchiha, selfish. And now, when I, lying in bed, analyze what happened, I understand that my behavior was exactly the way I just described it. Compared to Naru's action, especially. She overcame her fear and told one of her secrets. I noticed how haunted she looked at each of us, especially at the sensei. I tried to analyze the situation, weigh all the pros and cons, think objectively, but still fear, I believe, prevented me from thinking in the right direction. But when Sensei said that he wouldn't turn his back on Naru, I decided that I wouldn't turn my back on Naruto either. Whoever her parents were. And Haruno amazed me with her ability to think. Or rather, first, the ability to think about something that does not fit the topic of Sasuke-kun, and then the ability to draw up cause and effect relationships. I never thought that this pink-haired girl even had a brain. Although, if you think about it, it was not for nothing that she, after me, of course, was the best in theory at the academy. So, for some reason I began to pay too much attention to her impudent person. And as soon as everything was resolved, Kyubi disappeared, and Naru herself jumped up and ran away somewhere. For the umpteenth time I'm asking a question that I love so much. I'm sorry, what? And by the way, it's strange that Naru became ill when the fox reached a certain size. Maybe this is the property of the seal that holds the 9 tails? End POV Sasuke. For almost the entire next month, Team 7, under the mentorship of Kakashi Hatake, carried out D-rank missions, but mostly outside of Konoha. Most often, it was necessary to babysit the children of various noble people. As Sasuke and Sakura learned, some non-shinobi clans also have Kekkai Genkai, and not always controlled ones. So a trio of genins once searched for 4 hours straight for a 3-year-old girl throughout the customer's mansion. It turned out that the baby hid in the mirror, unknowingly using the family's special skill, and fell asleep there. Then, when Naruto remembered her sensor abilities, the girl was, of course, found. And for the next hour and a half, the children looked for a way to get the little fidget out of the reflective surface, until Kakashi relented and helped his students. For the rest of the time, the 3-year-old heiress of a wealthy family played with a little-eared fox from the world of summoning. When Sakura asked, "What is this small-eared creature?" the summoned one was sincerely offended and stated that she was not a eared creature, but a fennec, a desert fox. Snorting proudly, the main maid of honor of the entire settlement, Himitsu, went to show a couple of foolish little ones, Haim and her senpai, how to play with children. Naruto at that time was lying across a chair in the living room, where on the floor the little heiress of her large clan was pulling a giggling fox by the ears. With the face of a dying woman, the red-haired woman plunged into her subconscious, and froze. Sasuke tried to occupy himself with plans for insidious revenge on his older brother, and Sakura tried to attract the attention of her lover. Kakashi, as usual, was reading a book. The customers found them in this situation. A plump woman, who entered after her equally plump husband, screamed in fear and ran up to the girl, who joyfully rushed to meet her parents. "Oh, Kami-sama. What's going on here?" the woman howled. "Is something wrong, Gyuko-san?" asked Naruto, who had been pulled out of her subconscious, and who for this reason was now wiping the blood from her cheeks. "What is a wild animal doing in the house? You didn't follow my daughter. I will complain." Gyuko squealed. "I am not a wild animal. I am the fennec, the main maid of honor of the Himitsu settlement." The fox was offended. The woman and her husband were bewildered. "I was called here to look after the child. And, just so you know, I, by the way, am the most elite nanny in my homeland." Proudly raising her head and tail, the fox disappeared in a cloud of smoke, returning to the settlement. But Kodwaro-san is a proud person. I'll have to ask for forgiveness," Naruto concluded sadly. "You shouldn't have said that, Gyuko-san. We won't pay." Finally, the head of the Mira clan, Mira-gyur, spoke up. "Your task was to perform nanny duties for our daughter, but instead, you are lying in the living room and, excuse me, spitting at the ceiling. And our daughter is playing with some animal. Forgive me, customer-san, you probably didn't see how we were warned only about the presence of a Kekkai Genkai in your clan, we didn't even know which one. Ran all over the mansion and looked for this precious daughter of yours." Sakura flared up. "And now that the summoning animal has allowed us to rest a little, you too are yelling that we were idle. Little sister Naru, I found your white little thing," the heiress of the Mira clan, apparently leaving somewhere, approached. In her hands was a ceramic fox mask. Kakashi cast a reproachful glance at his partner. She was a little embarrassed and, snatching the brought object from the baby's hands, quickly sealed it, after which she muttered something like, "It probably fell out while we were running around the mansion." Then there was a lull. The mentor did not make appointments, the team was dying from idleness. More precisely, Sasuke and Sakura were dying from idleness. Kakashi was happy about the new book of his favorite writer, and Naruto trained in the company of her father and began a friendship with Ashi. When asked for some light sparring, the young Kitsune Baki became very embarrassed and said that foxes are not very good fighters. Foxes are spies and keepers of secrets. On the very first day of such idleness, by the way, Naruto had a sparring session that Nintai had promised. The man was clearly pleased to hear the date and time of the meeting for the promised training. At the training ground, when the red-haired woman put up a barrier, the old acquaintances exchanged a couple of phrases, after which Nintai took a fighting stance. The Kyuubi's daughter remained standing in a relaxed position. The man was the first to break down. Throwing several kunai at his opponent, he sharply shifted to the left. Naruto remained in place, only dodging all the kunai at once at the last moment. Before the girl had time to return to her original position, she had to jump sharply to the side. Several water balloons were flying straight at the fox. In response, fireballs with shurikens hidden in them flew. Several of the same water balls that were used earlier flew towards the red-haired girl again. But then they returned to the creator. The air dome is a very expensive, but still effective technique. And while the enemy was coming to his senses, the odd-eyed woman again made her seals. And the relative silence that followed was broken by a cold voice, "Raiden, curse of the sky." And many lightning bolts flew straight from the sky at the former Kumogakure shinobi, who was soaked from his own technique. The man dodged with difficulty, having time to think, only 6 this time. This reflective technique must be very expensive. Various throwing irons began to be thrown around until Nintai froze in a rather stupid pose. "My victory!" Naruto exclaimed cheerfully. "Naruto-chan, are you using Fuin and clones again? When do you have time to do them?" Manufacturer's secret, Databayo. The girl winked at her recent opponent and, having dispersed the clones, simultaneously cancelled all the barriers at the training ground, indicating that the sparring was over. After 2 weeks of such idleness, Naruto received a signal about a guest on her territory. Jumping out of bed, the sleepy girl began to look around, trying to find the suicide who had awakened her, until the father had mercy and enlightened his daughter that one of the red-haired senpai's conscript dogs, Pakken, had come to the apartment. The eternally sad dog told that Hatake Kakashi was expecting a girl, like the whole team, at the Red Bridge in 2 hours, after which he disappeared with a clear conscience. Having decided that this time she would wait for senpai with the team, the girl punctually left the apartment so as to arrive exactly at the right time. Somewhere in the square, the red-haired girl met Sasuke and Sakura. Then the genins walked together. Sakura said something about how she was so tired of being idle that she was ready to weed the beds again just to have something to do. Naruto, rather out of habit, scoffed, saying, "Haven't you tried doing housekeeping? It's quite suitable for a D-rank mission." The pink-haired one, greatly embarrassed, reprimanded her teammate. Such a casual conversation was interrupted by the scream of some boy. Suddenly breaking into a run, Naruto saw the following within 5 seconds. The grandson of the Sandaime Hokage, Konohamaru, was being held above the ground by his blue scarf by a guy of about 15 with a Sunagakure protector. Naruto immediately calmed down. The capricious kid, who only knew how to scream and outshine his grandfather, annoyed her a lot. Nevertheless, the incident had to be resolved, and very urgently. "Hey, let the little guy go, he's drowning out the birds," the girl said lazily. "Are you pushing yourself, little thing?" Out of surprise, the guy dropped the boy, who immediately hid behind the members of the 7th team. "You're the only one getting into trouble here. This is the grandson of the Hokage. It's not that I'm defending him, but a scandal cannot be avoided if he gets hurt. So, my advice to you, don't bother the locals." "So cool, huh?" A guy dressed in a black jumpsuit and a black hat with ears, reached his hand behind his back, where there was something wrapped in bandages. "I'm not involved in this," they said from behind the guy. He was indignant, but was interrupted by the same Naruto. "Just because we are younger than you does not mean that we are weaker. I propose to leave these show-offs for example, Chunin Shiken. I absolutely don't care how old you are, what clan you are from, and so on. It will be interesting, I'll find out for myself." The left side of Naruto's face pursed her lips, frowned and fixed her gaze on the interlocutor's face, while the right side remained indifferent, looking around the space. Kyubi's daughter almost sang in her thoughts, "Stop scaring the respected ambassador from Suna. How boring you are." Naruto couldn't resist and giggled. "Oh, you little pest, you're still laughing at me?" The guy flared up, already seriously reaching for the object behind his back. The guy was about to attack when a stone flew at him. Everyone, as if on cue, looked in the direction from which the stone had come. There, on a branch, standing upside down, was a boy about Naruto's age. "Stop it, Kankuro, you are disgracing our village," the boy said quietly and coldly. The guy, who was called Kankuro, and the girl who stood behind him tensed. "The one with the red hair is the Jinchuriki of that fucking raccoon Shikaku. Be careful." "Shikaku? One-tailed? What is his Jinchuriki doing outside his village?" "How should I know? We can, of course, go to him and introduce him to his niece, but it's somehow stupid to pry into the brains of an enemy shinobi. It's cruel. It's not his fault that Ichibi was sealed into him. He must be suffering. I will support any of your decisions, just a warning." "What is your name?" Shikaku the Jinchuriki asked emotionlessly. "Sasuke." "Naruto, Databeo." Sakura didn't say her name, because they obviously weren't addressing her. "Gaara." The boy introduced himself. And no one mentioned their last names in order to leave a couple of aces up their sleeves. "I'll look forward to meeting you." "Us too, Databeo," said Naruto, who had already figured out how to make friends with the young Jinchuriki, and perhaps even how to win him over to Konoha's side. The rest of the journey passed calmly and without incident. When the trio of genin approached the Red Bridge, the team mentor was not there. However, contrary to expectations, logic and the laws of nature, Kakashi was only 15 minutes late. Appearing from a cloud of smoke right in front of the team, the Jounin muttered something incomprehensible about the road of life and the granny, clearly confused in his own excuses. But, hearing the foxes chuckle, he stopped trying to justify himself and suddenly became serious. Tomorrow the first stage of the Chunin Shiken is held in Konoha. To participate you need to fill out these forms. Making an eye smile, the ash-haired man handed out to everyone a piece of paper on which a standard application form for participation in any event was printed. If you decide to go, then come to the 301st classroom at the academy by 12 o'clock. Bye. Smiling again with his eye, Kakashi disappeared the same way he appeared, with a soft bang and in a cloud of smoke. Grunting, Naruto went home using the Flying Thunder God technique, confident that she wouldn't have to do anything for the rest of the day. Once home and staggering, the girl collapsed exhaustedly on the bed. "If I were you, I wouldn't use this technique, since it makes you sick and leaves you with no chakra," Kurama noted. "You need to get used to it. The technique is still useful, albeit complex. Yes, and the amount of chakra can be increased this way. A little, but still." An hour later, when the world around her stopped dancing the samba, Naruto reluctantly rose from the bed and headed to the desk. Having filled out the form and signed, the odd-eyed woman returned to the bed, wanting to fully recover after using such a complex technique that she could not get used to. But the girl's dreams were not destined to come true. As usual, Anko appeared through the window. "Hello, little fox. Yeah. Why are you so sour? By the way, I came to you with good news. I was appointed as an examiner for the second stage of Chunin Shiken. And I and the team will probably participate in this second stage. Cheers, Databeo." "Hey. Well anyway. Why are you so sour? Dad's technique is exhausting." Oh. Well then, it is clear. And I know what will help you," the woman said in a conspiratorial tone. With a magician's gesture, the jonin took a box of dango from her coat pocket. Kurama's daughter smiled faintly. Her friend always knew that dango was a soothing, restorative, pain-relieving, and simply delicious dish. Literally pushing a stick with sweetness into the hands of the girl who sat down on the bed, Anko put exactly the same one in her mouth. "Well, then, since you're going too, here's some news for you. The first stage is being conducted by Ibe-san." With this remark, a long dialogue between the two friends began. Anko left closer to midnight. At the appointed time, Naruto walked up to the academy, meeting with her teammates. Sasuke waved his hand in greeting, and Sakura greeted him curtly. The girl was clearly not pleased with such favor towards the red-haired girl from her idol. "Have you decided to participate?" Sasuke asked Naruto almost indifferently. "Well, yes. Why not? Should be fun. Besides, it's interesting to look at the current generation of genin." "Why such a question? Do you think that I am not capable of passing such a test?" No. I was just wondering if you weren't banned from participating in Chunin Shiken, otherwise with this level of strength you could easily take out everyone here. Don't exaggerate, Databeo. Besides us, there is a huge crowd of other genin with different abilities, skills, capabilities, characters and other indicators. Well, let's go. Sasuke nodded and chuckled. Sakura nodded too. The children headed towards the entrance. The genin walked up the stairs to the second floor and came across a huge crowd of other participants. The trio, led by Naruto, had just appeared on the floor at the moment when a boy was sent flying with a powerful blow. "Lee!" A girl screamed in concern, whom Naruto recognized as Tenten, a girl gunsmith from Might Guy's team. The offenders of Rock Lee turned out to be two genin from Konoha who stood at the door and did not let anyone through. Connecting the Bijou chakra, Naruto identified the two bully gatekeepers Kamizuki Izumo and Hagane Kotetsu. Grunting cheerfully, the girl came almost close to them and said, "Let me pass. A brat like you is not worthy of participating in Chunin Shiken," said the one whose protector was attached to the blue hat. And he paid for his words with his own cute little face, a powerful blow to the jaw with a fist threw the boy a good 10 meters. Looking menacingly at the second genin, Naruto hissed, "Whistle for me here. I didn't give you Henge Fuin so that you could scare the genin, you two idiots. And, Sakura, please, remove this illusion already." "Well, Lizioanak," whined the one thrown back by the blow. "This is our job." The girl only sighed in martyrdom. The Katsumas, although they were good friends with her, still abused the Fuin that the red-haired girl created herself. Of course, this seal existed before, but since it was considered basic, and its use was taught at Uzushio Academy, there was nothing about this Fuin in the books left by Uzumaki Kushina. Flashback. Yesterday Lisa received her first S-rank mission. Of course, the girl already had one of these, but this mission was carried out in a group of 4 people. But this one was single, so it was quite an experience. It was a little sad that this was just a highly paid guard for some nobleman, but this did not change the fact, Lisa's portfolio would include a record of completing a long-term solo S-rank mission. Today I had to meet the customer. Putting on her ANBU uniform, pulling her hair into 2 elongated buns and taking the mask from the table, Naruto headed towards the residence. In the Hokage's office there was already a plump man with a long black beard, dressed quite richly. His greasy, thin hair was pulled back into a short, tight braid. "Hokage-sama," Naruto bowed respectfully. This was her special trick, something like a small act of defiance. At a time when all the ANBU took a knee, she simply bowed low. "Fox." The head of the village nodded. "So, Oda-san, meet, this is Lisa, she will carry out the mission." "Something is too small. Is she really capable of completing a mission of this rank?" "Oh, don't worry, customer-san, everything will be done in the best possible way. In addition, it will be a little strange if you suddenly bring a 30-year-old bearded seasoned man who, at every suspicious sound, is ready to kill everyone around him with a kunai. Ahem, if you want, Oda-san, we can provide another shinobi, but I assure you, the fox will handle it. She's a pretty strong ninja. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning at the main gate. And change your appearance. As you say, customer-san." And she moved home with the newly mastered Flying Thunder God technique. There, under the friendly grumbling of Zenmetsu and Kurama, the girl shook out all the trash from the spatial pocket on her left hand. Still, the printing capacity, although large, is still limited. Instead of the scrolls with nukanins, purchases and other items stored there, God knows how and when they got into the seal on the left wrist, scrolls with food, stacks of chakra-conducting paper, ink and brushes flew into the pocket. Naruto quickly ate dinner, set the alarm for 7:30 in the morning and went to bed. The next morning, the red-haired girl woke up to the sound of her alarm clock. Hissing a curse towards the hated object, the girl crawled out of bed and headed to the bathroom. Having completed the morning procedures, the odd-eyed woman returned to the room and, taking the previously prepared henfuin from the table, stuck it in the most inconspicuous place she could think of, on the inside of her thigh. With a flash of bluish light, the seal disappeared. The daughter of Kyubi herself, waiting for her appearance to change completely, went to the kitchen and began to prepare a simple breakfast, scrambled eggs with meat and vegetables. Then the girl combed her hair and divided it into 2 parts, which she braided from the middle, securing them with black ribbons. Closer to 7:30, Naruto looked in the mirror. From there, a slightly tanned girl with light blue hair and a large dark brown eye looked at her, while the right one was covered with thick bangs. There was a scattering of freckles on her cheeks and nose, and a small, almost invisible scar above her left eyebrow. After assessing the quality of the illusion, Naruto decided that the first Fuin test was successful. All that remained was to check the durability. End of flashback. Apparently, Sakura had already dispelled the genjutsu, since the inscription 301 turned into 201. Naruto grabbed her comrades by the hands and dragged them towards the stairs. But they were stopped by a cheerful cry. "Hey, you're Haruno Sakura-chan, right? Let's meet, I will protect you until my death." "No." Sakura answered sharply and loudly, waving her hands to drive away the hearts sent to her. Rock Lee, who had just been kicked off by the pink-haired girl, became depressed, but not for long. He began to animatedly prove something, while Naruto was dragging Sakura and Sasuke up the stairs. Just before the office, Rock Lee caught up with them again. "Are you Uchiha Sasuke? Let's fight. I want to know what my taijutsu can do against your Sharingan." And Sasuke, who wanted to agree, received a strong slap on the head from his red-haired teammate. "Team, no fights before the exam. Then you'll have time to get drunk. Now the main thing is not to be late for the first stage." The Green Beast's disciple was a little upset, but quickly regained his cheerful mood. Naruto finally dragged her comrades to the doors of the 301st Auditorium. Kakashi met them there. "I'm glad that you all decided to participate, because otherwise you wouldn't have been allowed in." The Jounin made an eye smile. And I'm also glad that you were able to get through the illusion. And now, forward to the first stage of Chunin Shiken. Underscore 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 underscore. The 7th team entered the 301st audience, simply chock full of teams of genin. Despite the crowd, no one came close to the trio from Suna. Naruto noticed this immediately and chuckled slightly. Before the genin had time to leave the threshold, Ino ran into Sasuke, who, however, quickly switched to an argument with Sakura, completely forgetting about her idol. The shout that the rivals raised obviously irritated most of those present here. "Be quiet, Detabeo!" Naruto hissed at them. But neither Ino nor Sakura paid attention to the odd-eyed girl. "If I were you, girls, I would be quieter, you attract a lot of attention." Right out of nowhere, a guy with silver hair and black eyes hidden behind round glasses appeared next to the genin. "Be careful, Naruto, this guy is strange. You noticed too, right? Something is wrong with him, definitely wrong." "Just what?" "Well, he's definitely not at the level of a genin. At the very least, a strong chunin. She's probably using Iriojutsu. How accurate is this data? At the level of intuition. But take a closer look, he's definitely smart. Look, the little kids from Konoha are leaking information through Ninfo cards. Where did he get it from? Therefore, he is simply an excellent spy. Do you hear, he claims that he is taking the exam for the 6th time. And he is the only one who tried to be friends with unfamiliar genin. She's definitely hiding something. I would never believe that he really wants to be friends. You're right. He's kind of suspicious. I'll be on my guard. What is there to think? Cut him and destroy him." Zenmetsu butted into the conversation. "Calm down, Zenmetsu. Maybe he's just stupid, or maybe he firmly believes in the possibility of our friendship. Having great strength does not mean having great intelligence." Naruto refused. Zumaki. "Well, how many times can I call you?" Sakura was indignant. "What do you want from me?" The red-haired girl asked a little irritably. "I'm asking, what do you think of Kabuto-san?" The girl said rather quietly. "You have to be careful with him, Oto-san and I are sure of that. There are a couple of inconsistencies in his behavior." "Yes, and, no matter what happens at this point, don't think about giving up unless I tell you to." "Do you know something?" Sasuke guessed. "Yeah," one bird whistled. "Kakashi-sensei told you something, and you remain silent and don't share the information?" Hey, don't drag senpai into this, he has nothing to do with this. And one friend told me, who doesn't really like to be silent. Well, I'll introduce you to her later, and where is this Kabuto of yours?" "There he is." Sasuke pointed with his hand at the guy who had just vomited. "Made friends," Naruto said somewhat gloatingly, noting that Kabuto's glasses were lying broken somewhere a meter away from him. "Quiet everyone." The examiner's menacing voice suddenly rang out. An impressive-looking man in a raincoat and bandana walked through the open doors. His face was crossed by 2 oblique scars parallel to each other. Behind the examiner, a crowd of Chunin guards marched into the audience, among whom Naruto's gaze caught the inseparable couple of gatekeepers, Izumo and Kotetsu. In the examiner, Lisa recognized, not without pleasure, the head of the torture department and Ibi-san. "My name is Marino Ibiki, I am your first examiner and from now on your worst enemy," the man said as if to confirm Naruto's thoughts. "Now you will all approach the table one at a time and," then uninteresting information poured out, which the odd-eyed woman happily ignored. When all the children sat down, having received envelopes containing forms with assignments, the audience was again filled with noise. Naruto looked back. To her right was Hinata, to her left was some guy from Kyusugakure. Sakura sat in the third row by the door between Shino Aburame and the Otogekure Genin. Ino sat directly behind Sakura. Hyuga Niji sat next to Ino. Sasuke sat on the fifth row, closest to the window. To his right sat a 16-year-old boy from Takigakure, and even further to the right sat the same girl from Suna who had come with the Jinchuriki Ichibi. Gaara himself sat almost in the center of the audience, to his left sat Akimichi Choji, and to his left sat Tenten. Rock Lee, the favorite student of the Green Beast of Konoha, sat down almost right next to the door. Behind, near the wall, in the central row, a red-haired and red-eyed girl with glasses sat down. Taking a closer look. What do you think? What? I think you're not letting me sleep. What the hell? If you are caught cheating, 2 points are deducted. If you are caught cheating 5 times, the entire team is disqualified. Teams that score less than 25 points are disqualified. Teams whose members are found to be selling information to anyone will also be disqualified. Time, an hour. Let's start. And the children began to quickly open the envelopes. However, the ardor of the participants subsided as soon as they saw the questions. Naruto also opened the envelope and pulled out a form with 9 tasks. I quickly read them and chuckled, not a single genin could solve this. Why, some chunin are not able to answer most questions. And the 8th question is generally included in the written test for professional aptitude at the beginning of service in ANBU. Obviously, the test is designed for something more than just brains. Is there something wrong? Naruto straightened up in her chair and looked around. There's an eye made of sand hanging above the classroom. Gaara obviously decided to write it off. Mirrors are hung in the corners of the auditorium ceiling. Probably Tenten. Sakura scribbles herself. Ino watches Sakura scribble herself and is clearly waiting for the right moment to take over the body. Hyuga Niji from Team Guy had already activated his Byakugan and was actively cheating from one of the students. Hinata, apparently, also understood what was happening, and also began to copy, using her dojutsu to the fullest. The guy from Oto, focusing on sounds, also did not sit idle and absorbed information, writing it down on paper. Shino used bugs to obtain information. Sasuke, having activated his Sharingan, copied the movements of the Taki genin sitting in front. Less than 20 minutes later, the first team was kicked out of the audience. The boys looked about 13 or 14, and they all had Konoha protectors on their foreheads. Glancing at the first stage examiner, Naruto noticed a barely visible grin that momentarily touched Ibiki's lips. And Jubi is dancing in his eyes. Kurama noted in a rather cheerful tone. I would say Madara and Hashirama held a dance competition arm in arm. I can imagine this picture. Yeah. So, looking closely at those being kicked out, the girl noticed something. And she did not understand, based on the knowledge she had received. No, this was the highest manifestation of the intuition that all Biju are endowed with, that this was a cheap show. And immediately the wringing of hands, screams, please to leave and give another chance, even the tears of the girl from the team became somehow picturesque, feigned. The red-haired woman snorted, trying to hold back a burst of semi-hysterical laughter. Deciding not to do anything for now, Naruto began to wait for the end of the exam. Involuntarily, she plunged into memories of 6 years ago. She had just joined ANBU and didn't know how to do anything yet. She was immediately sent to the same newcomer, only much more promising, Uchiha Itachi, or Raven. Cold, unemotional, he always behaved emphatically polite, even distant. He always answered any question directly and honestly, after which he explained the incomprehensible words used in his answer. For the first 6 months, Raven explained only the theory and taught how to throw kunai and shuriken. To do this, the young genius threw a training weapon. Naruto involuntarily twitched from sudden movements, which did not hide from the watchful eyes of her mentor. He silently pursed his lips, noticing how, with the next sharp turn or wave of her hand, the red-haired girl nervously twitched and squinted, preparing for blows. The girl understood that this irritated Crow greatly, but she could not help herself. Flashback. Naruto once again jerked and closed her eyes when Raven suddenly threw a kunai at the target. As usual, he noticed the student's reaction and pursed his lips in displeasure. The girl saw this, since on the territory of the headquarters the mask did not cover the face of the young genius. Lowering her head, the red-haired girl said as usual, "Sorry." Quietly, ashamed of her weakness and distrust of people and, in particular, of her mentor, which certainly does not intend to harm her. "It's okay, it's not your fault." Instead of a dry nod, Itachi unexpectedly answered, "But I'm annoying you with this twitching, besides, it clearly shows that I don't trust you, and everything is fine, really. Did you think you were annoying me? Sorry, I should have explained it to you earlier. I find the behavior of the elders strange. They are sure that you are a weapon. But don't they take care of their kunai, for example? So why doesn't anyone care about you? Most citizens consider you a demon. So why do they beat and humiliate you? Shouldn't they then run away in fear of angering you?" Raven fell silent. "How long have you lost your eye?" He suddenly changed the subject, staring at the girl's eye patch. "Why did you decide that I lost my eye? You just get a little lost in space, and with the coordination of the problem, as if you are unusual." I see. But you can order a prosthesis. Of course, then the eyes will differ in color, but this is better than walking around with one eye." "No." The girl answered too sharply, clearly frightened and holding her hands out in front of her in a protective gesture. No need for a prosthesis. In any case, a prosthesis is better than inability to fight," Itachi stated, internally bursting into an angry tirade about the fact that sometimes it is worth sacrificing aesthetics for the sake of practicality and convenience. I have an eye." Naruto squeaked quietly. The girl looked around, made sure that no one was watching them, and carefully pulled the eye patch. A bright scarlet eye with a vertical pupil stared at Raven. The left one, the blue one, looked at the floor as if ashamed. He recovered on his own. As if trying to justify herself, the girl almost whispered, "Don't tell anyone, okay?" Raven chuckled. Unexpectedly, it seems. Even to himself, he extended his hand and patted his student on the head. She stared at the young genius in disbelief. For the first time in Naruto's memory, smiling, albeit almost imperceptibly, the brunette said, "Don't worry. I will not say." The odd-eyed girl couldn't help but smile broadly and gratefully. "Thank you, Raven-sensei." The girl warmly thanked her and began to raise her hands to pull the bandage back on. Right next to the red-haired girl's face, Raven's cool palm lay on her hands. His student looked at the brunette in confusion. He shook his head and said sternly, "You shouldn't create unnecessary difficulties for yourself. If you have both eyes, then you shouldn't hide it. But people, who cares? If both your eyes were blue, the whispers would not stop. Otherwise, there is a chance that people will get even more scared and stop touching you. Are you really not afraid? Don't forget that the Uchiha clan is feared precisely because of its eyes. I have no reason to be afraid of you. Let's get back to the lesson. Now try throwing a kunai." "Fine." The woman with different eyes answered more decisively. End of flashback. Waking up from the memories, the girl involuntarily smiled a little. Memories associated with Raven were always bright. Even the girl's father came to terms with the fact that Raven was an Uchiha and agreed that he was not a bad person. Glancing over the tasks again, Naruto solved the 1st, 8th, and 9th. I was too lazy to answer other questions. Hinata, seeing with her Byakugan that her friend did not answer everything, wrote in the corner of the sheet, "Copy from me." I copied the answers from the Chunin in the corner of the class, and after half a minute she erased it, knowing that her friend had read it. Quietly chuckling at such a proposal, the odd-eyed woman wrote in response, "I know the answers to all the questions, even the 10th. So don't be nervous, and then you'll answer the 10th question the same way I did. Understood?" "Yes." Taking a break from her correspondence, Naruto looked back again. Ino lay on the desk, covering the paper with her body and closing her eyes. But Sakura grinned and literally scanned her answers with her eyes. Chuckling quietly, Naruto looked around again. 2 teams from Taki, 1 team from Suna, 3 teams from IWA were missing, teams from Suki, Kusa, Yuki and Aim were left in a single number. Most of the children had long since figured out the task, and therefore were bored and doing whatever they wanted. Some were drawing, some were sitting with an inscrutable look, and some, like Shikamaru, buried their faces in the desk and seemed to fall asleep. Suddenly Ibiki's voice was heard again. "Time. Put away your assignment sheets. Now I will ask the 10th question, but there are additional rules for it." Indignation rained down from all sides. How is it possible? There are rules again. Well, everyone be quiet. Now I will explain these additional rules. I will ask the last question orally. You can refuse to answer it and try your luck next time, or you can try to answer now. Please note that if you answer the question incorrectly, you will remain a genin forever. The children shuddered. Apparently, Ibiki intimidated the Ki children. Naruto, accustomed to more terrible emissions, did not notice this and looked around in surprise, noticing that Sasuke was barely noticeably nervous, and Sakura was completely ready to run and hide. But it's not fair. This was not the case last time. There are those here who are taking the exam and not for the first time. Kiba was indignant. Consider yourself unlucky. The examiner grinned. I'll give you 10 minutes to think. If one person refuses, the whole team leaves the audience. A pair of hands immediately went up. 6 people were taken out of the audience. A black-haired girl from Yukigakure, dressed in a snow-white fur top and shorts, cried and said that her teammate was just a coward and a fool, asking to give the rest of the team a chance. Sighing and shaking her head, Naruto looked around. Another team from Konoha dropped out. The 3 teenagers simply raised their hands and left the hall with stone faces. Hinata, shaking like a leaf, also wanted to raise her hand, but Naruto stopped her. Sakura nervously glanced at the almost calm Sasuke, then at the completely relaxed Naruto. The pink-haired girl, frightened by Ki, almost raised her hand to leave, but met the eyes of the odd-eyed one and quickly lowered her hand. The Jinchuriki Ichibi sat looking as if he didn't know anyone here, and in general, he had nothing to do with it. After the allotted 10 minutes had passed, about 27 teams remained in the audience. Considering that at the beginning of the exam there were a little less than 100 of them. Time to think is up. Ibiki announced, increasing the pressure of his Ki. I'm asking for the last time, is there anyone who wants to leave the exam and come next time? Another team left. Great, the rest passed. There was deathly silence for almost 10 seconds, after which someone from the back rows became indignant. That is, how do you pass it? What about the 10th question? There is no 10th question, there were originally 9. The real purpose of the exam is to see if you can get information undetected. And the examiner launched into a long explanation of the essence of the first exam, at the end removing the bandage and showing the genin the terrible scars. Naruto even managed to get bored. But most of the other genin were clearly impressed. And just as Ibiki was about to say something else, the window shattered with a crash and a package flew into the classroom. Naruto, acting on reflexes, threw 6 chakra-enhanced kunai at the bundle, pinning it to the wall. In response, a screech was heard in the silence. With a characteristic sound, the fabric, or was it paper, tore, revealing Mitarashi Anko to the world in person. Her face expressed incredible rage, and everyone in the room was crushed by an even more terrible ki than Ibiki did. Sorry, Anko, reflex. Naruto giggled. Ah, little fox. The jounin instantly calmed down. Useful reflex. Ibiki noted. Anko, what are you doing here? You came too early. So. My name is Mitarashi Anko. I am your second examiner. A lot of teams this year have passed your stage. Are you losing shape? There are just a lot of strong teams this year. The head of the interrogation and torture department grinned. Well, it's okay, at my stage at least half of them will drop out. Follow me, little thing. And the woman jumped out of her own broken window. This is where the story ends.